Batman's Owl Godfather. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 226: Steve's Bizarre Adventure. It's complicated to explain. Steve half knelt at the head of Peggy's bed, his owl-shaped helmet cradled in his arms. 70 years ago, I didn't die, but fell asleep in a glacier. He told Peggy the story of his awakening in as few words as possible. While bizarre, it wasn't too hard for Peggy, who had founded SHIELD, to accept. So, I'm one of them now. Steve spread his hands, revealing his current appearance to Peggy. Is it really okay for you to tell me this? Peggy retorted. Don't you have a confidentiality clause in the magical world? Not for you, Steve quickly explained. Because you'll experience the power of magic soon too. What did he mean? Before Peggy could ask, Steve pulled out a small test tube from his arms. It contained a light green liquid, bubbles rising from the bottom. This is the rejuvenating potion, Steve said. I can't explain the principle, but after you drink it, you'll be able to return to your most youthful years, which is the way you looked when I first met you. Rejuvenation. No elderly person could fail to react to this word. Peggy felt the same way. She stared at the alchemical potion, unable to imagine that such a small tube of liquid could transport her back 70 years. Then, Steve squeezed her hand tightly and spoke from the heart. Peggy, I know we've missed so much. We can't blame anyone but fate. But here's a chance to start over. All I need to confirm is your intention, Peggy. I'll give you this potion. The rest is up to you. Steve saw the hesitation in Peggy's eyes. She couldn't quite let go of this unexplained power. But it didn't matter. Steve waited patiently, waiting for Peggy's response. After a long moment, Peggy finally spoke. I thought you were here to take me away from this world, she said. How could that be? Steve forced a smile, urging Peggy to stop imagining things. Even though he had almost taken Peggy away earlier, he had. Just now, I was even ready to go with you. Then, Peggy changed the subject, but apparently, reality has given me a bigger surprise. She stared at her lover quietly. Steve could sense that, though Peggy's appearance remained aged, her eyes were no longer cloudy. So, you agree? Of course I do, Peggy said. At the end of my life, suddenly offered the chance to live my life again with the one I love, there's no reason for me to refuse. Although he knew Peggy would most likely not refuse, Steve still revealed an indescribable joy at receiving the definitive answer. He carefully helped Peggy sit up and opened the test tube. Come, Peggy, I'll give you the medicine. Steve's movements were gentle and careful. In that moment, he felt like he was holding the future in his hands. As Peggy drank the potion, her body immediately underwent a corresponding transformation. The effects were immediate. Steve watched as the wrinkles on Peggy's face vanished, her withered body regained its radiance, and even her white hair turned red again. It happened so fast. In a matter of seconds, the dream so many longed for came true for Peggy. I feel. Peggy shook her head softly, the changes in her body making it difficult for her to adjust. The feeling of weakness had completely vanished, and she was now filled with energy. Peggy threw back the covers, preparing to get out of bed. Steve reached out to help her, but Peggy stopped her. Let me do it myself. Peggy's smooth, white soles touched the carpet again, and she stood up, no longer wavering. It's true, for a moment, Peggy's tears flowed. She had truly returned to her youth. This wasn't a dream. Yes, it's true, Steve agreed, stunned. In that moment, images of Master Katoom and Brother Bruce flashed through his mind. Not only had they not lied to him, but they had also dedicated themselves to making up for his regrets. Steve couldn't imagine how to repay such a great favor. Steve, he heard Peggy calling him. Coming to his senses, he saw her standing under the lights, the light flowing like tassels around her, making her look like a goddess. I waited all night for you at the Stork Club. Tears welled up in Peggy's eyes, but a happy smile played on her lips. But you never showed up. Steve understood, stood up, and took Peggy's hand. That's why I came today. You still owe me a dance. It's not too late. Steve put his arm around Peggy's shoulders, feeling the warmth of her body. Their bodies swayed in the light, Like a dance, or perhaps just a simple embrace. At this moment, actually, there's no rush. Peggy looked up at Steve's face, her face flushed. Your dancing is terrible. We can take our time and do something else. Wait, Steve's expression suddenly became serious. You said I'm a bad dancer, isn't it? Peggy pressed herself against Steve, her breath warm, her voice soft and sticky, as if they were glued together. Okay, I can teach you to dance later. It's getting late now. No. Steve suddenly loosened his embrace, staring into Peggy's eyes. I have to open your eyes today, huh? Peggy was a little confused. She was being so blunt, and Steve still didn't understand. How could a man be so foolish? At this moment, Steve was searching for something in Peggy's room. Peggy, do you have that thing? That thing? I don't know how to describe it. It's like a walkie-talkie, but with global range. You mean a cell phone? Yeah, that thing, Steve asked. Do you have one? Yeah. Peggy forced down the heat in her heart. She went to the bedside table, opened the drawer, pulled out her cell phone, turned it on, and handed it to Steve. What do you want this for? I need it. Steve rolled up his sleeves and wrote a number on his arm. He entered the number, and after a pause, the call connected, and a sleepy voice came through. Hello? Who's this? Bruce. Great, looks like you're still awake, Steve said excitedly. I have a problem right now, and I absolutely must ask for your help. What's wrong? Bruce on the other end of the line perked up instantly. Is there something wrong with the youth potion? Impossible. I was completely blind. No, Steve quickly corrected. The potion worked, and Peggy has regained her youth. I need your help with something else. Hearing it wasn't the potion, Bruce's voice returned to its dazed tone. What's it? Here's the thing. Peggy and I are trying to fulfill that dance we did 70 years ago, but she doesn't believe in my dancing skills. Steve gathered his words and said, these are all stereotypes from years ago. I have to show her the power of magic, so, could you use that spell you used on me again? Steve pleaded. The one that lets me dance perfectly. Bruce was practically stunned by this request. Even as a child, he knew Steve and Peggy had more important things to do with their reunion. How could Steve himself not sense that? Forget it, Bruce muttered. Magic isn't for that. With that, he hung up. Hello? Steve called into the phone, but there was no response. Peggy, arms folded, watched Steve's performance in silence. Is that all? Peggy said. Is that the lesson you want to teach me? Today isn't the time, Steve explained. Tomorrow I'll see what I'm capable of now, whatever. After Steve's outburst, Peggy had completely lost all thoughts. She slid under the covers, rolled over, and revealed only her back to Steve. Steve was at a loss, realizing he might have done something wrong, but he hadn't figured out what. So, the resurrected superhero pulled a chair over and sat at the head of Peggy's bed. He remained silent, waiting for Peggy to speak first. Is Steve a fool? Elsewhere, after Bruce hung up the phone, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and couldn't help but complain. Next to his bed, in a round bird's nest, Katoom's head poked out of the hole. You two are the same, the owl said. You're no better, you really always blame me for everything. Bruce was completely awake by now, unable to sleep. He could only talk business with Katoom. According to Steve, the youth potion is a success, Bruce said. One tube of potion can erase 70 years of time. I've really created something amazing this time, just this one time, Katoom said. The effects of the potion in the future should be limited to a maximum of 10 years. While Bruce was researching the slate of life and developing the youth potion, Katoom had already made the arrangements. The potion that would be released would only restore youth for a maximum of 10 years. And it couldn't be taken repeatedly. Katoom had already decided on how to advertise it. The first dose made him 10 years younger, but the body developed a tolerance, so the second dose only gave him 5 years, the third one a year. By the fourth, the effect was completely ineffective. Scarcity makes things valuable, Katoom explained to Bruce. Only in this way can you truly become everyone's guest of honor. Does it have to be me? Bruce asked. I thought you pushed Steve to the forefront just to let him handle these things. Katoom didn't answer at the time. By now, it was clear that Steve was not a very clever actor. Moreover, his moral standards were too high, making him vulnerable to manipulation. Bruce, do you believe that SHIELD has been informed of everything Steve and Peggy are going through? I do, Bruce said. Huh? Katoom frowned. You have to say you don't believe it. I do, Bruce insisted. I'll just assume you don't believe me, Katoom said to himself. Peggy Carter holds a high position within SHIELD and knows a lot of inside information. SHIELD keeps such people under lifelong surveillance. It wasn't just the caregivers around him, the entire nursing home was probably SHIELD's handiwork. And if SHIELD knew, it meant Hydra knew too. Steve would be cornered inside the nursing home the next morning. Isn't that what you were planning? Bruce asked. You wanted to use Steve's appearance to foreshadow the existence of your owl devil, not me, you, Katoom corrected. You agreed to be my stand-in. With that, Katoom retreated back into his round nest. His and Bruce's small talk was of no use now. Steve Rogers' bizarre adventure was only just beginning to unfold. When Steve opened his eyes in the morning, he had somehow found himself in Peggy's bed. Peggy curled up in his arms like a kitten, her eyes closed, still lost in a sweet dream. Steve carefully moved Peggy aside, then tiptoed out of bed. On the stool beside the bed, his uniform lay folded. The origins of this uniform were far more complex than he'd imagined, and Steve's thoughts drifted back to when Bruce was helping him design his suit. My suit was originally designed this way. Steve watched Bruce shred his suit into rags, the pieces then drifting through the air, slowly forming a new design. But it's ugly, Bruce replied casually. It's not a suit, it's a costume. Steve was at a loss for words, but Bruce hit the nail on the head, hitting the nail on the head. This suit was originally worn on stage. Remember, Steve, you're not the Captain America you once were, Bruce had repeatedly emphasized to Steve during the suit's construction. You're now the spokesperson for our school. I'd even go so far as to say you're a disciple of Master Owl. School? Steve asked back. What school are you from? The moment he asked that question, he was met with Bruce's stern gaze. Though just a child, the pressure he felt on Steve was undeniable. Steve quickly changed his tone. What school are we from? The Owl School, Bruce said. When you encounter an enemy in the future, you must never disgrace the Owl School. He took Steve's shield and altered its paint, replacing the stars with an owl. Enemy? Steve was puzzled. Who will be my enemy? You'll soon find out. Bruce handed Steve the shield. When you fight the enemy, Master Katoom and I will be there to support you. Back to the present. Before Steve could even put on his clothes, there was a knock on the door. A deep, black-sounding male voice asked, Ms. Peggy, may I come in? Chapter 227, Shield's Answer. It's Fury? Peggy recognized the voice outside immediately. Who is he? Steve quickly dressed in asked Peggy. The current director of SHIELD, Peggy, also dressed, hesitated. But I was retired when he took over, and we didn't have much interaction. I can't imagine why he's here, and it was the morning after she just regained her youth. Then I think I know what it's about. Steve had already clasped his shield tightly against his arm. If he'd held a pistol in his right hand, he'd have the classic Captain America look from World War II. Let him in, Peggy, Steve whispered. Let's sit down and talk while we can both be polite and avoid a fight. As he spoke, his eyes were stealthily directed out the window. On the rooftop of a building not far from the nursing home, the sunlight shimmered unnaturally. A sniper. Though Steve might be dull in some ways, he possessed an exceptionally keen eye for war. Before meeting Peggy, he had subconsciously surveyed the terrain, noting nearby vantage points for sniping. A quick glance revealed that they were already occupied. Shield had arrived prepared. Just let him in like this, Peggy felt uneasy. Whether it was Steve's presence or her youthful appearance, it seemed inconvenient for others to see her. As the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., she knew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ways all too well. It's okay, let him in. Steve clenched his fist, reassuring himself. He grinned at Peggy. Remember Klossberg? Of course Peggy did. That was Captain America's first battle, when he single-handedly destroyed an entire Hydra base. Have faith in me, Steve implied. Okay, at this crucial moment, Peggy chose trust. She didn't need to feign an aged voice, she simply called out to the door. Come in, Director Fury. Okay, the click of a key unlocked the door. The door opened, and Fury, clad in a black trench coat, walked in. He was alone. When he saw Steve's face, the king of agents, accustomed to big scenes, still had a moment of dazed expression. Then, he adjusted his expression, appearing calm and composed. Captain Rogers, Fury asked tentatively. May I call you that? Of course. Steve stared at Fury's face and smiled. It seems times have indeed advanced. That's right, Fury nodded. People of your generation really could hardly imagine a black person like me in such a high position. No offense. Steve shook his head. Mr. Fury, your shield surveillance of Peggy must have been ongoing, right? Otherwise, such an arrangement couldn't have been made overnight. I'm sorry, but it's the rules, Fury said to Peggy. It's a difficult decision, but we have to make it, and now it seems that this surveillance is indeed working. Fury's single eye lingered on Peggy's face for a long time. It was unbelievable that the last time he saw her, the years had left deep marks on her face. But now, those traces had vanished without a trace. The 90-year-old woman had returned to her youthful 20s. In the face of such a miracle, even the question of Captain America's return became a secondary topic. May I ask how you achieved this? If I'm not mistaken, it's related to your experience of returning, Fury asked Steve. This method far exceeds the limits of modern medicine. If you are willing to disclose it, all of humanity will benefit, he seemed to be asking, but his eyes were fixed on the test tube on the bedside table. The test tube was empty, but Fury believed that there were still traces of the drug inside. And with testing, the ingredients could be detected. I'm sorry, Mr. Fury. Steve took a step back and reached for the empty test tube. There are some things that humanity is not ready to face. Please don't do this, Fury said calmly, his face expressionless. Steve ignored him and continued to reach for the test tube. At that moment, the sound of a window shattering was heard, and a bullet grazed Steve's hand and hit the table. I don't want this, Fury sighed. Captain, you're an American hero. I'd love to sit down and talk with you, but you're far too perceptive. You should have noticed the sniper long ago. I understand. Steve wasn't offended. He'd seen times when humanity destroyed each other. What was happening now was child's play. Director Fury, I'm willing to talk to you, calmly and peacefully, Steve said. But it should be done on equal terms, not like this. With countless snipers pointed at me, he suddenly raised his shield. In the center of the circular shield, the outline of an owl with outstretched wings was highlighted. Simultaneously, the entire room began to vibrate. Before Fury's eyes, objects simultaneously broke free from gravity, slowly rising and floating into the air. This included the pistol he'd hidden in his arms. Fury felt as if he were in a spaceship, observing everything weightless before him. Yet, he was still standing on the ground. Physics doesn't exist, Fury muttered. That was indeed his first thought. Steve lowered his shield, and the floating objects immediately thudded to the ground. What do you think, Chief Fury? Steve asked. A long silence followed. After a long pause, Fury finally spoke. What do you want to do? Let Peggy and I'll leave first, Steve said. I can assure you that my loyalty to my country and its people has never wavered. I won't hold back on anything I can reveal to you, but, he paused, his gaze unconsciously glancing out a window. Fury understood immediately. He pulled up his collar, brought it to his lips, and spoke a command through the intercom to his men outside. All stand by. With that command, the reflection from the rooftop of the building opposite vanished. Thank you for your understanding. Steve put away the empty test tube and took Peggy's hand. I'm going to take Peggy out of here now. You won't stop me, will you? Can I? The legend of Captain America single-handedly wiping out a Hydra base was still fresh in his mind, and now with the added weight of his unfathomable superpowers, Fury was powerless even if he wanted to stop him. Thank you, Steve said as he pulled Peggy past Fury and out of the room. Fury remained standing. A long moment passed before his deputy, Agent Hill, hurried over, a look of panic on his face. Director, there's been a disturbance in the operations team. Natasha and Clint have taken unauthorized action, targeting Captain America. That's not our concern, Fury interrupted Hill's report. They submitted their leave requests yesterday, and I approved them. Their actions now are entirely personal and have nothing to do with us. It's our turn. Hawkeye. Clint removed his headset, threw it to the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Natasha was loading her pistol. Captain America is supposed to be your hero, right? Natasha asked. You grew up hearing stories about him, too. Wouldn't it be strange to attack him now? That's not something an agent should consider, Clint said flatly. He glanced at his quiver and added a few more arrows. And how can you be sure this Steve is really him? Okay, Natasha shrugged. We'll know if it's true or not after we try. Their mission this time was to test Captain America's current strength. If he wasn't as skilled, being captured was only natural. As for the explanation, Fury would take care of everything. Steve, pulling Peggy out of the nursing home, quickly quickened his pace. It seems SHIELD isn't going to let us go easily, Steve said. They're already tailing us, that's SHIELD's way, Peggy sighed. If it were me, I'd do the same. It's okay, Steve smiled. I've always known that to have an equal dialogue, you have to show some strength. The times were on the brink of change. The magical world, long hidden, was slowly emerging. The Owl School had chosen him because of Captain America's prestige. Steve understood all of this. So, he had his own opinions. Do we have to clash? Peggy couldn't help but ask. After all, SHIELD was her creation, and she had a deep bond with it. They started the conflict, Steve said. I was hoping for communication and dialogue, but it's clear they don't. It was a preconceived notion. SHIELD had deployed so many snipers the moment they appeared. This condescending attitude would have resented even the best-tempered Steve. Besides, the youth potion wasn't his. He had no right to hand it over on behalf of anyone else. Furthermore, Peggy's safety had to be guaranteed. Peggy, find some cover first. Steve refastened his shield. I'll come find you after I've cut off these tails. As he spoke, the owl silhouette on his shield once again took on a new luster. An unprecedented power descended upon him from the void. Master Owl, I speak to you here, Steve whispered. This time, I fight for magic. Coo, a faint bird call echoed in Steve's ears. Here I come. In Bruce's room, Katoom leaped to his feet. I hear Steve calling us. He's summoning the gods. This was Katoom's previous advice to Steve. If they encountered an enemy, it was best to use magic to defeat them. But what kind of magic did Steve know? Katoom's solution was to pray to the owl totem. What happened after that prayer was nothing for Steve to worry about. Is it our turn now? Bruce asked, suiting up. How? Do you want me to attack in my helmet form? No need, Katoom said. The demon totem can do far more than you imagine. I can easily transfer your soul into Steve's body right now. Isn't this how summoning the gods works? Steve prayed to the owl totem, and the one who answered him was the owl's eternal chosen, Bruce Wayne. Clint and Natasha were ready to attack with all their might. They followed Steve's trail, following the path that led them to a sparsely populated, abandoned factory area. This isn't a good place. Clint, a veteran agent, immediately noticed something was amiss. Steve spotted us, Natasha said. He's chosen this spot, the battleground. Indeed, the moment she finished her words, Steve's figure appeared at the end of the road. Clint opened his mouth, about to say something, but then everything around him shifted. They watched the morning sky suddenly fade into darkness, the sounds of countless owls filing their ears. Coo, coo, coo. You shouldn't have followed me. Steve slowly approached them, donning an owl-shaped helmet. In this gloomy area, he looked like a villain. Clint, quick-witted, drew an arrow and fired it in a flash. The arrow whistled past Steve's figure. Then, Clint watched as the shadow disintegrated, splitting into countless flying creatures that resembled owls, perhaps even bats. The small black creatures gathered elsewhere, converging into a single human figure. Clint's mind raced. Had he inhaled any strange vapor upon entering this area? He couldn't think of any other possibility, only to describe it as an illusion. Steve didn't attack them. On the contrary, he simply stood there, a dark aura rising from his body, reaching the sky. A massive, black totem appeared before Natasha and Clint. It was an owl. Clint's eyes widened, and as he gazed at the totem, countless images flashed through his mind. He saw himself joining a league called the Avengers, fighting a group of freaks as an ordinary person. The arduous battle, the pain, was fully reflected in Hawkeye at that moment. And what Natasha saw was even more despairing. She saw her own death. The School of Owls can see your future, Steve said casually, standing still. Don't doubt it, this is what you're about to experience. After Clint and Natasha attacked, there was no response. By the time the SHIELD agents found them, they were already sitting there, dazed and stunned. There's no SHIELD, was the only thing they kept repeating. Chapter 228 I am writing Apocrypha in Marvel. Fury's first attempt ended in disastrous failure. Furthermore, he also lost two of his most important generals. A few days later. There's no such thing as SHIELD. Fury stood by the French window in his office, mulling over these words. Clint and Natasha had recovered from their earlier trance, but not completely. They needed time to recover. Steve hadn't resorted to harsh measures, merely showing them some extremely horrifying images. Under the guidance of a psychiatrist, Clint and Natasha recounted what they had witnessed. "I saw Agent Hill shoot me," Clint recounted. "Not only that, but the director also shot me, and Natasha and I fought. That was all hallucination, Clint," the psychiatrist said slowly, reassuring Hawkeye. "It wasn't real, no, that was the future," Clint persisted. "I can't remember anything else. I just remember my teammates shooting me." Faced with such an attitude, the psychiatrist could only calm Clint down. Meanwhile, Natasha's condition was even more serious. "Hawkeye threw me off a cliff." Natasha's expression remained calm. As a skilled agent, she never let her true emotions show on her face. "It was a strange place, I don't know where it was," she said. "I fell off the cliff, and Hawkeye grabbed my hand, but after a while, he let go and let me fall." "That's not going to happen, Natasha," the psychiatrist tried to ease Natasha's pain. But Natasha's attitude was even more resolute than Clint's. "No, that's what's going to happen." Meanwhile, Fury read the reports on Clint and Natasha, and his head was spinning. "Betrayal," he muttered. Everything they said was about betrayal, killing someone and destroying their heart. Was this Steve's way? If the thought of betrayal by a teammate was implanted in an agent's mind, it would be difficult to carry out any future missions. And SHIELD would naturally cease to exist. "Director," just then, Agent Hill knocked on the office door. Her expression serious, she addressed Fury. "There's new information." "Go ahead, there's news about Captain America," Agent Hill said. "He sent a letter, saying he will meet with you tonight." A letter, Fury thought to himself. This method of communication truly suited Captain America's character. He took the letter from Agent Hill. The message was brief, and Fury read it in one glance. "Mr. Fury, tonight we will meet in an unexpected way to continue our unfinished conversation." The letter was signed, Steve Rogers. Beyond that, there was nothing else. "Who sent the letter?" Fury asked. "Have you tried to trace its source, Director?" "That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you," Agent Hill said with a wry smile. "It wasn't sent by a human, but by an owl." It dropped the letter downstairs and immediately disappeared. Hearing this answer, Fury was silent for a long time. Owl. After Captain America's return, he seemed to be imbued with the owl element. "I see," he sighed. "It seems I have no choice but to go alone." Fury was actually quite curious about the unexpected meeting Steve had mentioned. In the mirror world, Bruce looked up at the enormous owl totem in the sky. From his perspective, the totem extended a thread, imperceptible to the naked eye, extending beyond the world. This thread connected to Steve Rogers. Katoom stood beside him, a look of relief and resignation on his face. "As expected," the owl said. "The appearance of this demon totem is a deal between the Marvel Universe and us." Katoom's original plan was to plunder the demon's power and then flee. The appearance of the owl demon totem was completely unexpected. Now it seemed to represent the will of the Marvel Universe. The underlying meaning was easy to understand. After all, the dimensional demons were a part of the Marvel Universe. If Katoom ran away with this power, it would be an irreversible loss to the Marvel multiverse. Then, a demon totem corresponding to Katoom appeared. "We can trick the dimensional demon into giving us power, but we can't just take it away so easily. We have to leave something behind, no matter what form it takes," Katoom commented. "This is very American. You can buy it for free, but you have to pay taxes." Katoom had already taken the first step in figuring out how to leave behind this power. It was the most common method in the Marvel world, lending power to the natives of Marvel. We lend power to others, then receive it back through faith. This power of faith is completely ours, and we can do whatever we want with it. This method of conversion sounded familiar to Bruce. "Isn't this money laundering?" he asked. "Marvel uses this. We're all a Ponzi scheme, so we have to do it the whole way," Katoom said. "In short, this is the process from now on. We'll trick the demon into giving us power, then lend it to Earthlings, and we'll get paid in the form of faith, power that's completely ours." That sounds complicated, Bruce thought. They had to lend power to humans while ensuring the demons consistently saw double returns. Finding that balance was going to be difficult. Previously, they said this scam could last 10 years, but now it seems that time frame will likely be significantly shortened. "But I think this is a good thing," Katoom said with a playful grin, leaping onto Bruce's shoulder and extending his wings to support Bruce's head. "The Marvel world is inherently unfair. The emergence of superpowers is too random, And this has led to countless tragedies. In short, it's all about looks. Marvel is full of examples of this. Villains, seeking to acquire superhero-like powers, undergo all sorts of experiments, ultimately transforming themselves into monsters. But now, with the appearance of the Owl Demon, everything has changed. Simply put, anyone who believes in the Owl Totem has a chance to gain the demon's power. The greater their devotion to the Owl, the greater their chance of gaining powerful superpowers. I've been wanting to say this for a long time, Katoom said with a light cough. From now on, for anyone who believes in Katoom, if they practice 3/10, I will respond to them 7/10. If they practice 10/10, I will be there to provide assistance. Awesome. Katoom's skin relaxed at the words, and he suddenly felt a surge of emotion. The Demon King's identity, concocted to trick young Bruce, was slowly becoming reality. However, this Demon King never harmed anyone, only those of his own rank. He was a supremely benevolent Demon King. Bruce saw Katoom's unprecedented joy and didn't want to spoil his good mood. Whatever, he said. But we need to focus now. We have to see Fury tonight. Earlier, Steve had summoned a spirit, and Bruce had possessed him, showing Clint and Natasha the truest fear. As agents, their greatest fear was betrayal by those they trusted. It was still a bit immature. Those images weren't illusions, they were carefully selected by me, Katoom said. We didn't lie to them. This is the future. The scene where Clint saw Hill and Fury shooting at him, and Natasha fighting him, was from the movie The Avengers. The real situation was that Hawkeye was being controlled by Loki using the Mind Stone, and the traitor was Hawkeye himself. Natasha saw Clint throw him off a cliff, a scene from Avengers 4, except the reality was the opposite of what Natasha saw. They both sacrificed themselves. But none of that will happen, right? Bruce confirmed. Has the future been altered by us? After all, Batboy had no problem scaring others with terrifying images. But if those images came true, Bruce would feel complicit in the tragedy. Who knows what the future holds, Katoom said. But with the impact we've created, those images are highly unlikely to happen. That was about right. Bruce collected his thoughts. The most important thing right now was his meeting with Fury that evening. Fury would be a key part of the Owl God's promotional plan. Steve would attend, as would Katoom. And Bruce, naturally, would be there to translate. He wasn't worried Fury would recognize him. Bruce was completely confident in his disguise skills. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Fury stood in one of his safe houses, quietly gazing out the window at the moon. Steve said their meeting would be unexpected, and Fury wanted to see just how unexpected it would be. He appeared calm, but inwardly he was counting the minutes. The night had already deepened, but there was no sign of Steve's promised meeting. Can't he find me? Fury wondered. If Steve couldn't even find him, then the forces behind him couldn't be that strong. The past had just flashed through his mind when suddenly, a gray mist appeared around him. What is this? Fury immediately noticed the change. Countless possibilities raced through his mind, but before he could test them, the gray mist enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a completely unfamiliar environment. The edges of the space were pitch black, making it impossible to discern its extent. In the center, a long table sat, and Steve was already seated there. Good evening, Director Fury, Steve said with a smile. I told you that our meeting would be quite unexpected. I admit that. Fury appeared calm, but in reality, he was on guard. His single remaining eye scanned the room, taking in everything he saw. He noticed another person sitting at the head of the long table. His face was unclear, shrouded in the shadow of a large chair back, above which stood an owl. There's no need to be so reserved, Mr. Fury, Bruce said, his voice so low that Fury couldn't even determine the other person's gender for a moment. Please take a seat, Bruce pointed to an empty seat next to him. We are sincere in our discussion today. You don't need to feel any pressure. Fury didn't let that reassure him, but he still had to act appropriately. He was the director of SHIELD, after all, and he couldn't afford to lose face for the agency. Fury pretended to be relaxed and sank into his seat. I'm not sure what to call you, Fury said with a smile. Since we're having this conversation out of sincerity, I think I should be honored to learn your name. Right, Katoom, Bruce said calmly. That's my name. Steve remained silent nearby. Bruce's response seemed perfectly normal to him. That's not Bruce speaking, he's just an interpreter, Steve thought. The one actually speaking is Master Katoom on the back of the chair. It's a shame Fury doesn't know that. He wouldn't recognize a true master, no, a tall bird, if he stood before him. The thought brought a certain satisfaction to Steve. He had immediately recognized Master Katoom's extraordinary qualities. Mr. Katoom, Fury greeted solemnly. I think we should begin our conversation today, of course, Bruce said. You're our guest, so out of courtesy, we can answer your questions first, okay? Fury didn't hesitate. He agreed without hesitation and then asked the question that concerned him most. Excuse me, who are you? He asked. Are you from Earth? This question exposed Fury's deepest and most concerning fear. Ever since witnessing the power of aliens in the 1990s, he had been imagining how humanity would protect itself if aliens invaded Earth one day. And now, the sudden appearance of the Owl School had Fury's nerves tense. Let me answer your second question first, Bruce said with a smile. Of course I'm from Earth, born and raised here, Mr. Fury. The problems you're worried about, at least here, won't happen. Fury didn't have to worry about Bruce invading Earth. Really, Fury was skeptical. He couldn't trust Bruce completely just because he said so. Mr. Fury, I know you don't trust us. That's your professionalism, and I don't blame you, Bruce suddenly said. But no matter what, you should at least trust Captain America. He was once your hero, and his character is recognized by everyone. Fury remained silent. How could he know if this Captain America was real or fake? Bruce noticed Fury's worry. He chuckled and suddenly stretched out his hand, performing a move out of thin air. Then, right before Fury's eyes, a few golden lines outlined an ancient book that slowly materialized. This is the history of the School of Owls, and it's our most important scripture. Bruce picked up the ancient book and handed it to Fury. Now, we're revealing it to you. We hope that after reading it, you'll gain some trust in us. Chapter 229 Harry Potter and SHIELD. Fury couldn't help but pick up the book. The cover was covered in completely incomprehensible symbols. He opened it, only to find the pages completely blank. Books from the wizarding world are different from yours, Bruce said. Just write down what you want to see, and it'll answer you. Oh, this is truly unique. Fury accepted the book, vowing to study it carefully when he got home. Only then did he finally have the energy to observe Katoom carefully. But in reality, he could only make out a shadowy silhouette, not very tall, like a child of 13 or 14. Beyond that, he couldn't discern any useful information. Now the conversation moved on to the next stage, and it was Steve's turn to speak. Mr. Fury, we did have some unpleasantness earlier, Steve said sincerely. I hope your two key personnel weren't affected by it. Don't worry, Fury said. They were just a little startled, and they've mostly recovered now. He observed his surroundings calmly as he spoke. Fury was certain he was no longer in the safe house, but how had he teleported here? Silently making someone appear in another place is something completely beyond the reach of modern technology. It involves dimensional warping. If this power could be weaponized, Fury fell back into his usual train of thought. Mr. Fury, Steve interrupted him. In fact, today is our first official contact, Steve said. If there's anything you want to know, feel free to ask. What did he want to know? Fury thought, there were so many. Let's start with your return, Fury said. As far as I know, you fell into the deep sea 70 years ago and were never heard from again. But now you've reappeared before us, and with a new identity. That's a long story, Steve said. But if you really want to know, I can tell you slowly. Steve then recounted his return from the glacier. Aside from omitting Bruce's presence, the rest of the story was true. After all, Bruce's identity was still a secret, and Steve didn't want to burden him. Fury listened intently, occasionally raising new questions, which Steve answered. Time passed quickly, and Fury remained excited. He felt like he was unlocking the door to a new world, with so many questions that needed answers. However, just as he was about to dig deeper, he heard the distinct sound of an alarm. It seems we'll stop here for today, Bruce suddenly said. Mr. Fury, you should have clearly sensed our sincerity during this conversation. Indeed, Fury wanted to say more, but his vision blurred. When the image cleared again, he was back in his safe house. How did I get back here? He was horrified. He had been conscious just a moment ago, but he hadn't noticed the shift in space. Unpredictable, Fury's view of the magical world deepened. They possessed unimaginable power, yet were willing to show their sincerity. At this moment, Fury revealed a commonality between him and Bruce. Paranoia. He began to think, alternately doubting the sincerity of the Owl School's intentions and considering how to exploit them. Regardless, Fury's top priority now was to fully understand the history of the wizarding world. He touched his chest. The wordless spellbook was still there. Let's just do what they say, Fury thought. He found a pen, opened the book, and prepared to ask the spellbook a question, following Katoom's instructions. How should he pose his first question? After a moment's deliberation, Fury wrote a sentence on the blank page. What is the wizarding world like? After a moment's thought, he added a qualifier. Now, soon, ink seeped from the page, slowly forming a text. I can show you. Show? Fury didn't understand what this meant, but then, the book in his hands began to transform. The cover, once covered in strange symbols, morphed into a boy riding a broom. He wore round-framed glasses and had a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The pages, once completely blank, were now densely covered with various words, seemingly telling a story. Harry Potter. Fury muttered the name on the cover and flipped to the first page. On the first page was a sentence, understand his story, and you will understand us. Then I'll read it carefully. A new question popped up in Fury's mind. He organized his words and wrote in the margins of the page, this Harry Potter is a remarkable figure in your wizarding world. You could say that, the magic book replied. Then it's certainly worth reading carefully. Fury said no more. He slowly turned the pages and began to read. The opening title, The Boy Who Lived, had already piqued Fury's interest. The main text followed, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, who live at 4 Privet Drive, always proudly say they are a very respectable family. Dursley? Sounds like an English surname. Fury couldn't help but wonder, is Privet Drive a real place name? I'll check it out later, he continued reading. Gradually, he lost track of time. Have you seen the director recently? In the coffee shop at SHIELD's New York branch, Agents Coulson and Hill were chatting. I have something I need to report to him in person, but I haven't been able to reach him. I haven't seen him. Maybe he's on some secret mission, Hill said nonchalantly. The director always acts like that. At least his vital signs show he's fine now. All right, Coulson sighed. I just need to report Stark's recent movements. It's not critical intelligence, but the director should know. Hasn't he been in seclusion? Hill asked. Ever since he announced the disbanding of the weapons production division, the Stark Corporation Board of Directors has expelled him from the core team. That's the problem. Coulson had just begun to speak when the elevator doors nearby suddenly opened and Fury stepped out, still wearing the same black trench coat. At least he had been wearing it when Coulson met him a few days ago. What are you doing here? Fury passed a coffee room and saw the two men slacking off through the glass. Nothing. Coulson downed his coffee and hurried over to Fury. Director Fury, I have some intel on Tony Stark. We'll talk about that later. Fury silenced Coulson with a wave of his hand, not even pausing as he walked right past him. Hill, come with me. I have a new mission. Okay. Hill hurried after him, patting Coulson on the shoulder as they passed. It's okay, she whispered. The director gets a bit snarky a few days every month. It's not necessarily about your work. I get it, Coulson sighed. After all, Tony Stark's intel isn't that interesting. He's just collecting books on magic and alchemy. Fury entered the office, followed closely by Agent Hill. Now, research the word Hogwarts in any British history books. Fury slumped down in his office chair. Also, focus on finding any famous people with these surnames from the 9th and 10th centuries. He thought for a moment and said, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Agent Hill possessed exceptional professionalism. Although the words Fury pronounced were tongue-twisting, she listened to them once and memorized them deeply. I understand, Director, she said, and went off to research. Fury was left alone in his office chair, reflecting on the Harry Potter stories he'd read over the past few days. This Harry Potter might be the author of this spellbook, Fury thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why Harry's perspective had always been the only thing he saw. Fury had been busy these past few days, investigating whether the events recorded in the books corresponded to reality. For example, he thoroughly researched the name Privet Drive. It turned out this wasn't a special place. There were several streets in England that could be connected to Privet Drive. As for the Dursleys, Fury hadn't found them. But that was understandable. Perhaps someone in the wizarding world was deliberately concealing their existence. This story takes place in the 1990s, Fury thought. So this Harry Potter is probably still alive. With SHIELD's resources, finding him shouldn't be difficult. A man with a lightning bolt scar on his head was a distinct feature. Fury sat quietly, reflecting on everything he had witnessed. Suddenly, he picked up a pen from his desk. Expelliarmus, he gripped the pen tightly, pointed it forward, and then, nothing happened. Damn it! What am I doing? Fury suddenly woke up, slapping his forehead, a little ashamed of his actions. It's just a pen, not a wand. How can it possibly cast magic? He had been so foolish. In fact, Fury had considered that perhaps the Harry Potter story was fake. The magic books were deceiving him, and the so-called Hogwarts was just a fairy tale for children. But when Fury expressed this view to the magic book, it presented even more evidence. For example, the contents of Hogwarts textbooks, past issues of the Daily Prophet, and novels by a best-selling author named Lockhart. Everything was incredibly detailed. If the wizarding stories were false, then creating such a fabricated world would require an astronomical amount of work. Furthermore, the magic book in Fury's hand was indeed displaying various miracles. After careful consideration, Fury finally came to the conclusion that the stories in the book were at least 90% true. Since the magical world was real, Fury immediately faced a new question: could he learn magic? Fury spent days trying to visualize the process of using magic, but no matter how hard he tried, he was always stuck at the first step, unable to get around it. He didn't have a wand. The only solution now is to return to that special dimension and ask Katoom if he could give me a wand, but Fury couldn't take the initiative. He could only travel to that dimension if Katoom was willing to meet him. Magic. Fury couldn't help but be tempted by this. This was a power that belonged to humanity, born and bred entirely on Earth. He had to obtain it. Although he knew that some in the wizarding world seemed to discriminate against muggles, it didn't matter. Fury was black, and he knew how to get what he wanted in a discriminatory environment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Fury frowned, wondering who was interrupting him at this moment. Soon, Callson's head popped in, a familiar smirk on his face. Callson, Fury said coldly. Did I say we could talk about your matter later? Well, Director, I didn't miss what you said, Callson said, forcing a smile. But just now, something new has occurred that I thought might interest you. What is it? Fury asked impatiently. It's about Tony Stark. Seeing Fury about to curse again, Callson quickly said, Stark's been acting strangely lately. He seemed to be planning to build a mecha, but a few days ago, he stopped all work and has been studying some kind of magic. Huh? At the word magic, Fury suddenly paused. He showed renewed interest and said slowly, Go on. Callson, relieved, quickly continued, According to my investigation, Tony Stark seems to have been stimulated by something. He seems to have been trying to develop some kind of magic circle that can transport him to a special dimension. The words teleport and dimension appeared, and Fury's interest intensified. How do you know? He asked. Because Stark has been communicating with people who claim to have magical powers, Callson said. Like fortune tellers, tarot card readers, psychics, fortune tellers, aren't those all scams? Fury asked. That's true, and Stark discovered it. After meeting with these people, he kicked them out, Callson reported. I got all this information from them. Stark must have paid them a lot of hush money, right? Fury asked with interest. But SHIELD has special memory recovery methods. Callson also made a joke at the right time, but soon returned to the topic. Anyway, Stark seems to have found a few really capable people these days, and he plans to hold an internal party to meet those people properly. Party? Fury thought for a moment and asked, when? Tonight, Callson said. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Bruce's Owl Journey. At the Hall residence, Bruce was having breakfast. Since being selected by SHIELD, the children had been left largely alone, their parents no longer controlling them, only taking care of their daily lives. Pietro was particularly pleased by this. Aside from his lack of interest in school, he was enthusiastic about every activity. And Wanda, in her quest to discipline her younger brother, was practically inseparable from him. Given Wanda and Bruce's previous declaration of separation, Bruce was now back to his former solitude. But that wasn't entirely accurate. At least he still had Katoomba. Here, a pickle sandwich, try it. Katoomba flew onto the dining table, a plate on his head. He lowered his head and set the plate down, revealing 2 sandwiches. Bruce picked one up, only to notice Katoomba was merely staring, not even considering the idea of eating. Aren't you going to eat? He asked. No, I'm not hungry. Katoon shook his head. Parents usually save the good food for their children, don't they? I've never seen you like this before, Bruce thought. He'd shared a sandwich with Katoon last week, and Katoon had eaten 7. Never mind. Bruce took a bite of the sandwich in his hand, chewed it a few times, and then placed it on the table with a blank expression. It tastes a bit strange. The pickles are sour and bitter, he asked Katoon. It tasted great last week. Why don't you keep buying from that store? You need to get your palate checked, Katoon said. This is the sandwich from last week. Bruce's doubts were resolved. Damn it. No wonder you didn't want to eat it. Luckily, he'd been careful not to swallow it. PFFT, Bruce spat the contents of his mouth into the trash can and smacked his lips a few times. The bitter taste was still strong. Okay, let's get down to business. Katoon quickly changed the subject. He tossed the remaining sandwiches into the trash. They had already served their purpose. Tony Stark's been making some moves lately, Owl said. He seems to be trying various methods to return to the totem dimension and see me again. Could he possibly do that? No, Katoom shook his head. And Stark seems determined to use scientific methods to achieve magical effects. Maybe he can actually try it, Bruce said casually. Then I wish him success, Katoom said. Speaking of which, do you want to come with me to see what Stark Corporation has accomplished? In fact, he's already started working on the Iron Man suit. Isn't this a good opportunity to update the helmet armor? Good idea, but I have a question, Bruce said. What identity would I have to go in? You said yourself that the manufacturing process for the Iron Man suit is Tony Stark's secret. Don't worry, I figured it out for you, Katoom said cheerfully. Hearing this answer, Bruce suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. What are you going to do? Don't worry, it won't hurt. Katoom didn't give Bruce time to react. He extended his wings and pointed at Batboy. Bruce heard a pop. He instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his perspective had changed. Katoom was still standing on the table, standing before him, but now, Bruce had to look up at him. I finally waited for this day. Katoom pretended to wipe away tears, looking like a mother who had seen her child grow up. Bruce, you're finally like me, like you? Bruce's mind was startled, and he lowered his head to look at his hands. There were no hands anymore. Instead, he saw a pair of wings, incredibly flexible, just like Katoom's own. What have you turned me into? Bruce cried out, his wings flapping unconsciously, and he, or rather, bird, took flight. He flew to the bathroom and looked into the mirror over the sink. In the mirror, there was no longer the dashing young Bruce Wayne. Only a tiny owl that looked exactly like Katoom, at least as it had when he was still very thin. Katoom flew over shortly after, looking in the mirror, a bit puzzled. That's strange, he said. Why do you look so small now that you're an owl? At least 2 sizes smaller than me. Maybe you're too fat, Bruce said bitterly. I'm not fat at all, it's just that you're too thin. Katoom patted Bruce on the shoulder. Eat more from now on. Don't be picky. Keep growing. Bruce had considered becoming an animal. He was training to become an animagus. But he swore he'd never considered becoming an owl. Ugly and unsightly. He should have been a bat. Come on, stop being so awkward. You're very handsome now. Katoom looked down at Bruce, stroking his ear tufts, just as he used to stroke Bruce's hair. Becoming a noble owl is a blessing you earned in your past life. Keep it for yourself. Bruce flicked Katoom's wings aside and flew to the other side of the living room. Ever since becoming an owl, he'd mastered flight without a teacher. I'm not kidding, you're truly handsome. I made you look like me, so how could you not be? Katoom followed. Ask Harley if you don't believe me, she thinks you're handsome too. Ouch! The long unseen sky comet dragon poked its head out of the small leather pouch on Katoom's chest. She nodded vigorously, agreeing with Katoom's point. Ever since arriving in the Marvel Universe and Harley losing her speed, she'd locked herself in her pouch, refusing to leave. But now, to encourage Bruce, she'd actually ventured out. For this act, Batboy had to give her a little credit. This is the last time, Bruce gritted his teeth. If you turn me into an owl again without my permission, I'll turn you into a bat, no problem, Katoom grinned, balled his wings into a fist, and held it out to Bruce. Batboy, reluctantly, extended his fist and bumped it with Katoom's. The argument was over. Actually, I have to warn you, Katoom said slyly. You haven't mastered transfiguration yet. Turning me into another animal is unlikely. Just wait and see. Bruce wasn't interested in arguing with Katoom on this topic. In fact, he was having a very strange thought. Transfiguration could turn someone into an animal, and it wasn't difficult at all. Bruce had read the Harry Potter books before giving them to Fury. At least in the books, there were examples of Mad-Eye Moody turning Malfoy into Fred and Hagrid giving Harry's cousin Dudley a pig's tail. Dumbledore had also said that many professors could easily transform people into animals. But, Bruce wondered, isn't an embarks also a form of magic that transforms animals? Why is it so difficult? Training requires brewing potions, collecting moonlight, and practicing in storms, a process that can take months. It's easy enough to just wave a wand, point it at yourself, and chant a transfiguration spell. But no one does that. Why? Bruce couldn't figure it out. He just had a vague feeling that an embarks training wasn't like proper magical training, but more like some kind of special ritual. The more he thought about it, the more curious Bruce became. What would happen if transfiguration were actually used on him? He'd have to find an opportunity someday and trick Katoom into doing an experiment. What are you thinking? Katoom suddenly interrupted Bruce's thoughts, looking at Batboy suspiciously. I have a feeling you're up to no good. I'm not, Bruce argued. You did, Katoom said. You were laughing. I just realized that being an owl is pretty fun. Bruce changed the subject. Okay, let's get back to Stark. How are we going to meet him? It's simple. Stark's holding a mysterious gathering tonight. We just need to fly over, Katoom said. We'll appear before him, and you'll be my translator, relaying my words to him. How do we relay them? Bruce asked, puzzled. Even after I turned into an owl, I can't speak human language. You have Diana's powers, so why can't you speak human language? Katoom shook his head and said sarcastically, you're such a person, you only think about yourself. It was getting dark. New York, the world's largest city that never sleeps, never sleeps. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's party had just begun. Pepper Potts, Tony's personal secretary, had never quite approved of what he was doing. Tony, tell me the truth. Before entering the party, Pepper pulled Tony to a corner and asked earnestly, what exactly happened to you in the Middle East that affected you so much? Pepper looked at the guests who kept entering the party, her disgust undisguised. They weren't decent people. Some wore black robes embroidered with strange symbols, their faces partially obscured by white hoods. Others wore colorful, loose-fitting clothes with chaotic patterns, their necks festooned with crystals, bones, and other pendants that jingled with every step. They claimed to have magical powers, but Pepper could assure them they were all charlatans, a bunch of sorcerers. Tony had no words to say to Pepper's questions, and could only repeat one thing over and over again. I'll explain it to you later. Trust me, I'm not crazy. With that, he pushed open the half-open door and walked in. A tangled scent of incense and stale paper washed over him. The party room was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. Tony's guests sat around a large round table, covered with bizarre objects, tarot cards scattered haphazardly, ancient parchment scrolls half-opened, depicting incomprehensible astrological charts, and crystal balls that seemed to hold endless secrets in the candlelight. One of them waved a wand and muttered something, as if performing some mysterious spell. Everyone around him stared in awe, as if this ritual was something extraordinary. Seeing this, Tony's temples throbbed. Pepper's right, he thought. Maybe I'm really going crazy. These people were all frauds. How could Tony not see that? Someone once said Tony Stark was the smartest, most charming, and most rational billionaire in the world. Bruce later verified that it was Tony himself who had said that. I knew there was something fishy going on, Bruce later said. If that statement doesn't describe me, then it means nothing. Tony could only compete to be second smartest. Back in the present, no matter what, Tony Stark wouldn't truly be fooled by a bunch of charlatans. He simply wondered, if he kept reaching out to them, what if he could one day encounter a genuine one? Even Iron Man had to encounter a dead owl, right? Let me test you first, Tony thought, observing the immersive performance. Do you know what owls represent in the wizarding world? Answer correctly, there's a reward. Incorrect answers are punishing. With this in mind, Tony joined the gathering. 2 hours later, Tony rubbed his forehead and walked out of the room exhausted. I wasted 2 precious hours of my life, he sighed. I've tried so many times, is this method really not going to work? Just as Tony was thinking, he saw Pepper Potts standing before him, as if she'd been waiting for him. She was trembling all over, her expression utterly horrified. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at Tony. This was unprecedented. Tony was stunned. Pepper had always been disappointed in herself, so how could she be afraid of herself? Pepper, what's wrong? Tony rushed forward, grasped Pepper's shoulders, and asked gently, what happened? Don't be afraid, I'm here, I know what you're doing with those shamans. Pepper's voice was tinged with tears. Did you offend some unclean creature? Now they're chasing you home. What? Tony was a little confused. Owls, Pepper shrieked. 2 owls are waiting for you in the studio, and one of them can speak. She scratched her arm repeatedly, as if possessed by the filth herself. Hearing this, Tony's pupils constricted. Here they are. The owl he'd been looking for so long had finally found him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, I'll take care of it. Tony let Pepper rest, then stumbled towards the studio. From a distance, he could see that the studio was brightly lit. After opening the door, Tony first saw the back of a chair, and then the chair turned around. An owl in a suit and tie was sitting on his office chair, with a small cigar between its wings. There was also a smaller owl standing on the armrest, with an impatient expression, as if someone owed him money. The moment the owl in the suit saw Tony, a smile appeared on his face. Tony knew that birds could not make expressions like humans. But he could swear that this owl was smiling. Not only was it smiling, but then he saw the owl open its mouth and say coo. Chapter 231, Feelings are priceless, but you have to pay more. Tony noticed that when the suited owl called out, a reluctant look crossed the face of the little owl next to him. Nice to meet you, the little owl said. This is Master Katoom. You've met me before. I'm his translator. Bruce wouldn't just randomly give out his name. Even if it was a made-up one, he wouldn't. This scene was eye-opening for Tony. Master Katoom, he asked, rubbing his hands. Why does the master need a translator when he can't speak? Different owls have different talents, Bruce said, his eyes wide open. I'm a natural translator owl, able to speak the languages of all creatures, and Master Katoom is a magical owl, possessing the true meaning of the universe. I see. Tony didn't know if it was true, but he couldn't argue with Bruce's statement. Perhaps somewhere in the world, there was an owl kingdom. Let's just assume it was true. Master Katoom, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Tony pulled up a chair and sat down across from the 2 owls. Back in the Middle East, when I was at my most hopeless, you were the one who encouraged me to persevere? Cuckoo, that wasn't me, Bruce translated. You got the wrong owl, huh? Tony blinked, not expecting such a misunderstanding. Thinking back to when he'd forced his business card on Katoom, the owl had indeed hooted a few times. He probably meant to explain himself, but he just didn't understand at the time. Sorry, Tony apologized bluntly. It's my fault. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's okay. Bruce had become Katoom's mouthpiece. Since we were able to meet in the totem world, it means we have a special connection. The totem world, yes, Katoom nodded, and Bruce spoke for him. That's where Master Katoom, observe the universe. I was conducting a magical experiment at the time, and you suddenly barged in. I see, Tony nodded, suddenly speaking to himself. That must be an experiment related to quantum flow. In fact, I've been researching teleportation for a while now. From a scientific point of view, if you want to teleport to another place, you must first convert matter into a quantum state, and then use quantum teleportation technology to achieve instantaneous transmission. Katoom blinked, completely confused by Tony's words. Bruce, on the other hand, was lost in thought, trying to process Tony's thoughts in his mind. Tony was a technology enthusiast. When he talked about anything related to technological innovation, he would be immersed in it, unable to stop. Come to think of it, quantum research has actually helped me quite a bit. Tony suddenly stood up. Since you're all here, I wanted to show you something. I'd appreciate your feedback. It's a collision of ideas between technology and magic, isn't it? Stark, like a child showing off a toy, his face undisguised in his hope. Sure, Bruce was, of course, pleased to see it. The better Stark's suits were, the easier it would be for him to use. Stark, accompanied by 2 owls, entered his garage workshop. There, a silver-white suit stood. Upon seeing it, Tony's face lit up with an unprecedented tenderness, a tenderness he hadn't even felt for pepper pots. "This is the mark I," Tony introduced. "I developed it all on my own. It's beyond current technology. Of course, it's still just an empty shell. It needs the arc reactor on my chest to function. Wait, I'll put it on and show you." "No need." Suddenly, Bruce interrupted Tony's demonstration on behalf of Katoom. He wore an expression of embarrassment, which gave Tony a bad feeling. Was his research insignificant in the eyes of these owls? "What's the problem?" Tony asked, explaining, "This is just a prototype. It'll be constantly improved. Your research is excellent, but I've seen similar suits before, with designs more sophisticated than this one." "Impossible," Tony denied flatly. "The mark I is a completely my own invention. It's all my own thinking." Katoom sighed, a sentence that needed no translation. He reached out and pulled out a figurine-sized suit from among the feathers. The suit expanded in the wind, instantly reaching the size of an adult. Tony was stunned. It wasn't because of Katoom's enlargement and shrinking skills, but because the suit before him was virtually identical to the mark I in appearance. The only difference was the red and gold paint scheme, which looked much better than a simple bright silver and suited Tony's taste. He had a sports car with that same color scheme. This, Tony suddenly lost his composure. He crouched down, his hands rubbing the suit like he was caressing a loved one. "This suit is at least 50 years old," he examined. "The marks of time are obvious. Some parts are broken." Strange. The more Tony examined it, the more he felt something was amiss. "Has this suit been subjected to intense activity recently?" He pointed at the suit's chest. "Look at the cracks here. With the hardness of this nanoscale material, it's hard to cause such a wound. It's like a meteorite hit it." "It was a punch from someone," Bruce said. "Impossible." Tony shook his head immediately. How could a human have such strength? Bruce thought. He didn't say he was from Earth. Besides, the suit Tony saw was the most basic Iron Man suit, after Bruce had removed the nth metal, not the helmet armor. Otherwise, its strength would be even more astonishing, and even a meteorite wouldn't be able to break it. By this point, Tony had completely immersed himself in the suit, eager to dismantle it completely and see what was inside. "Something's wrong," Tony muttered. "This suit is entirely Stark Enterprise craftsmanship. If my memory wasn't flawless, I'd even suspect I made it myself." Of course, he was just saying it. Neither he nor Stark Enterprise could currently use nanomaterials to create a suit. They didn't have the ability to know, did they? "Where did you get this suit?" Stark couldn't help but ask. "Cuckoo, it's a trophy," Bruce translated. "If you want to know the details, I can show you for yourself. Please let me see it," Stark pleaded solemnly. "I'd love to meet the man who made this suit, too. He's a genius to rival mine." Hearing this, Bruce thought, Tony Stark was as narcissistic as the rumors say. And quite shameless. He had the nerve to say that with a true genius standing right before him. "Goo goo, okay, then you're ready." As Bruce finished translating, Katoom waved his hand, and the scene before Stark instantly shifted. He was no longer in his garage, but in a collection room. In the center of the room stood a figure in a blue battlesuit. When he turned around, his terrifying face made Tony feel physically ill. "That's Red Skull," Tony recognized him. "My father, Howard Stark, and Captain America defeated him together." Howard never boasted about such feats in front of Tony easily. He'd probably only said them 1,000 times. "He's probably not the Red Skull you remember," Bruce said. "This is a story from another world, another world." Before Tony could ask further, his attention was drawn to the collection in the collection room. In the center of the collection stood Captain America's shield, and next to it was the Iron Man suit he'd just seen. Beyond that, there was a wealth of equipment he had never seen before: gloves, helmets, capes. They all looked extraordinary, likely belonging to someone important. Soon, the image faded, and Stark returned to the garage. "This is a world where evil triumphed over good. We, the Owl School, saved that world, and thus obtained this suit," Bruce said. "As for who created it, we don't know." Tony was still lost in the image he had just seen, unable to extricate himself. He muttered, "But I think I know who it was. It was none other than himself." "Master Katoom, I need to confirm something with you," Tony stammered. "Are you sure this is another world, and not the future of this one?" "Of course it's another world," Bruce said sternly. "Do you think anyone can travel through time? Give up that idea." This is a topic you can't even touch. Alright, if it was another world, Tony could rest a little easier. That image just now was terrifying. The blue suit on Red Skull undoubtedly belonged to Captain America. It had just given Tony a terrifying thought. Was it Red Skull disguised as Captain America, or was it Captain America disguised as Red Skull? But now that it was confirmed to be another world, there was no need to consider such a terrifying topic. Now, it was Bruce's turn to feel curious. Aren't you actually interested in what's going on in the other world, the multiverse? I know the theory, Stark said. It used to be just science fiction, but now that magic exists, the multiverse isn't that uncommon. Bruce nodded, expressionless, yet a sense of defeat welled up within him. He'd been quite shocked when Katoom had explained the multiverse. I was only 10, Bruce consoled himself. It's normal to be surprised. No need to take it personally, back to the point. Tony breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the Iron Man suit before him had been created by his alternate self. He'd been truly terrified just now, afraid that his proud inventions had already been created by someone else. Living in someone else's shadow is the true fear of geniuses. But now it was different. Since it was all his, Tony had no problem absorbing the entire design philosophy of this suit and improving it into a better model. As for the Mark II, Tony wouldn't even look at it again. He thought, Newton once said that he achieved world-shaping research only by standing on the shoulders of giants. And now I'm standing on my own shoulders, so there's nothing wrong with that, although Newton's original intention was to mock his political rival, Hooker, for being a dwarf. That didn't matter. Master Katoom, I have a difficult request, Tony said, cupping his hands. Perhaps you would be willing to transfer this armor to me so I can conduct further research. Of course, the price is up to you, Gurgle, Katoom replied. Bruce didn't even react after hearing this. He turned to Katoom for confirmation before translating. I wish I did, but I don't, huh? Tony was also confused by this answer. After comprehension, he smiled bitterly. Why, Tony said. I know this armor is your trophy. I just want to buy it, not take it by force, cuckoo. I have deep feelings for this armor, Bruce continued, translating. It's helped me defeat countless formidable enemies. I don't want to see it torn to pieces. The suit has a price, but feelings are priceless. This, sigh, Stark was at a loss for words. He longed to obtain the suit, but Katoom was adamant in his refusal. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with more money. Or rather, it wasn't something that could be solved with tens of millions. What exactly could he do to get Master Katoom to agree? Tony struggled with this, until Katoom tucked the suit into his feathers, and the feeling of emptiness that woke him up. No. Tony felt like he'd lost his most precious love. The intense withdrawal symptoms made him feel like he was falling into an abyss. He had to have that suit. Master. Please reconsider, Tony said, lowering his composure. Didn't you just say we were meant to be? There's no need to reject me so quickly. You can make any offer. Would you mind reconsider? Hearing this, Katoom gave a thoughtful look. This rekindled Tony's hope. But in reality, Katoom was just chatting with Bruce via telepathy. Look, isn't it just like I said before, Katoom said. Stark will beg us if he's eager. We can make any offer. Are you getting cocky? Bruce said. This is all thanks to me translating for you. Your credit is only 30% at most, 70%, 50%. Any more and I won't discuss it with you. 50%, then. Katoom and Bruce played around like children for a while before returning their attention to Tony, acting as if they had been seriously considering the matter for a long time. Actually, Bruce translated Katoom's sigh. There's a deeper reason why I'm reluctant to give you the suit. Chapter 232 Crimson Magic. Tony's eyes lit up at this. A reason was good, as long as they were willing to share it, there was hope for a solution. What's the reason? He asked eagerly. You can't control this power, the owl said. You know, the technological sophistication of this armor exceeds humanity's current capabilities. Can you guarantee that the world is prepared for its arrival? Tony instantly understood Master Katoom's concerns. When a person possesses unparalleled power, becoming a hero or a villain is a matter of a single thought. I understand. Tony couldn't help but take this issue to heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that Katoom's immediate consideration showed that the Owl School truly cared deeply about the nation and its people. Tony lowered his head and pondered for a long time before finally coming up with a solution he thought was feasible. How about this? I'll set up a fail-safe mechanism, and you'll manage it, he said. For example, I'll create an Iron Man suit and also an anti-Iron Man suit. I'll give you the anti-Iron Man suit. If ever I lose control, you'll stop me. How would you describe this idea? This wasn't surprising to Katoom. This was a favorite insurance policy of American comic book characters. Batman, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, setting up this kind of insurance policy for themselves had become a path dependency. Ultimately, they were all creating their own fathers. It was with this in mind that Katoom let Tony make his own choice. Since someone had to create a father anyway, why couldn't that father be me? How can you guarantee this anti-Iron Man suit will be effective? Owl asked. I can. Never mind, Owl interrupted Tony. To Stark's surprise, he said, we, the Owl School, still believe in justice and hope for humanity. I'm willing to give you one chance. Just do as you say. Of course, if you lose control later, I won't hesitate to destroy you. Katoom took out the suit again and handed it to Stark. I believe you have the power to destroy me, Tony declared solemnly. If that day ever comes, please don't hold back. The deal was done. Needless to say, Tony paid hundreds of millions of dollars as a show of sincerity. For Katoom and Bruce, this sum was just pocket money. The real focus lay in the future suits. Tony would manufacture at least 3 of each Iron Man suit. One for himself, one for Katoom's safekeeping, and a third to be modified into an anti-Iron Man suit. All costs would be covered by Stark Enterprises. Tony felt he had made a profit. After all, this deal had leapfrogged a decade in technology. The current Iron Man suit was based on nanoscale technology from the moment it was created. Any price was worth it. Katoom and Bruce left Stark Manor. In just an hour, they had earned more than many could earn in their entire lives. But that didn't bring them joy. They no longer cared about money. Upon returning to the Hall residence, Bruce eagerly asked Katoom to transform him back into a human. After returning to human form, Bruce sniffed his cuffs. I still smell like an owl, he said with disgust. If you dare turn me into an owl again, I'll turn on you. What a terrifying threat, Katoom pouted. You're not worthy of being an owl, such a noble creature. That would be great, Bruce said angrily. He'd been playing translator the entire night. Katoom's little brother, bossed around by him. It was only because Bruce was kind and good-tempered. Otherwise who would have spoiled Katoom? I'm going to bed. Bruce didn't want to waste any more time talking to Katoom. It was bedtime, so he took a shower, scrubbed the owl smell off his body, and sank into bed. Katoom, assuming Bruce was genuinely angry, leaned over to take a look, only to find that the guy had fallen asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. The owl laughed in anger. You scold me and then go straight to bed without even giving me a chance to talk back, huh? Has Bruce been a little too heartless recently? Katoom thought. Maybe it was because the two of them were together that Batboy felt safe, and his originally suspicious character slowly subsided. This won't do. Born in worry and die in comfort, Katoom had to teach Bruce a good lesson. Katoom thought for a while, and after coming up with a good idea, he crawled into his own nest contentedly. The night gradually quieted down. Bruce had a dream, a very strange dream. The scene in this dream can be called terrible. Bruce saw the destruction of Gotham, and it was caused by his own hands. But this nightmare is full of loopholes. It's a bit strange. Bruce stood on the ruins of Gotham with his hands on his hips, thinking. Countless Gotham residents fell to the ground, looking at him with sad and hateful eyes. They were all Bruce's acquaintances, Alfred, Sheriff Gordon, and guys he had met once. Bruce could tell at a glance that they were hallucinations. That's enough. Although those characters are fake, their eyes are scorching. Bruce couldn't stand being stared at, so he took out the Supreme Wand from his chest and hid himself on the head. In an instant, all the scenes disappeared, and Bruce opened his eyes in reality. He sat up, recalled the scenes he saw in his dream, and suddenly found it a little funny. Someone wants me to have a nightmare, Bruce thought, but the means of dreaming are too crude, and the construction of the scene is also problematic. I don't feel immersed in this dream at all. Logically speaking, when being attacked in a dream, Bruce's radar of being persecuted should be ringing at this time. But the other party's means are not very clever. To create such a crude dream, either he's not well trained, or like Bruce, he lacks imagination. And, at this moment, in front of Bruce's eyes, a crimson light spread from his body all the way to Wanda's room. It is obvious who the murderer is. Doesn't this guy know how to hide? Bruce had a headache. How to deal with what happened tonight? Pretend that he didn't know? Impossible. Being bullied and not fighting back is not Bruce's character. He must retaliate. Isn't it just giving people nightmares? He will do it too. Breakfast the next day. Wanda had a pair of panda eyes and was indignant. She dug the oatmeal in front of her with a spoon. Every bite was like chewing her enemy. "What's wrong with you?" Pietro asked worriedly. "Why do you look a little unhappy? You are really observant," Wanda said coldly. "No, I just care about you." Pietro scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, but he soon reacted. "Wait, were you mocking me just now, huh?" Wanda swallowed the last bite of oatmeal, stood up and left. Pietro stayed there, confused. He lowered his head and asked Bruce on the other side, "She was indeed mocking me just now, wasn't she?" "She was praising you," Bruce said nonchalantly, "like I didn't notice Wanda was in a bad mood just now." Pietro frowned. "Is that so? But I still feel something is wrong." "Nothing is wrong, I'm done, you can eat slowly." Bruce put down his spoon, left the table, and returned to his room. Today is the weekend, and there is no need to rush to go to school. After Bruce finished breakfast, Katoom slowly flew out of the bird's nest. "Did you leave any food for me?" he asked. "Don't worry about your food for now," Bruce said. "Something happened last night, I need to tell you." "Then tell me." Katoom, with sleepy eyes, took out a few cans of food from his feathers. Bruce didn't leave any food for him, so he prepared his own. During the owl breakfast time, Bruce told him about the nightmare last night and the abnormality that happened to Wanda. "Didn't you say that her superpowers were triggered by the Mind Stone, but now, without the Mind Stone, she's still displaying extraordinary powers? This shows that the Mind Stone is just an opportunity. The triggering conditions are very diverse." Katoom smacked his lips and said, "Basically, Wanda's power changes with her mood. If she gets too emotional, the crimson magic might just come out. This is not without precedent. When Wanda and Pietro were trapped under the rubble, the second missile didn't explode, most likely because of Wanda's influence. Crimson magic is innate, the Mind Stone is just a triggering condition." "Is that so?" Bruce said, "but nothing has happened recently that has made her emotional." "Are you sure?" Katoom asked with a smile. "Are you still in the Cold War with her and haven't apologized to her?" "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Bruce said as if it was a matter of course. "She started it, so of course she should apologize first." "You're looking at it from your perspective. From Wanda's perspective, it's different. I can't help her if she thinks that," Bruce said. "I won't apologize anyway." "She's the only one who has to apologize?" "What was the reason for your fight?" Katoon suddenly asked. "Who remembers that?" Bruce said. "I already have too many unpleasant memories in my head. I don't have the space to remember them." "Okay," Katoon thought, "this explains why Wanda only lets Bruce have nightmares and not others. It means she hates Bruce the most. As for what she hates, maybe it's that Bruce won't apologize and insists on being in a cold war with her. Well, there's no point in saying anything now. I'll take care of it tonight," Katoon said. "Just sleep normally and I'll take care of the rest." "That's fine." Bruce picked up a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. "Why can't Wanda learn from you? Didn't we have a fight last night, and it was all over this morning?" "Who said it was over?" Katoon asked back. "Isn't it?" "There wasn't any originally," Katoom said, "but you just drank that glass of water, and now it's all gone." "What?" Before Bruce could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, a gurgling sound coming from his stomach, and he felt like he was about to lose control. He ran into the bathroom at lightning speed. At this moment, Bruce's speed was almost comparable to when he had the Speed Force. He even left an afterimage wherever he ran. If it were the suspicious Bruce from before, he would definitely not drink this glass of water. Katoom shook his head and said, "It's your fault for being so heartless lately. Let me teach you a lesson." Bruce spent most of his weekends in the bathroom. When the effect of the drug wore off, he looked like he was about to collapse. "Are you okay, Bruce?" Katoom asked with concern. "Seeing you like this, I really feel bad. Come and eat something to fill your stomach." "Get out." Bruce pushed away the toast that Katoom handed him. "That's better," Katoom nodded and said, "No matter how much we trust each other, you have to be careful about what goes into your stomach. I'm too lazy to tell you. Bruce will definitely take revenge for this, but not now. The owl must be very wary at this time. I have to wait a few days until he relaxes." When it was dinner time, Bruce still had no appetite. Although there was a rich meal on the table, he still didn't want to eat a single bite. "It's all your fault," Bruce accused. "You ruined a good day." Why use food when there are so many other pranks? Bruce now doesn't even want to eat. He can only sit aside and watch Pietro and the others wolfing down their food, thinking back to when he used to have such a good appetite too, except that he only looked better while eating. Wait, suddenly, an idea flashed through Bruce's mind like lightning. Has his appetite always been this good? That's not right. In order to maintain a disciplined lifestyle, Bruce used to eat only until he was 70% full, and only occasionally after a battle or high-intensity training would he replenish his energy. But lately, his life has been very dull, with few battles and low-intensity training. Even so, he's still eating at a high intensity. If he doesn't control himself, he'll be as fat as Katoom sooner or later. There's a problem. Thinking of this, Bruce suddenly turned his head to Katoom, lowered his voice, and asked seriously, "Do you know something?" "A little bit," Katoom said. "There's indeed a problem with the food, but strictly speaking, it's not a bad thing." So that's it, Bruce thought. No wonder Katoom had to pull such a prank today. It turned out that it was premeditated. At this moment, he began to reflect on whether he had indeed been a little slack before. "What's in the food?" Bruce asked. "Is it some kind of chronic poison? Hydra wants to use it to control us." "No," Katoom said. "Specifically, it is a hormone used to stimulate the potential of the human body. A small amount of intake is beneficial to the human body, and excessive intake will overdraw the body. You are still within the tolerance range now." "Stimulate potential?" Bruce's eyes unconsciously looked at Wanda. "So this is how the scarlet magic is stimulated?" Chapter 233 The Red-Haired Maid of Wayne Manor. "That's why I said you've been too lax lately," Katoom claimed credit. "Everything you ate was questionable, but you never noticed. Fortunately, it wasn't poisoned. I'm keeping an eye on it for you, but don't you have to be more careful next time?" Bruce's hormone intake was currently within normal limits. Any more would be a problem. "But I'm not facing this alone," Bruce suddenly said. "You'll keep an eye on things I haven't noticed. Even if I occasionally slack off, you'll keep an eye on things. We trust and support each other, right?" Batboy looked at Katoom, his resolute eyes as if to say, "This is the meaning of partnership." Katoom was stunned for a moment. Had he heard correctly? He'd actually heard the word trust from Bruce? "You kid." Although the words sounded touching, Katoom couldn't help but ask, "Is this trust just for me, or for everyone?" But Al didn't say anything so depressing. "Eat less Hydra food from now on," Katoom said. "Don't worry about running out of food. I can take you to Kamar Taj to beg for food." "No problem," Bruce said. "If Kamar Taj kicks us out, I'll just eat roasted owl." That night, Bruce fell asleep peacefully, just as planned. Katoom watched beside him. Around 2 in the morning, the expected crimson light appeared again, connecting Wanda's room to Bruce's, connecting the two. The moment the crimson magic touched him, Bruce frowned in his sleep. The nightmare was taking hold. But soon, Bruce's brow relaxed, and a sneer appeared on his lips, clearly noticing something was wrong with the nightmare. Katoom watched this scene, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. "Is it my imagination?" he thought. "The more I look at it, the more I feel like this crimson light connecting the two of them is like a red string." It was as if Wanda had stretched out a red string of fate, binding her and Bruce together. This couldn't be right. Katoom thought. If Wanda and Bruce were together, Diana would be cheating. While Bruce had a low moral compass when it came to relationships, a natural scumbag, that was not the case with Katoom. He only supported the couples he liked. "But there's nothing I can do," Katoom thought. Ultimately, this is Bruce's business. He had promised Diana that he would help him keep an eye on Bruce. But that was just watching, not interfering. Bruce was already showing signs of waking up. Just like last night, he couldn't endure this awful dream even a second longer. Sure enough, the next second, Bruce opened his eyes. The light dimmed and slowly began to dissipate. Wanda's magic had failed once again. "You saw that?" Bruce said to Katoom, wiping the tiny beads of sweat from his forehead. "I wasn't the one who started it." "Should I retaliate?" "Indeed," Katoom said. "Go ahead if you want to. I'll go see what's going on with Wanda." He ignored Bruce, flew out of the room, and using the disillusionment charm to disappear, he slipped into Wanda's bedroom. Inside, Wanda sat on the bed, legs crossed. A strange flush etched on her face, the magic's failure clearly weighing on her. "How could it fail?" she muttered to herself. "It worked perfectly on Pietro." Now Katoom understood. It turned out that Wanda had experimented with Pietro before giving Bruce the nightmare. as expected of a sister. Still, Wanda didn't seem to realize that the magic's failure was Bruce's fault. She thought she had done something wrong. I'm going to get retaliated against again. And have that nightmare again, Wanda sighed softly. Damn Bruce, he's going to laugh at me in my dreams. It seemed she hadn't figured out what went wrong with the magic, and she'd even mistaken Bruce's subsequent revenge for the magic's backlash. Katoom wondered, was this girl just a little bit clueless? Although she knew she'd have nightmares next, Wanda wasn't quite up to the task of staying up late at her age. After holding out for a while, she finally blinked and drifted off into deep sleep. Let me see what kind of nightmare you're having, Katoom finally waited for. Let's see what Bruce is up to. With that, he flew out of his body and into Wanda's mind. A flash of white light revealed Katoom to a familiar setting. Wayne Manor. Katoom nearly laughed out loud. Bruce had said Wanda's dream-making abilities were terrible, but he wasn't much better. At least Wanda's dreams were based on Bruce's memories. Batboy, on the other hand, showed no concern for Wanda's memories, recreating scenes familiar to him. Woo, 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 a cry echoed, and Katoom flew in pursuit, spotting a small, red-haired girl in a maid's outfit scrubbing the floor with tears streaming down her face. Behind her, an owl, wearing a black eye patch and holding a whip, looked sinister. The owl lashed Wanda with its whip, cursing and lashing. Get to work. You're so lucky to work for Master Wayne. Woo, woo, woo. Wanda's tears deepened, but she dared not stop, scrubbing the floor faster and faster. Though she felt no pain in her dreams, the shame was deeply engraved in her heart. Seeing this, Katoom was furious. Well, you're actually plotting this against me in your dreams. The whip-wielding owl was clearly Katoom. Let go of that girl. Katoom flew over and kicked the dream-constructed owl, instantly dissolving. Then, Katoom seized the whip and lashed Wanda with it. Get to work. Stop dawdling. Woo woo woo. Wanda was completely despairing. Before she knew it, the vast floor of Wayne Manor was scrubbed spotlessly clean. Wanda worked so hard that the floor even reflected the light. Just then, Bruce appeared. With his hands behind his back, he slowly strolled up to Wanda and took in Katoom. Why are you here? Bruce frowned. You're such a mean owl, sneaking into a little girl's dream in the middle of the night. How dare you say that to me? Katoom sneered, but stopped arguing. Wanda stood nearby, her head bowed, a look of fear on her face, as if she had truly put herself in the shoes of a maid. Master Wayne, she said timidly, the floor's all clean. Really? Bruce sneered, snapping his fingers. Alfred appeared at the end of the hallway. The old butler, still the demeanor of an English gentleman, stood straight, one hand clasped behind his back, the other holding a trash can. With a powerful swish, Alfred splashed the contents of the trash can onto the floor. Some even stained Wanda's maid dress and white socks. Wanda's eyes flashed with despair. Her hard work had been so easily ruined by Bruce. You call this clean? Bruce sneered. I've never seen a maid as lazy as you. Clean the floor again. You won't eat until you're done. Wanda bit her lip hard, tears streaming down her face. Her grievance was palpable. What a sin. Katoom shook his head, throwing the whip aside. Bruce had created such a nightmare, no wonder Wanda hated him so much that morning. Forget it, I'm not going to get involved in your business anymore, Katoom thought. Wanda would have to seek revenge sooner or later, and he had to be careful not to spill Bruce's blood. He turned and left Wanda's dream, returning to reality. In her sleep, Wanda's tears had soaked the pillow, and she was still mumbling in her sleep. I'm sorry, Master Wayne, I'll get to work. I'm really not slacking off. Please forgive me. Woo woo woo. So pitiful. Katoom thought, he used to be on Bruce's side, but not anymore. Bruce is a complete jerk. Every night after that, this pattern repeated itself. Wanda constantly sought revenge, but each time she failed, and then she would return to her dreams to serve Bruce tea and water. Over time, Katoom could sense that there was something wrong with the way Wanda looked at Bruce. That hatred, the way the oppressed look at their slave owner, threatened to devour Bruce alive. Bruce felt a bit miserable every day, a deep, humiliating pain. He and Wanda were still in a cold war, silent. Otherwise, Bruce could have pretended to be a good person and asked if Wanda had a nightmare. But that wasn't possible. Time passed unnoticed. One day, Katoom suddenly sensed a prayer from Tony Stark. This was their previously agreed upon method of communication. Whenever Stark prayed to the owl totem, Katoom would sense it. Bruce, there's news from Stark, Katoom said. It seems the first improved suit is ready. Let's go check it out. I'm not turning into an owl, Bruce said reflexively. Go by yourself. Are you really going to be so upset now? Katoom said nonchalantly. Isn't that improved suit for you? Bruce was speechless. In this moment of hesitation, Katoom preemptively acted, transforming Bruce into an owl once again. Okay, just consider it me forcing you, Katoom said. You can be mad at me later, but let's go now. Bruce had no choice but to retort. Katoom had already given him enough leeway, and he didn't want to argue. Then, two owls flew out of the room and headed for Stark Manor. As they flew through Manhattan, where Stark Corporation's headquarters were located, suddenly, Katoom stopped, his eyes widening as he gazed down into the basement of Stark headquarters, where the weapons and equipment department's production workshops once stood. Oh my god, he had barely finished his words when a massive explosion echoed through the ground. A large hole had been blown in the street, and a figure emerged from it, accompanied by a series of screams. Something's wrong, Bruce said. Thanks for the heads up, Katoom said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed. With a loud bang, the figure landed on the ground. It was enormous, constructed entirely of black metal, with a ferocious appearance and armed with countless weapons. Pedestrians on the street screamed and fled, but a group of uniformed men, fighting against a crowd, surrounded them. They were SHIELD agents. But the giant iron mass showed them no regard. How could mortal flesh stand against the might of machinery and technology? It's the Ironmonger, Katoom said. Stark's uncle Obadiah made this armor based on the Mark I. Mark I? Bruce asked. Isn't that pure garbage? That's true for us, but not necessarily for them. At this moment, Obadiah, manipulating the Ironmonger armor, extended his palm, extended the machine gun, and blasted the crowd. The SHIELD agents, hidden behind cover, were suppressed by the intense firepower, unable to even raise their heads. Should we take action? Bruce asked. This is a piece of cake, just cast the next spell to protect the crowd from harm. Katoom's face suddenly darkened, as he remembered something more important. Obadiah had actually been working on Ironmonger, but he couldn't activate it. The reason was that he couldn't get the arc reactor working. He eventually came up with a solution. He took the one from Tony Stark's chest. The price he paid was that Tony nearly died in his own home. No wonder Katoom had been hearing Tony's prayers grow increasingly urgent since a while ago. It seemed like he was dying, constantly begging for help. Bruce, you stay here and do whatever you want, Katoom said. But I have to go see Tony. He's praying to me, after all, so I have to give him some respect. Aren't you going to transform me back? Bruce asked. Do you even need to? Katoom retorted. It's just Ironmonger, a guy barely even a starter village boss. Do you really need to use all your strength? That was true. Bruce thought for a moment, and realized that he could handle Ironmonger in his owl form alone. Alright, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Tony Stark was indeed dying. He had lost the arc reactor that sustained his life, and his days were numbered. The only thing that could save him was the discarded item he had previously replaced and made into a decorative piece. Tony was crawling on the ground, unable to stand. His strength was exhausted, and he couldn't even reach the reactor on the table. Someone save me, he prayed in his heart, the feeling of death more intense than ever. Master Katoom, do you hear me? He shouted with all his might. Then he collapsed to the ground, unable to do anything else but wait for a miracle. Chapter 234 Civil War, Prelude. Years later, Tony Stark still couldn't forget that scene. Nearing death, he saw an angel descend from the sky, an owl-like figure clutching the life-saving arc reactor in its talons. Whoosh! Stark breathed a sigh of relief. He had already placed the old reactor on his chest, escaping the shadow of death. I don't know how to thank you, he said to Katoom, who stood beside him. It seems you heard my prayers. Thank you, I will definitely repay you for saving my life, but Katoom didn't consider his accomplishments particularly remarkable. According to the original timeline, it was the robotic arm he had built that saved Stark and helped him retrieve the arc reactor. But now, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Tony had left the arm in the garage, nearly killing himself. Now, Katoom was simply trying to undo the damage he had done. Cuckoo, you don't have to be so polite, Katoom said. Oh, right, you didn't bring your translator owl, so you can't communicate with humans. Of course, all Tony heard was a series of owl hoots. He quickly accepted this and said to Katoom, I'd love to continue chatting, but the situation is urgent. Obadiah has taken my reactor. If I leave it unchecked, it could be disastrous. He then immediately called for his AI butler, Jarvis. Hello, sir. Jarvis's voice was uniquely magnetic. Glad to see you're back to normal. I couldn't do anything but call an ambulance, and they're on their way. Send them back. I don't need them anymore, Stark said. Jarvis, activate Project Iron Watch. Yes, sir. After Jarvis finished speaking, Tony looked at Katoom. If it weren't for this incident tonight, I would have shown you this tomorrow. A small mechanical owl flew over from a distance. Tony opened his arms and let it land on him. Then, the owl's body melted like liquid, spreading over Tony Stark's body, completely enveloping him. It wasn't actually liquid, but a nanoscale armor structure. It was simply so tiny, millions of tiny particles combined together, that it looked like mercury spreading. In the blink of an eye, Tony Stark was fully dressed. This new Iron Man suit, in red and gold, lacked the sharpness of metal. Its lines clung to the body, yet it exuded a sense of power. This is an improvement based on the nanoscale suit you provided. It's completely ahead of its time. I've named it a Blood Edge armor. Even at this point, Tony still wanted to show off. Well, it's not bad, isn't it? The power of technology is as great as your magic, Katoom responded expressionlessly. Alright, Tony understood Katoom's point and asked stubbornly, at least you should admit that you were awestruck just now. There was no response. Katoom didn't even bother to grunt. Tony was instantly deflated. He stopped showing off. The lack of response was boring. The wizard was too difficult to please. He'd show off to Pepper Potts later. Now it was time to deal with Obadiah. Let's go. Tony opened his arms, aiming them at the ground. The next second, blue flames erupted from his palms and the soles of his feet, sending him soaring into the air with immense momentum. Katoom followed closely behind, easily catching up to Tony. Are you serious? Mid-flight, Tony was stunned to see Katoom catching up. I'm reaching Mach 3 and accelerating, and you caught up so easily. Of course, his astonishment went unanswered. Well, it seems you're a quiet person. Tony felt a little frustrated. His supposed achievements were now worthless in the eyes of others. Just how terrifying was the limit of a wizard's abilities? Soon, they arrived in Manhattan, at the scene of Ironmonger's rampage. Obadiah. From a distance, Tony called out Obadiah's name. This was once the person he was closest to and most trusted. After being kidnapped, Tony had suspected everyone except him. But the one who ended up stabbing him in the back was his Uncle Obi. Ironmonger wasn't acting right. Instead of firing at the stationary area as before, he sheathed his machine gun and bolted down the street. HMPH, trying to escape, Tony gave chase without a second thought, quickly leaving the downtown area. A group of SHIELD vehicles followed them, forming a black tide. Without anyone noticing, Katoom suddenly accelerated, overtook Ironmonger, flew into the cockpit, and pulled out a little owl. What are you doing? Katoom glanced inside. Obadiah was fine, though he looked a little dazed. Bruce, on the other hand, seemed elated, as if he hadn't finished yet. I calmed him down for a bit, Bruce said. I was going to subdue him, but this cockpit was so alluring I couldn't resist, so Ironmonger's sprint was actually Bruce racing? When are you going to stop this car craving? Katoom said angrily. Besides, this isn't a car. It's not like you haven't worn a mech before, it's different. Bruce shook his head. My previous suits were basically just armor, but this is different. This is a humanoid mech with a cockpit. I don't understand. Katoom shook his head. Okay, Iron Man is here now. Don't let anyone see you were behind the wheel. What a shame. Bruce was still a little itchy. The experience just now was truly unforgettable. He'd just driven the Ironmonger, and he hadn't hurt anyone or destroyed the city. He'd just been whining and forcing him to stop. It was so annoying. In a flash, Iron Man plummeted to the scene like a meteor. Hey, the translator's here too, he said, catching sight of Bruce and waving. We'll talk later. Stay away from that giant tin can. It's dangerous. Obadiah must have been heavily weaponized. Katoom and Bruce exchanged a glance before simultaneously flying away. Tony extended his palm cannon, aiming forward, maintaining a guarded stance while shouting, Obadiah, get out here. There was no response. Obadiah, do you hear me? Tony inched closer, feeling confident. With a Blood Edge suit's defensive capabilities, ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The reason he was moving so slowly was that Tony hadn't yet decided how to deal with Obadiah. Should he deal with him there or leave him to the government agents behind him? Regardless, a beating was a sure thing. With no response from Obadiah, Tony finally approached Iron Man. Then, Iron Man, previously frozen in place, suddenly flashed red in his eyes. He spun, his hands aimed at Tony, and unleashed a barrage of projectiles. The projectiles exploded against Iron Man's body, igniting a cloud of smoke. But then, Tony emerged from the cloud unscathed. I knew you wouldn't surrender. Tony seemed to be energized. Since Obadiah had attacked, it proved he had no guilt. Then, he couldn't be blamed for what happened next. Elsewhere, Katoom nudged Bruce with his wing. Did your Imperious curse wear off so quickly? How could that be possible? Bruce shook his head. It's just Ironmonger's self-defense system. I was so focused on racing that I forgot to turn it off. Tony had already reached the cockpit. He reached out and removed the outer covering on Ironmonger's chest, revealing a dazed Obadiah. Huh? Tony was confused. What was going on? Was Obadiah driving the Ironmonger too fast and pretending to faint? Before he could process what was happening, applause erupted behind him. Tony turned to see two owls enthusiastically applauding him with their wings. Katoom said. Congratulations, Bruce translated. You just saved the citizens of New York. You're a true superhero. I didn't. Tony tried to be fair. He had done nothing. Obadiah had knocked himself unconscious. Judging by his dazed expression, he must have hit his head. Don't be so modest, Bruce said with a smile. If you hadn't showed up in time, Obadiah would have been running all over the road. If he had hit a few innocent bystanders, it would have been a huge sin. I really didn't. Tony was a little discouraged. This was the first appearance of the Bloody Edge suit, and this was the result. First, he was despised by Owl, and then Obadiah knocked himself unconscious. This was completely unworthy of the Bloody Edge suit. Just then, the SHIELD convoy, which had been chasing him, arrived at the scene. Hands up, the agents got out of their cars, using the doors as cover, and pointed their guns at Tony. One of them shouted, "Let us see your hands. Don't move. Believe me, going against the government will do you no good. I didn't build the suit to fight you." Tony's frustration was beyond words. He possessed unprecedented strength, but either the enemy was incompetent, or the one pointing the gun at him wasn't even an enemy. He first shouted to the group of agents, "I hold you harmless." After making his position clear, he turned and looked at the stunned Obadiah. "This is our final warning. Don't move." The agents maintained their restraint, but Tony ignored them. He wasn't on the payroll, so he didn't need to listen to any agents. Tony reached out and plucked the arc reactor from Ironmonger. This was his core technology, and he wouldn't give it to the government easily. Then, he grabbed Obadiah and threw him far away. This action triggered a stress reaction in the agents. "Fire!" someone shouted. Immediately afterwards, countless bullets were fired, hitting Iron Man, clanging and clattering, as dense as raindrops. However, these firepower did not even leave a mark on Tony's body. "You can hit me as much as you want, I won't fight back." Tony stretched out his palm cannon and fired a shot at Ironmonger. After a violent explosion, Ironmonger's armor was destroyed in the flames, which made Bruce feel distressed. "Don't give it to me," he whispered. At this moment, the reaction of the SHIELD agents was also extremely intense. They looked at the destroyed Ironmonger suit with painful expressions on their faces, as if their parents had died. This should have been their trophy. SHIELD had long thought of how to recover Ironmonger and transform him into equipment more suitable for SHIELD operations. But Tony's shot directly destroyed their dream. How could they report back? Their expressions betray their true thoughts. Katoom, who was watching the fun, said to Bruce, "I bet they must have known about Obadiah's private actions for a long time, but they never took any action to stop it. Instead, they waited until the Ironmonger was completed before taking action. The good guys let them do it and let them take the spoils. What a wonderful idea. Obadiah, I leave him to you." After Tony finished all this, he said lightly, "I hope you can make him get a fair punishment. Remember, he almost killed Tony Stark. If you want to convict, you must let Stark be a witness. He will be happy to do so." After saying this, he opened his hands and pointed at the ground, about to leave. However, at this moment, a figure came running from the distance. He took a step, stepped on the roof of the SHIELD vehicle, and leaped into the air. In mid-air, he swung a circular shield from his hand. The shield flew and hit Stark. The tremendous impact made even Tony, wearing the blood-edged armor, unable to help but take a few steps back. The circular shield spun in the air and flew back into the hands of the figure in a way that defied the laws of physics. "Oh no," said Katoom. "Why is this guy here at this time? It's so late now, shouldn't he and Peggy be enjoying their own time together?" When the figure landed, his true appearance was revealed: Steve Rogers, the former Captain America, now Captain Owl. Stark had never seen that black outfit before, and seeing this man standing with SHIELD, he subconsciously thought he was also a SHIELD agent. "Looks like someone important has arrived, right?" Tony said indifferently, rubbing his chest. That blow had been truly powerful. Even through the suit, the force had reached Stark's chest. "What rank are you?" Tony shouted at Captain America. "With your caliber, why didn't you stop Obadiah just now?" "I'm not an agent," Steve said coldly. "I'd like to ask, what exactly are you and your accomplices researching?" Chapter 235 Iron Man was beaten. Accomplices. At that moment, Tony felt an indescribable amusement. He was caught in a dilemma, whether to explain first or laugh. "Do you really know what you're talking about?" Tony said. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I just destroyed that giant tin can with my own hands, so what?" Steve said coldly. "It was just a quarrel between you two." "You?" Tony was truly amused. He retorted, "What evidence do you have for saying that?" "It's simple." Steve's eyes blazed with confidence and wisdom. This gesture drew everyone's gaze, wondering if he truly possessed some insider information to make such a judgment. Even Tony stared at him intently, eager to hear his opinion. Steve glanced around and said with unwavering determination, "Because you're all robots." As soon as these words came out, countless ironmongers raced through Tony's mind. "I'm a human," he nearly yelled. "Not a robot." "Do you really think I know nothing?" Steve shook his head. "I don't understand technology, but how could a human look like you?" "Because I'm wearing a suit of armor." Tony wanted to pry Steve's head open and see what was going on inside his head. Even Katoom and Bruce, watching from the sidelines, couldn't speak up for Steve. What's Steve been up to lately? Katoom couldn't help but wonder. Has he just watched that sci-fi movie about robots and hasn't come back to reality yet? When Steve appeared, his attention was focused on Tony and he didn't notice them. Katoom and Bruce then hid their bodies slightly to continue their conversation. Tony had lost interest in continuing the conversation. He shook his head, feeling that talking to Steve any further would only make him look like a fool. Where did this fool come from? He tried to leave, flames already erupting from his palms, but Steve wouldn't give in. "You can't leave." He leaped up again, directly above Tony, gripping the shield with both hands and slamming it down. All the while, he was still shouting, "What's your purpose? Why are you going after Stark Enterprises?" With that, the reason Steve was there became obvious. "No wonder he left Peggy behind to show up here," Katoom whispered. "It's because of Stark." When Ironmonger had appeared before, he'd caused an explosion at Stark Enterprises headquarters. Steve, unsure of the cause, had seen the news and assumed it was a terrorist attack against Stark Enterprises. This was Howard's legacy, and Steve felt a responsibility to protect it. Tony found Steve's attitude amusing. He stretched out his hands, and his palm cannons suddenly fired, striking Steve's shield and blunting his attack. "Who do you think you are, a shareholder of Stark Enterprises?" Tony scoffed. "Even if I want to sell Stark Enterprises, that's my business. You have no right to interfere." "You still want to sell Stark Enterprises?" Steve's eyes widened. "I get it. The person behind you must be a mole inside Stark Enterprises." "There's no one behind you," Tony roared. "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I'm a human in a mech, not a controlled robot." "Then take off your mask," Steve said. "If you're truly human, why don't you dare show your face openly?" Tony was speechless after hearing this and then seeing the helmet the man was wearing, which only revealed his chin. "How dare you say that about me?" "I didn't mean to hide my identity," Tony said. "But I won't tell you here. Even if I did, I'd have to hold a press conference and announce it under the spotlight." "Whatever you say," Steve couldn't bear to hear any more. "At the end of the day, you're still afraid to take off your helmet, no matter. If you don't want to, Steve, will do it for you myself." He charged again, unstoppable and unstoppable, like the mightiest quarterback on the football field. Simultaneously, Steve's muscles swelled and creaked, unleashing the full power of the super soldier serum. Furthermore, something new slowly emerged within him. Tony didn't take Steve seriously. He believed the suit he'd perfected, built on the shoulders of giants, was no match for a mere mortal. However, everything went against his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Steve's figure appeared before him, his terrifying speed surpassing human limits. Something seemed amiss. "Jarvis," Tony was about to ask his butler to analyze Steve's movements when he was struck hard in the face by the shield. There were no fancy techniques. Steve simply relied on his own strength, combining his shield with his punches, striking with all his might. The impact of the blow was unmistakable. A visible dent appeared on the face of Tony's helmet. "Warning, Mr. Stark," Jarvis' voice echoed in Tony's ear. "That punch just now had an instantaneous force of over 5 tons. "Thank you, that's the timely reminder," Tony said sarcastically. Tony's nanosuit had the ability to repair itself, and the dent in his helmet began to heal. But the burning pain on his face made him feel like he'd been slapped. But that wasn't the end of it. Steve's attack didn't let up at all. He tackled Tony to the ground, raising his shield and pounding him hard. Tony tried to fight back, but Steve seemed to have seen through his tactics and pinned Tony's hands with his knees, preventing him from firing his palm cannons. Wave after wave of fierce shield strikes hammered Tony's chest, like a tidal wave, unending. Iron Man's suit was beginning to break. While the nanosuit would repair itself, there was no doubt that Tony was completely overwhelmed. Steve was like a tireless monster, ready to tear the suit apart with his bare hands. "Enough," Tony finally roared, his Iron Man suit fully activated. 2 full-power electromagnetic pulses emanated from his shoulders, using the powerful impact to knock Steve off him. Tony was finally able to stand again. "Monster," he muttered, "where the hell did this monster come from?" In fact, even after Steve's ferocious attack, Tony himself remained relatively unscathed. But what truly broke Tony's defense was the immense humiliation. The Iron Man suit he had painstakingly developed couldn't even last a single round against this guy. "Sir, please don't be so discouraged," Jarvis' voice chimed in. "Based on a comprehensive data comparison, the bleeding edge armor has an overwhelming advantage. Your research is not in vain." Tony was no fool. Of course he understood Jarvis's point. The suit wasn't the problem. The problem was Tony Stark. His lack of combat experience hampered the suit's performance, making him a sitting duck. "I have a suggestion," Jarvis continued. "You can let me take over the bleeding edge armor. I'm 97% sure we can win this battle." If the AI's previous statement was somewhat euphemistic, now it was straight up snarling. It was like telling Tony to just hang up and let the AI win. "Shut up," Tony gritted his teeth. "Even if I lose, I'll lose on my own." He returned his attention to Steve. The electromagnetic pulse had struck him hard in the chest, burning a large hole in his suit. It didn't harm Steve personally, only causing a slight redness on his skin. At the same time, the owl symbol on the round shield lit up, clearly some unknown force protecting Steve. Jarvis, unfazed by Tony's rejection of the suggestion, continued working. He was an AI, unaffected by human emotions. "Sir, I've analyzed the opponent's fighting style and generated a report." Several holographic windows appeared before Tony's eyes, playing different images. There were images of him being beaten, as well as some related footage, ancient and dating from the Second World War. "Captain America," Tony frowned. "You mean, this guy's fighting style is very similar to Captain America's?" "Yes, even identical," Jarvis said. "And based on the concern he just showed for Stark Enterprise, we have reason to suspect he could be Captain America himself." Tony fell silent for a moment. A few months ago, if someone had told him that Captain America, missing for 70 years, would reappear, he would have scoffed and ridiculed the person. But now, with so many strange and bizarre things happening, the reappearance of someone who had been missing for so long was no longer so hard to accept. Steve Rogers, the name was all too familiar to Tony. His father, Howard, mentioned him at almost every opportunity, always praising him, as if Steve were perfect. In contrast, Tony himself had hardly ever received a single compliment from Howard. His father's assessment of him was always disappointment. "If it really is Captain America, then I can't afford to lose," Tony gritted his teeth. "I'm going to defeat him and prove my father wrong." He was wrong. Captain America is no match for me. He wasn't just going to fight, he was going to defeat Steve in every way. "Come on," Tony roared, his fighting spirit igniting. But before he could finish his words, Steve punched him hard in the face. Steve was no longer just a super soldier. Now blessed with the Owl Totem, his strength was constantly growing, reaching new heights. "Sir," I suggest you avoid close combat, Jarvis said. You need to use your suit's strengths, keep your distance, and attack with all your weapons. Good advice, Tony exclaimed. But don't you see, he's the one who's tackling me now. I can't shake him off. Steve was too fast, his punches relentless, leaving Tony no chance for resistance. Tony could only fire pulses and lasers, trying to cause Steve some trouble. But every time he prepared to fire his weapon, Steve would instantly sense it and block with his shield. The unique texture of vibranium absorbed every blow. This level of combat prowess was unlike anything Tony had ever seen. Pulses were absorbed, beams were blocked, punches and kicks were parried, and Iron Man was steadily losing ground to Captain America. Aided by his owl totem, Steve was no longer a mere threat. Tony's nanosuit was slowly being torn and peeled away. In a last-ditch effort, he formed a sword from nanoparticles and swung it at Steve. Clang, sword and shield clashed, a clanging sound. Steve followed suit with another punch, sending Tony stumbling backward again. Stop. Stop. This time, Tony didn't continue the attack. He extended his hand in front of him, signaling Captain America to stop. A normal person would never have stopped at this point, but would have pressed on. But Steve was different. He actually paused, waiting for Tony's next move. With a moment to breathe, Tony took a deep breath, lowering his head to look at his chest. The arc reactor was nearly shut down. It was an old-fashioned device, deployed only as a temporary emergency measure, and now it was finally reaching its limit. We'll fight next time. It's not that I can't beat you today, it's just that I'm not in good shape, Tony said. My reactor isn't in top condition and needs adjustment. Besides, I didn't eat dinner, and I'm feeling dizzy and unfit to continue fighting. Steve had stripped Tony's suit countless times during the previous battle. Although he hadn't seen the true face beneath the helmet, he had seen Tony's human form. He had, of course, realized that the tin can before him truly contained a person, not just some robot. Can I understand your begging for mercy? Steve said calmly. You no longer have any hope of victory? Beg for mercy? No. Of course not. I'm challenging you to fight, Tony said. How about this? Let's set a time and place, get in top form, and have a good fight. It's true I'm not feeling well today. I have a headache, otherwise I would have won long ago. Steve was speechless. He wasn't stupid. In the previous exchange, the opponent had missed countless opportunities to counterattack and unilaterally allowed himself to be beaten. It was clear that this guy had no combat experience at all. Even with the power of the mech, there was no hope of victory. Okay, Steve was no longer as persistent as before. Since the opponent was not a robot, but a human, his hostility was less intense. The only thing to guard against now was him invading Stark Enterprise. What time and where? Just state it clearly now. Chapter 236 Orphans always have a connection. Shame. Back at the studio, Tony was left alone, furious. This was the Iron Man suit's debut battle, and it had ended in such a disastrous end. Even more mortifying was that this defeat had nothing to do with the suit's performance, it was entirely his fault as the operator. Sir, anger won't solve anything, Jarvis soothed. You should think carefully about how to handle the upcoming fight in a month. After the battle with Steve, they had finally scheduled their next fight. Tony had chosen a date, next month. Don't worry about that, Tony shook his head. Isn't it just about improving your combat skills? A week is plenty. He had been a prodigy since childhood, mastering technology, business, and even the social world with ease. With a little time to learn these simple combat techniques, Tony was confident they would improve dramatically. I suggest you focus more on improving the suit, Jarvis said. Just add a few auxiliary combat features, and you'll easily win. Stop talking, Tony shook his head. He had had enough of Jarvis's criticism. I know what to do. Believe me. I've come this far, and I've defeated countless opponents. How could a mere Steve Rogers, a relic of the last century, a tear of the times, still be so powerful in the 21st century? Tony would defeat Steve head-on, the man his father Howard had always cherished. And then, in that moment, he would remove his helmet and, in the glory of victory, reveal his true identity. Inside SHIELD, Coulson hurried into Director Fury's office. He held documents, clearly having something important to report. However, when he saw Fury, he noticed a deep sadness on the director's face. What's wrong, Director? Coulson decided to put his own affairs aside and pay attention to the director first. Nothing, Fury shook his head. slipping his magic book into a drawer, not intending to tell Callison the truth. It wasn't a big deal. It was just that he had recently gained a deeper understanding of the Harry Potter story. It turns out that magic books can reveal not only words, but also images. Furthermore, these scenes were thoughtfully edited into a cinematic format, ensuring Fury never felt bored. The reason Fury looked a bit sad just now was because he had just witnessed Snape's death. Snape's undercover identity resonated with Fury, a secret agent. Therefore, seeing his death, he inevitably felt a sense of grief. "Let's get down to business." Fury looked up at Callison. "What happened?" Obadiah confessed, Callison said. He confessed everything, including his conspiracy against Tony Stark and the origins of the Iron Man suit. "So fast?" "It's only been less than 12 hours, Fury rubbed his brow with 2 fingers. "I thought he could hold out for at least 2 or 3 days. There's no need for him to hold out." Callison flipped through the documents in his hand. "Obadiah has been very cooperative and has expressed his willingness to serve as a tainted witness to expose the true nature of Stark's organization." "What is that?" "Tony Stark is endangering American public safety," Callison said. "He created the Iron Man suit, which has extremely powerful mass destruction capabilities, but he's unwilling to release it to the public, let alone nationalize it." It's amazing that Obadiah thought of this angle. Fury took the documents from Callison and flipped through them himself. In fact, it was at this moment that he realized that the other person wearing the suit last night was actually Tony Stark himself. But Fury wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, he felt it was par for the course. It seems Obadiah was quite capable, having worked alongside Howard from scratch to build an arms empire. After reading the documents, Fury casually slammed them on the table. With his confession, he really can't die. Those powerful figures would undoubtedly be deeply interested in the Iron Man suit. If Tony refused to hand it over, Obadiah could be the key to bringing down Stark. "Is that all?" Fury asked. "Did you say Stark was practicing some occult ritual?" "How is the investigation going?" "Nothing unusual has been found." Callison shook his head. "It seems Stark is simply seeking some solace after his kidnapping." Fury thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Given the horrors of life and death, it's understandable that he'd become a bit superstitious, but I have a feeling it's more complicated than that. Keep investigating. I'll await your follow-up." "Okay." With that, Callison left the office. Fury picked up the report and read it with interest. Obadiah had indeed actively cooperated during the interrogation, but he lacked any scientific talent. He only knew how powerful the Iron Man suit was, but had no grasp of its true manufacturing methods. The so-called Ironmonger was merely a modified version of the Mark I, and Stark had even blown it up. But on the other hand, Obadiah was a brilliant businessman, possessing incredible salesmanship. With just a few words, he vividly portrayed the Iron Man suit's power. Even Fury was tempted, let alone the Capitol Hill bosses. "I wonder how Stark plans to handle this kind of pressure." Fury pulled out his secret notebook, flipped to the Avengers page, wrote Tony's name, and then put a question mark. "Let's wait and see," he whispered. Over the next period of time, while Tony continued to refine his suit, he also began to focus on improving his fighting skills. He hired the best coaches, assembled a professional team, and then signed up for the UFC. The UFC, short for Ultimate Fighting Championship, is a completely undisciplined martial arts competition. Anyone was allowed to participate, any form of attack was permitted. Both teams were locked in the octagon, each trying to defeat their opponent. When Tony actually showed up for the match, the entire nation assumed he'd gone mad because of his kidnapping experience. They couldn't understand why a pampered, wealthy young man would torture himself like this. On the television broadcast, whenever Tony showed up, he was being beaten. Whether Tony improved his fighting skills or not was a question, at least the audience was entertained. Seeing the rich get beaten up was a popular sight everywhere. When Katoom and Bruce saw Tony again, they saw a man covered in bruises. "I was just putting on a show, not showing my true strength," Tony explained to the two owls from his wheelchair, his usual tough talk. A replay of a recent match played on the screen next to him. In the octagon, Tony was hit in the face by his opponent's back kick, falling to the ground. It looked terrifying. "I knew how to dodge that kick," Tony continued. "I just didn't react." "Do you have any special hobbies?" Bruce asked. "Do you like being beaten? Then just tell me, I can introduce you to some heavyweights." "How is that possible?" Tony shook his head. "I can now last more than 20 seconds on the ring." That's a huge improvement. I have a lot of combat experience, combined with a blood edge suit. His strength had skyrocketed. Defeating Steve was a piece of cake. Bruce understood Tony's desire for quick results, but going all out right from the start wasn't very effective. It could even backfire. Just as he was about to persuade him, Katoom interrupted. Don't try to persuade him. He grew up in success and has his own pride, just like you. You can't persuade him back. Tony clearly wanted to rely on his own strength and wisdom to crush Steve. But Katoom had to admit, this kind of special training was ineffective. Steve is also a member of the School of Owl, Bruce told Tony. This was the reason they had come to Tony this time. When he sank into the glacier and was rescued by us, he was blessed with magic, making him much more powerful than you imagined. I kind of guessed, Tony said. I saw the owl on his shield and guessed he must be connected to you, so I wanted to say thank you. Why? Bruce asked. Tony smiled. Isn't it obvious? Steve is my father's friend. He'd be very happy to see you rescue him. Although Tony and Howard had only conflicts and disagreements during their father's lifetime, never understanding each other, after Howard's death, the passage of time gradually faded, leaving only Tony's lingering obsession to prove himself. To prove he was stronger than his father. Now, having just experienced Obadiah's betrayal, Tony's emotions were softer than usual, and when he spoke of his father, memories of the bitter rivalry were no longer the focus. In fact, I practically grew up hearing stories about Captain America, Tony said. Every time our family gets together, the old man always talks about how brave he was during World War II, how he and Captain America destroyed Hydra together. Then, after a moment's thought, he added, oh, and there's Miss Peggy, too. It was the three of them who destroyed Hydra. I heard Miss Peggy passed away recently, and I'm so sorry. Peggy's rejuvenation was, of course, top secret, and SHIELD couldn't disclose it. So, the explanation for Peggy's disappearance was that she had died. The funeral was quickly held, and an empty coffin was buried in the cemetery. On the surface, everything was over. But Bruce had no reason to hide anything for SHIELD. Peggy's not dead, Bruce said. Steve magically restored her to youth, and now the two of them should be living a happy life together. Rejuvenation. Tony was momentarily in disbelief at the word. Could Steve already be capable of such a thing? What was the difference between him and God? Tony's confidence in winning the fight suddenly dimmed. How did he do it? Tony asked. I mean, how did he master such advanced magic so quickly? It's not very advanced. Bruce shook his head. Then, with an expression of deep reverence, he looked up at the sky and said, and the reason he suddenly became so powerful is because he chose to serve the Owl God. The Owl God. Tony frowned. Can humans believe in that? Of course they can. Having laid all the groundwork, Bruce finally got to the point. Faith in the Owl God can create miracles you never imagined, Bruce said. Giving power, rejuvenation, resurrection, it's all possible. Wait, Tony suddenly interrupted Bruce. His pores bulged, he gasped, and his expression was terrifyingly shocked. What did you say? Faith in the Owl God. Next, gain strength, rejuvenate, return to life. Yes. That's it, Tony, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, ignored the injuries and pain and rushed to Bruce in an instant. Can the dead really be brought back to life? Yes, it can, but the conditions are very strict. Bruce knew what Tony was thinking. Orphans always had a deep connection. At least the body must be preserved intact, otherwise the person you remember won't be the one you remember after resurrection. Bruce hadn't lied about that. Even if the Dionysus factor could reanimate bones, it couldn't recreate a body. Stark's parents had been dead for so long, and if they were resurrected now, they would only exist as Slytherins. Unless he could find a Hufflepuff cup. This, Tony's newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished. He was devastated, muttering to himself, that's right, there are definitely limits to how this can be accomplished. Seeing that miserable look, Bruce saw a different version of himself. Bruce had once harbored such unrealistic hopes. Goo goo. Then, Katoom suddenly said something that surprised Bruce. Katoom was willing to go this far? He didn't hide it, translating it to Stark. Judging from your expression, the people you're hoping for probably won't be resurrected. Bruce thought for a moment and continued, but while they can't return to the human world, we can take you to see them as spirits. Really? Tony's excitement was rekindled. He was truly awed by magic. Whenever he felt his wits were at their wits' end, it always offered him unexpected hope and surprises. What should I do? Tony asked hesitantly. Kill myself first, go to heaven, and then resurrect you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. I have long been a member of the Owl School. That doesn't have to be so extreme. Bruce hadn't expected Tony to think of such an angle, but honestly, it was feasible. Killing himself first, then seeing his deceased loved ones, and then being resurrected, it was like a trip, after all. If there weren't simpler methods, Bruce might have considered it. Just let your soul leave your body, Bruce said. It's very simple and painless. Tony heard this and thought it must be painful, otherwise the other party wouldn't have emphasized it so much. But it hurts, as long as I can see the person I want to see, it's worth it. So what's the price? Tony asked. What do I need to pay for this journey? Is it just faith in the Owl God? Faith isn't a transaction. Believe if you want, Bruce shook his head. Just consider it a small favor this time. We don't ask for anything in return. Tony suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Freeloading wasn't his style. He'd find a way to repay later. So when can we leave? Tony asked. Any time. Tony was overjoyed. Then, he paused. After a moment's hesitation, he said, let's do it tomorrow. He'd actually considered going straight there today to see his deceased parents, but then he realized he couldn't go empty-handed. He needed to make some preparations, gather all his achievements over the years, and show them to Howard, so he could know his son was more capable than he'd imagined. Tomorrow, then, Bruce nodded. Tomorrow night, be ready, and we'll come find you. With that, he and Katoom left. Tony pressed the button on the wheelchair armrest and swung it to the window. He watched the two owls fly away, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Jarvis, he suddenly said, compile my achievements over the years into a book and print it out. I need it tomorrow. Yes, sir, Jarvis' voice rang out. Does that include sleeping with every Playboy cover girl? What do you think? Of course not, Tony scolded. How can I tell my mom about that? You need to show me more of my business achievements. He had to show Howard the vast empire he had created. My current physical injuries shouldn't affect my soul, right? Tony looked at the bandages covering his body. His muscles were damaged to varying degrees. If his mother saw this, she would definitely be heartbroken. Mr. Stark, the information is organized. Jarvis' voice rang out again. In the brief silence he had just had, he had already compiled all the information. It just hadn't been printed yet, and that was the part that would take the most time. Let me see. Tony picked up his phone and swung it forward. A holographic image appeared before his eyes. It listed all the world-changing achievements he'd made since taking over Stark Industries at the age of 21. Smart weapons, advanced robots, satellite targeting systems. Tony schemed through the information, his interest suddenly growing dull. Do these even count as achievements? He couldn't help but wonder, what would the old man say if he saw this? Tony could already guess. Howard would frown and say in that stern voice, Tony, you've certainly done a lot, but where are the achievements you want me to see? I only see you imitating me, following my path. Where are your own innovations? Tisk. Tony smacked his lips. He was so impressed by Howard that just imagining what his father looked like in his mind nearly brought him to a fight. None of these achievements are impressive, Tony concluded. If he really wanted to show Howard something, it had to be something Tony could do, but Howard couldn't. An Iron Man mech, Tony thought, then quickly dismissed it. Ultimately, the core technology of the Iron Man suit lies in the arc reactor, but that, too, was Howard's creation. Tony pondered for a long time, unable to come up with an answer. He clutched his hair, his expression utterly dejected. He had to admit, he hadn't surpassed Howard in any way. He still lived in his father's shadow. I have to do something. He struggled to stand from his wheelchair, but the sudden movement caused his muscles to ache, and he collapsed to his knees. Sir, Jarvis's voice had barely rang out when Tony reached out to stop him. I can stand on my own. He pressed the watch on his wrist, and a mechanical owl flew in from a distance, transforming into countless nanoparticles that enveloped Tony's body. The blood-edge suit was finally donned. With the suit's assistance, Tony's movements were no longer a struggle. He stood up easily and moved as normal. Steve Rogers, Tony suddenly uttered the name. Yes, it was the only significant achievement he could think of. Defeating Steve Rogers, That was something Howard could never do. The fight has to be brought forward. Tomorrow, Tony thought. He had to meet Howard tomorrow night, so he had to complete his bout with Steve during the day. The problem now was contacting Steve. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem. As the night deepened, Manhattan remained bustling. Stark Tower towered beneath its neon lights. The streets previously damaged by ironmonger had been largely repaired. The dark sky was like a curtain. Suddenly, a searchlight shone from the tower's apotheosis, illuminating the curtain like a new moon. At the center of the moon, a shadow etched itself, the image of an owl, its wings spread high. Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, stood atop Stark Tower, gazing up at the sky, quietly waiting. Soon, a voice echoed from behind him. "If I'm not mistaken, our fight is in 10 days. Tony turned to see Steve, still in his black suit, suspended in midair, slowly descending. His feet rested on his shield. Steve couldn't fly, but his shield could. "That's really unexpected," Tony said, his lips twitching. "If I remember correctly, your shield was a gift from a close friend, right? And you just stepped on it. You guessed my true identity." Tony's revelation of the shield's origins effectively revealed his true identity. Steve found it incredible, because, in the public's view, Captain America had been dead for 70 years. Even if he hadn't intentionally changed his behavior, the most he could think of was a fan or imitator of Captain America. Who would just guess Captain America right off the bat? Unless, this guy had an informant in SHIELD. "That's not hard to guess," Tony said. "I'm a genius." For some reason, the emphasis in his words suddenly struck Steve as incredibly familiar. 70 years ago, there was someone around him who constantly boasted about being a genius, claiming their wisdom was enough to change the world. Sadly, things had changed, and that person was no longer alive. "This shield is truly a gift." Steve leaped from the shield, landing safely on the rooftop. He removed his mask, no longer concealing it. "But it's still a shield, and it has its uses," Tony grumbled internally, never having heard of a shield designed for flying. "Okay, let's get down to business," Steve said, changing the subject from the shield. "Why did you call me here today?" They'd agreed on this meeting method, just in case, but it hadn't been put to good use. "First, I need to tell you something," Tony said. "About my true identity. Only after you've explained it can we proceed." "That's right," Steve nodded. "Actually, I think I have a good idea of who you are." "Then you're right." Tony chuckled softly, and his helmet automatically retracted, revealing his bruised face. "Yes, I'm Tony Stark." As he finished speaking, the rooftop suddenly fell into deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the night wind. Then, Tony saw an unprecedented look of shock on Steve's face. "Tony Stark," Steve said, stunned. "How could it be you? Shouldn't it be Mandy?" "Who then?" Tony asked, surprised. "The security guard at Stark Tower," Steve said honestly. "I've done a lot of research, and I think he's the most likely candidate." At that moment, Tony cursed everyone out. He'd rather guess at a security guard than Tony Stark himself. Was Steve secretly looking down on him? Besides, Tony had just called himself a genius. Wasn't the word genius enough for Steve to connect with? "I never thought it was you." Steve's expression suddenly turned sad. "Tony, Stark Corporation is your father's legacy. Why are you selling it?" "When did I?" Tony was about to retort when he suddenly remembered that before their last fight, Steve had said something similar, trying to gain the upper hand verbally. Steve had actually taken it seriously. Sigh. Finally, Tony could only sigh. "That was just a rant." "Don't take it seriously." "I suppose so," Steve nodded. "If it wasn't rant, I just think you were crazy." Now that Iron Man's true identity had been revealed, Steve saw the original fight as a dead end. He'd wanted to fight before because he'd believed Iron Man was a mole within Stark Enterprises. But now that the truth was out, Iron Man was Stark, his original concerns were gone. "So you're here today to clear up any misunderstandings," Steve said. "You want to tell me that our fight was pointless?" "No," Tony shook his head. "On the contrary, I want to tell you that it's best to move our fight to tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Hearing the time, a hint of hesitation crossed Steve's face. "Does it have to be tomorrow?" "Why do you want to move it forward?" "Because I have to see my dad," Tony said. "So I want to get everything done first, to see Howard." Steve's expression was odd. "Are you going to die?" "No," Tony almost gasped. While Steve's assumption was perfectly natural, It just felt off. I'm going to meet my father's spirit, in a way you can't understand, Tony said carefully. Steve immediately thought of what Tony was going to do. Is it an out-of-body experience? How do you know? Because I've experienced it. He'd used that method to meet Peggy before. Tony was silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on the owl on Steve's shield. Right, I should have thought of that, Tony sighed. You should have known Master Katoom. After all, your shield is in his shape. I've been a member of the Owl School for a long time, Steve said frankly. I'm Master Katoom's second disciple, second only to Bruce. Bruce, hearing the name, Tony asked curiously. I haven't heard of that name before. Who is he? That little owl next to Katoom, Steve said. Bruce is very humble. He never gets cocky about being the master's disciple. Not only that, he often argues with the master. Probably discussing magical matters, so that's it. Tony finally realized why the two owls were inseparable. Bruce often engaged in conversation when he was around, sometimes even before Master Katoom was silent. It turned out he was quite special. Next time we meet, I'll have to apologize to Bruce for looking down on him, Tony couldn't help but think. Back to the point. Before learning he was going to meet Howard, Tony had considered humiliating Steve. But then he changed his mind because he realized something. If he concealed his identity and fought Steve, even if he won, he wouldn't be able to show off to his parents. Howard would definitely say, "Did you create this armored weapon just to challenge others to a fight?" And then Tony would be speechless. After all, fathers are creatures who always find ways to teach their children a lesson. Tony thought to himself, he would never do that again. I'm going to continue the fight, but not in the same way as before. Tony pointed his finger, and the helmet covered his face again. Then, a holographic image emanated from his eye area. In the image, a three-dimensional architectural pattern slowly rotated. This is a criminal den in Eastern Europe, Tony said. According to local witnesses, they saw many children enter and then were never heard from again. Let's have a fight to see who can find those children first, how about it? With this kind of fight, Howard wouldn't have much to say, right? Although Tony himself felt it was a pity. All those days of fighting in the ring had been in vain. Chapter 238, Firepower Suppression. Eastern Europe. Steve was puzzled by the location. How did you know there was a criminal operation there, so far away? Information is globalized, you old fogey. Tony shook his head. And you think Stark Corporation, after all these years selling arms, doesn't have any intelligence network of its own? Eastern Europe had been home to several major clients, and Stark also had branches there. He always knew about things that weren't right before anyone else. Steve thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed to Tony's request to modify the fight arrangement. In fact, even if Tony hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone to Eastern Europe to investigate the operation after learning the news. Shall we leave tomorrow? No, we can leave now, Tony said. That way, we can reach our destination tomorrow morning. With that, flames erupted from the soles of his Iron Man suit's feet, and Tony slowly ascended into the air. Now let's show our skills, he said. If you can't reach Eastern Europe tomorrow, it's not my problem. With that, he transformed into a meteor, soaring high into the sky, and disappeared in a flash. Steve stood there, shaking his head with a wry smile. As expected of Howard's son, he was just like his father. Then, he swung the shield in his hand, leaped up, and stood on it, soaring into the sky. His speed was so fast that he soon caught up with Stark. The two flew side by side, one flying horizontally, the other vertically. Tisk, Tony was somewhat disappointed that Steve hadn't caught up. He said grumpily, "Has anyone ever told you that your flying style is like stepping on a manhole cover?" "Not really," Steve said. "Does it really look like that? Your father designed this shield, and he probably did use a manhole cover as a reference." "You?" Tony couldn't say any more. To mock the shield any further would be to mock his father. He could only change the subject and ask something more interesting. "What kind of power did you gain from the School of Owl?" Tony was genuinely curious about the rewards of worshipping the owl god. "I didn't gain any power," Steve said frankly. "What I gained was this vibranium shield, with an owl totem on it, that can change the laws of physics." "Change the laws of physics? That's a bit much," Tony scoffed. As a tech enthusiast, he knew that if physics could be changed, modern science would be devastated. He couldn't accept that. "Then I'll wait and see how you change the laws of physics." Tony said this, and the flamethrowers under his feet increased their power. He immediately soared out, leaving Steve far behind. A few hours later, He arrived at his destination, Sokovia in Eastern Europe. Tony heard the name of Sokovia every now and then. The country had been in civil war for several years, and both sides used weapons from the Stark Corporation. During the Civil War, the people of Sokovia suffered immensely, and both sides exhausted each other to the limit of their endurance. The only victor was the Stark Corporation, which profited greatly from the war. Before being kidnapped, Tony had once thought, if only there were more clients like this. Now, Tony felt like a beast. Snow season had already arrived early in Eastern Europe, a light dusting of snow covering the ground and scattered flakes drifting from the sky. The Iron Man's suit slowly descended, the flames beneath his feet melting the snow to create a clearing. Tony now stood before a vast forest. Let me see. Tony clicked on the window in front of him, and intelligence about a legendary hideout appeared before him. Someone once got lost in this forest and stumbled upon this manor that looked like a military fortress. Sounds like something out of a horror novel, Tony grumbled, but in his heart, he took this information very seriously. The lost man was clever enough to spot the manor from afar but didn't approach, giving him a chance to escape and leave the forest. But he later told others about this incident, and soon after, he vanished as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. They must have been dealt with, Tony thought. The other party's eagerness to silence him only reinforced the suspicion that something was amiss with the manor. According to people living nearby, this forest is perpetually shrouded in fog, making even those with the best sense of direction get lost. But for Tony, this wasn't a problem at all. It was a different era now, and a naturally formed maze like this could only protect against ordinary people. How could it possibly protect against satellites? Tony didn't even hesitate, clicking on the satellite view of the area. The Stark Corporation had its own private satellite, readily available. He didn't fly directly up to observe because he was worried about the presence of anti-aircraft weapons. While those wouldn't be able to harm him, they might alert the enemy. So, it's here. Using the satellite view, Tony easily located the manor hidden in the forest. It was indeed a well-hidden location. Jarvis had thoughtfully planned a route for him, and with the satellite positioning system, Tony could reach it with his eyes closed. Then let me see, what are your origins? With that, Tony headed straight into the forest. Sure enough, Tony quickly located the manor. A quick scan revealed every firepower point, both visible and hidden. Just as he'd feared, the area was heavily armed. If they exposed themselves to him, they'd be met with overwhelming firepower. Luckily, I'm a master of my intellect, Tony thought. His mission now wasn't to start a war, but to uncover the truth about this manor. The Iron Man's suit had an invisible coating. While it couldn't deceive the naked eye, it could easily evade all sorts of mechanical surveillance. All he had to do now was sneak in unnoticed. That was exactly what Tony thought. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up. Just as he'd planned his move, a black dot appeared in the sky, growing ever larger. Immediately, all the artillery points around the manor activated, machine guns pointed out, trained on the uninvited visitor. Tony looked up, saw the true form of the black dot, and cursed uncontrollably. Holy shit! Unsurprisingly, the growing black dot was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. Steve streaked through the snowy sky, shield raised before him, and plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The wind whistled in his ears, a feeling like skydiving that reminded him of the past. The ground was near, his shield touching bottom, the vibranium absorbing the impact. Steve somersaulted back to a steady footing. Hold still, then, a shout echoed in his ears. Several heavily armed soldiers were already waiting. As Steve appeared before them, automatic rifles were already raised, trained on the intruder. Countless black muzzles were trained on Steve, ready to fire without hesitation if he made the slightest move. Steve froze in his place. He observed the situation from the corner of his eye. The soldiers had formed a crossfire, leaving him with nowhere to escape. But it didn't matter. He had come in so brazenly, having expected this kind of situation. Calm down, he said this, but suddenly, his foot stomped, sending his shield flying off the ground and into his hands. Fire! The soldiers reacted instantly. A flurry of gunfire followed. Steve instantly raised his shield, and the bullets clattered against it with a clanging sound. After the round was exhausted, the soldiers witnessed an unforgettable sight. Despite the all-encompassing firepower, the enemy remained unscathed. Thanks, men, Steve said, wielding the shield. With the blessing of the Owl Totem, he was impervious to harm while holding it. The shield automatically blocked any potentially damaging attacks. Then, without giving the soldiers any chance, Steve hurled his shield into the air with a powerful thrust. The round shield flew in a beautiful arc, striking a soldier's head. The soldier grunted and fell to the ground, soundless. Then, the shield, naturally bent by the impact, ended its trajectory at the head of another soldier. Ding dong dong, the shield continued to change direction, flying through the air before finally returning to Steve's hand. The moment Steve took the shield, all the soldiers fell to the ground simultaneously. A perfect clearing. After dispatching the first wave of enemies, Steve didn't let his guard down. In his daily life, he might seem like a clueless, primitive man, but on the battlefield, he was at home. Like a shark, he could smell blood from 1,000 miles away, observing everything on the battlefield with complete awareness. Reinforcements are on their way, Steve whispered to himself. They'll be at least 3 minutes away. There's a bunker 50 meters away with 2 machine guns inside. Another 50 steps away, there's a self-propelled machine I don't recognize, but I'm familiar with the barrels, and, he paused. A smile broke across his face, and he turned and said, "You're here so soon." It was Tony Stark, who gnashed his teeth, ready to devour Steve alive. "Do you know what you're doing?" Tony raised his hand, aimed it at Steve, and charged his palm cannon, then unleashed a burst of fire. Steve stood still, neither dodging nor dodging, allowing the laser cannon to pass through his ear and strike the bunker 50 steps away. Accompanied by several screams, a firing point was pulled out. "You didn't even duck," Tony sneered and dropped his hand. "Weren't you afraid I was going to attack you?" "Of course not," Steve maintained a smile. "Since we're fighting side by side, we should trust our comrades." Besides, Tony might have been angry, but Steve hadn't seen a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "I know I can't understand people like you." Tony shook his head and demanded, "Why make such a fuss? Wouldn't it be better to sneak in slowly?" "No need," Steve said. "Tactics must be tailored to the situation. I've observed all the firing points from the sky. From now on, we'll just charge head-on." Everyone has the impression that Captain America is a master tactician, having led his team to countless tactical miracles. But this is actually a misunderstanding. Steve does have a knack for tactical leadership. For example, in Avengers 3, he proactively chose to deactivate the shield and led his men in hand-to-hand combat against Thanos' army. But to assume that he always employs tactical means is a mistake. Facing an evenly matched foe, one certainly needs to use their brains. But facing a far weaker foe, a straightforward attack is the end. Steve threw his shield again, and this time it flew far away. Then, with a bang, an automatic artillery device exploded on impact. The shield soared again, then charged towards another device. Tony had learned his lesson this time. He had already made plans for those devices. In fact, those weapons were also products manufactured by Stark Corporation. Tony had intended to hack into the main control system and take control of those weapons, but compared to Steve's current actions, it was far less effective. In a flash, when the shield flew back, the surroundings were filled with explosions. Steve turned and waved at Stark, signaling him to follow. "Don't give me orders," Tony scolded. Steve had just acted like he was his subordinate, which made Tony extremely annoyed. "Isn't it just suppressive fire? I can do that too." Tony soared into the air, scanning the system, and soon, the current situation was reported back. Just now, Steve had thrown his shield once, and it had already neutralized all the surrounding firepower. Now, Steve was shouting as he charged into the manor. Soldiers kept closing in on him. Steve crouched and ran, shield held before him, charging forward, staring down the incoming fire. He was like a bull out of control. "This is insane." Tony soared through the air, continuously emitting electromagnetic pulses, providing covering fire for Steve, allowing him to charge into the manor. Once Steve broke into the building, Tony didn't hesitate and flew in after him. "What the hell is going on?" Inside the manor, Baron Strucker roared. This sudden intrusion had caught him off guard. Where did this army come from? What was the purpose? How had he been exposed? Mr. Baron, in the distance, a soldier ran towards him, shouting, and Baron Strucker hurried to meet him. "So, have you figured out the situation?" "How many are there?" "2, the soldier trembled. "There are only 2 of them." "What?" The Baron couldn't believe his ears. Just 2 people could storm his fortress? An extremely ominous premonition rose in his heart. No, he suddenly realized a problem. I have to quickly destroy the information hidden here, especially the information about the Maximoff siblings and Bruce Wayne. Chapter 239 The Belief in Victory. Baron Strucker didn't really care about the three children. They were just spies planted with an SHIELD, and Hydra had no shortage of them. What he truly wanted to conceal was the existence of the metahuman orphanage. That was a loss Hydra couldn't afford. There was no time to lose. The Baron stood up and headed for the terminal room, where all the information about the manor was stored. He prayed that everything was still in time. Hydra soldiers were also stationed within the manor, so it wouldn't be that easy for those two to break through, right? Tony and Steve walked side by side down the manor's corridor, their heavy footsteps creaking the wooden floorboards. I thought you were a cautious man, Tony said, shaking his head. He extended his hand and casually unleashed a palm cannon, sending a foe charging from the corner flying. And you're so reckless. It's not recklessness, it's faith. The faith to win. Steve threw his shield, its trajectory colliding and twisting through the corridors, knocking down several reinforcements. He reached out to catch the returning shield, and the fact you can say that shows you haven't studied me much. Meanwhile, Jarvis echoed Tony's voice. Indeed, Mr. Stark. Captain America's actions are known for their boldness, like the Battle of Klossburg, Tony blurted out. This was Captain America's first official battle, and his father, Howard, fought alongside him. Howard boasted about it to Tony for over a decade, right up until his death. Tony dug up the details of the Battle of Klossburg and was shocked to discover the truth. That battle pitted Steve against an entire Hydra fortress, with Howard merely flying him there. The so-called side-by-side relationship probably only existed when Steve was in the co-pilot seat. Oh, no, that was Peggy Carter. So, from beginning to end, Howard had never been alongside Steve. I actually went to infiltrate that battle, but it failed and I was forced to break out, Steve explained, hearing Tony mention the Battle of Klossburg. Back then, I wasn't sure what to do, and there were hostages in the fortress. But things are different now. Now he could easily find a different way to infiltrate. The two of them made their way deeper into the manor, easily dispatching countless soldiers along the way. So far, so good, Steve said. Hopefully, it'll go on smoothly from here on out. Don't forget to investigate the missing children, Tony said. Whoever gets to the bottom of it first wins. Then why are we still traveling together? Steve chuckled. Just then, they turned a corner, next to a staircase. Let's split up. Go upstairs or continue deeper. You choose, then I'll go upstairs, Tony said. He had already detected a figure upstairs, different from the soldiers, running frantically through his heat sensor. It was most likely the owner of the manor. If they could capture him, the truth behind the missing children would be revealed. Steve, I'll be leaving first then. Tony's feet erupted in flames as he soared again, flying out of the corridor window, circling the castle until he reached a room on the second floor that looked like it housed the data terminal. Upon entering, soldiers ambushed there immediately attacked him with a variety of weapons, primarily machine guns, but Iron Man remained unscathed. Everyone, stop. Let's talk it over, Tony said, raising his hands. Just then, he unleashed a burst of fire from his shoulder-mounted machine gun, emitting an electromagnetic pulse from his palm, knocking out every soldier. Tony nodded, pleased with his accomplishment. He wasn't French, so raising his hands wasn't necessarily a sign of surrender. It could have been a sign of aiming. It's nice talking to you, Tony said. All the soldiers collapsed, unable to respond. Only one soldier, sprawled, grumbled, not happy at all. Being alive is the most rewarding thing. Tony smiled and casually fired another pulse. The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he remained motionless, his life or death uncertain. Iron Man advanced deeper. Spotting a scientist busy at a computer terminal in another room, he reached out and knocked him down with a blast. Tony glanced at the computer screen, then unfurled his Iron Man armor and stepped out. The suit released some nanoparticles, forming support structures in Tony's legs, allowing him to walk with greater agility and prevent falls. Activate alert mode, Tony said. The Iron Man suit raised its hand, gathering energy in its palms for immediate release. Tony then pulled out a small electronic device and placed it next to the computer. It lit up and began copying all the data from the terminal. Okay, Jarvis, you know everything. Soon, all the data was downloaded. Baron Strucker arrived just as the download progress bar neared 100%. As he pushed open the door, the Iron Man suit, on alert, spun around, its palm cannon trained on him. "Oh, sorry, we're full." Tony shrugged at the Baron, then took in his features and froze. "I've met you, or rather, seen your information," Tony said with a frown. "You're a major client of our company, buying a lot of arms. I remember your name is Wolfgang von Strucker." "He's an old German nobleman from the Black Banner." "You know my name." Baron Strucker's every pore went into a state of alarm. "I've never personally purchased your weapons." "Oh, but you have connections to several of our major Eastern European clients. Anyone would know there's something fishy going on. We need to investigate." Baron Strucker was even behind the Sokovian Civil War. "So you're the owner of this manor, and this is your base?" Tony unplugged the small electronic device from the computer terminal and slipped it into his pocket. "I had so many questions for you, but now I don't have to." With a data terminal, Tony would reveal the entire manor's history and secrets. The Baron, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Hand over that storage drive." Without hesitation, he drew his pistol from his waistband and fired. Tony, without his suit, couldn't stop the bullet, but in the blink of an eye, the Iron Man suit transformed into nanoparticles, clinging to Tony's body. Boom! The bullet struck Tony's chest, but by then, the Iron Man suit had already been fully suited. The immense kinetic energy of the impact caused the bullet to instantly deform upon impact with the Iron Man suit, crushing it into a thin sheet of metal, which fell to the ground, unattended. "You were the first to strike," Tony said without a word, unleashing a burst of energy, striking Baron Strucker. The man fell to the ground, trembling, his body occasionally pierced by arcs of blue electricity. "Hey, wait!" Tony suddenly realized this was a golden opportunity. Steve had been listening to all the advice he'd given, and he'd come to a single conclusion: when you have an absolute advantage in strength, you don't need to follow tactics or military strategy. Just go for it. "Stand up, Stark." Tony emerged from his Iron Man suit once more, his demeanor normal thanks to a few nanoparticles forming a support structure. He challenged the Baron. "I'll give you one more chance to defeat me head-on." He'd spent the better part of a month practicing combat techniques. It had to be put to good use. Otherwise, the beating would have been for nothing. Baron Stark slowly climbed to his feet, his paralyzed muscles beginning to recover. Tony, imitating Steve's charge, roared and charged at Baron Stark. He reached the Baron and knocked him to the ground, but the Baron struggled free with his feet and got back to his feet. Tony charged at him again, crashing through a door and landing heavily on the floor of a room filled with computers. Stark rose to his feet, the fighting skills he'd learned from the beating resurfacing in his mind. He finally embraced the Baron and delivered a guillotine strike, knocking him unconscious. Whoosh! Tony breathed a long sigh, releasing his grip, and the Baron's body fell to the ground. "I won," Tony cheered. He had defeated a formidable foe solely through his own strength. Suddenly, applause erupted from outside. Steve walked in, took in the scene, and said, "Not bad, Stark. I underestimated you." Just 2 weeks ago, the opponent was a complete novice, completely clueless about combat. 2 weeks later, he could paralyze his opponent's muscles with electromagnetic force, then achieve victory through head-on confrontation. Tony Stark, he had achieved something he could boast about to future generations. "When did you get here?" Tony asked Steve. "During the fight," Steve said. "I searched the entire first floor, but couldn't find anything related to intelligence. Then I realized the real target was on the second floor." When he finally reached the upper floors, he witnessed Baron Stark's battle. Tony, relying solely on his physical prowess and combat skills, had defeated the limited Baron Stark. "You won." Steve glanced at the computer screen behind Tony, an area he wasn't particularly skilled in. He hadn't anticipated the Baron's computerized storage of all his intelligence. If he had known, Steve would have been more proactive. Of course, now that computers and information technology were involved, Steve's chances of success were practically zero. "You can go see your father now," Steve said. "When is it?" "Tonight, about best," Tony said. Tonight, if nothing goes wrong, he was going to follow the owls and explore the place where the souls of the deceased reside. Steve was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Can you take me with you?" "Huh?" Tony asked, puzzled. "I'm going to see my parents." "What's your business? Howard is my friend after all," Steve said. "And Peggy would be happy to see Howard again." Tony was speechless, not knowing how to respond. It wasn't just Steve who was involved, Peggy was also involved. He really was just going for a family reunion. "Okay, Tony finally compromised. After careful consideration, Howard was important to Steve, and Steve was also very important to Howard. Not only because Steve protected America, but also because Steve was Howard's most valued friend. Seeing him again would probably make his father happy too. "Then we'll meet at Stark Tower tonight," Tony said. "Remember, don't be late." If he displeased the Owls, even his last hope of seeing his parents would be dashed. "My memory is perfect." Tony, donning his Iron Man suit, returned to his manor. He first uploaded the collected data to Jarvis, but it was locked, preventing him from cracking it. With something to do, Jarvis immediately threw himself into the cracking process. Tony finally had the energy to attend to other matters. For example, Bruce, the senior brother of the Owl School. In America, the name Bruce was incredibly common. Almost everyone had known a few Bruces in their lives. But this time, Tony had a vague hunch. Perhaps the translator owl could transform into a human, and Bruce was indeed his real name. As for who he was, Tony felt it wasn't hard to guess. In this world, there was a very special Bruce. It was the military's nightmare, Bruce Banner, who could transform into a monster. So, Banner's ability to transform into a monster comes from the School of Owl. The more Tony thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If Banner could transform into a giant green man, he could certainly transform into other smaller creatures, like birds representing bad luck. No wonder the military couldn't find Banner. Turns out he joined the School of Owl and took on the form of an owl. If that was the case, he'd really have to have a good chat with the translator owl the next time he saw him. As night fell, and the clock approached 8, Katoom and Bruce appeared in Tony's room. Bruce was still translating their conversation. "Are you ready?" Katoom said to Tony. "Next, I'm going to transform you into spirit form and go see Howard." "Wait a little longer," Tony couldn't help but say. He was eagerly waiting, hoping Captain America would appear soon. Otherwise, Steve would miss this chance to see Howard. He didn't know when he'd get to see him again. As Tony waited, trying to buy him time, Steve quickly appeared in the sky and entered Stark's room. "Everyone's finally here." Katoom had already guessed who Tony was waiting for, so he didn't ask. It was just one more person, Steve, and a few more pairs of chopsticks. "Now that we're here, let's make the best of it." Chapter 240 Howard's friend Mr. Potts. Peggy really wanted to come, but she was held up by something else, Steve explained apologetically. By then, matters regarding the youth potion weren't already on the agenda, and Peggy was in charge, busier than Steve every day. Tony nodded and said, "Understandable. Aunt Peggy is always so busy." As soon as he said that, Tony was stunned. He knew Peggy, of course. She'd been Howard's colleague for many years and had even held Tony in his arms when he was a child. But now she had suddenly become younger than him, and Tony hadn't had time to change his words about her. No, he had to change. If he didn't, wouldn't Steve become his uncle? Bruce didn't give Tony time to think. Now that everyone was together, the family visit could begin. He flew in front of Steve and Tony, flapped his wings, and punched the souls out of both of them. Steve was fine, but Tony was completely unprepared. He felt dizzy for a moment, and when he recovered, he saw himself lying on the ground. Steve floated beside him and asked, "First time?" Tony didn't answer. He looked at his hands, which had become translucent. Had he become a ghost already? Katoom flapped his wings, flew between the two souls, and placed his wings on their shoulders. "Wait," Tony wanted to say something, but then, as if drawn by a point of matter, their figures twisted and vanished from the spot. A flash of white light passed before his eyes, and Tony slowly opened his eyes. He saw himself standing on the side of a city street. Cars occasionally passed by, their models somewhat old, like models from over 30 years ago. The surrounding architecture was reminiscent of 1980s America. If it weren't for the thin white mist that permeated the ground, Tony might have thought he'd traveled through time. The so-called world of the dead looked no different from a normal human city, and certainly not as terrifying as the legends said. Wait, where are they? Tony realized he was alone. People occasionally passed by, but Steve and the two owls were nowhere to be seen. Had they dispersed? Tony's heart tightened. He had no intention of settling in the underworld permanently. He had to find Master Katoom. But just as the thought formed in his mind, before he'd even taken a step, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Potts." Tony turned, saw the man's face, and instantly froze in place. Howard, his father. The man he'd come all this time to see had suddenly appeared before him, catching him off guard. And Howard's reaction to Tony was a bit strange. "Don't you remember me? It's me, Howard Stark." Howard pointed at himself and smiled. "We met before, in 1970, at the U.S. military base in New Jersey." Tony swore he had no idea what his father was talking about. He was a bit angry now. Even if they hadn't seen each other in over a decade, he couldn't have failed to recognize his own son, right? Still not remembering, Howard prompted. "We discussed children." Tony was about to reveal his identity, but at that moment, a terrifying thought occurred to him. Wait, did Howard know someone who looked exactly like him? And 1970 was almost the same year he was born. No way. At that moment, Tony felt his hands and feet go cold. He felt like he'd discovered the truth. He might not be Howard's biological son. But that Potts guy. Wait, how come this guy has the same last name as Pepper Potts? Tony was even more desperate. Potts wasn't a common last name. If his last name was Potts, he might even be related to Pepper Potts. "I just wanted to visit some relatives." Tony wanted to slap himself. What kind of day was today? He had to hear two pieces of bad news in a row. "You remember now?" Seeing Tony's expression change, Howard smiled. "I never thought I'd see you here. The world is so big, and the chances of meeting someone you knew in life are incredibly low." Howard warmly put his arm around Tony's shoulders. "You have to come to my house today. Let's talk about all these years." Tony followed Howard like a puppet. He still couldn't accept the truth. Was he really not Howard's biological son? "I always thought you were so harsh on me because you didn't know how to express your love," Tony muttered to himself. "Turns out, I'm not your son at all. You deserve it." Two owls stood on a distant rooftop, watching Tony's worldview completely overturned. Katoom wanted to laugh. Tony's current situation was like being tricked by his future self. In Avengers Endgame, Tony traveled back in time to 1970 to obtain the Tesseract. There, he met a young Howard Stark. Using the alias Howard Potts, Tony had a heart-to-heart with his father. It was certainly a heartwarming scene, but it wouldn't be appropriate now. Tony might as well think he was adopted. Bruce, unsure of Katoom's cackle, looked around and asked, "Where did you throw Steve?" They'd come together, but Katoom had to send them to different places. What was his real purpose? "Steve's where he wants to be most," Katoom sighed. "Steve's different from Tony. He knows so many people in this world." Tony came to the underworld just to see his parents, but Steve wanted to see a whole bunch of people. "But," Katoom sighed. It was only when he arrived here that he realized a serious problem and decided to separate Tony and Steve. They couldn't see Howard at the same time. Otherwise, something terrible would happen. Steve was standing on the street, talking to a man named Jones. He had been a member of the Howling Commandos during World War II, one of Steve's own soldiers. "You don't look much different, just a little fatter," Steve said. "Because I died right after World War II," Jones said. "You'll probably look the same as you did before you died." He looked Steve over and sighed. "It seems you really died in that plane crash, otherwise you wouldn't be so young." Jones felt forced to accept reality. "We always thought you could perform a miracle and return from the bottom of the ocean. If that's the case, I did." Steve then explained to Jones what had happened afterwards. He hadn't died, but had been frozen beneath a glacier for 70 years. Jones was stunned, but soon realized the problem. "This is the world of the dead," Jones said. "Appearing here means you're still dead, right?" It's a bit complicated to explain." Steve stroked his chin and said, "Whatever you want to understand. I came here to see an old friend." "Then you'll probably be disappointed." Jones shook his head. "The world of the dead is so vast. Unless you died at the same time, it's difficult to see someone you knew in life. Even family members might not be able to meet in person." "It's okay, I'll find him," Steve said confidently. The shield he carried on his back was magically enhanced. Finding someone in a vast sea of people wasn't impossible. "I hope," Jones sighed. He didn't ask who Steve was looking for, because it was obvious. Either Peggy Carter or Bucky Barnes. "Maria." "I'm back." Howard led Tony to an apartment. The former billionaire, now in the world of the dead, had returned to an ordinary life. Maria Stark emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron. Tony almost burst into tears upon seeing his mother's face. But he couldn't cry, he had to remain calm. He had to find out what had happened to him. "Sit down, Potts." Howard brought 2 glasses of water and placed one on the coffee table in front of Tony. "Thank you." Tony held the glass in both hands, looking a little nervous. "Potts, I've been feeling something strange since a while now," Howard asked. "Why do you look so young?" Even younger than when we last met. When they met in 1970, Potts had been in his 40s. But Tony now looked only in his 30s. People can't just get younger, right? I had some minor facial adjustments. Tony thought of his excuse almost instantly. "I met someone who moved my heart, and I wanted to rejuvenate myself." "I see," Howard nodded, and he continued, "So she's still alive," Tony said quickly. "Is that so?" Howard lowered his voice. Potts's presence here meant it was ultimately a sad story. Tony, sensing the tension, changed the subject. "Tell me about you, Howard," Tony said. "It's a blessing to be reunited with my wife in this world." Hearing this, Howard smiled wryly. "Not really," he said. "Maria and I died at the same time, so our souls have never been apart." "Is that so?" Tony put down his glass, his tone filled with regret and sorrow. He knew the reason, of course, and it pained him, but to find out the truth about his past, he had to ask. "I've heard that souls with strong attachments will linger in the human world, but I didn't expect you to let go so quickly," Tony said. "For example, when I first became a soul, I lingered by my child's side, unwilling to leave." Howard nodded heavily at this. "Who wouldn't?" He smiled wryly. "But we were so lost in thought at the time, unable to control our actions. When we regained consciousness, we were already here. In fact, since arriving here, we've thought about Tony all the time. We want to see him, but we're also afraid to see him." Such feelings are understandable. This is, after all, the world of the dead. Seeing Tony would only mean he's gone, too. No parent would want to see that. Tony was silent for a moment. Howard's genuine expression made him see the true face of a father. Regardless of his own life experience, at least Howard's love was genuine. He was overwhelmed with emotions, unable to control them for a moment, and blurted out, "If only that accident hadn't happened." "Huh?" Howard noticed something was wrong and asked, "How do you know I died in an accident?" "That's not hard to guess," Tony said calmly. "You and your wife died at the same time. It's likely an accident." "I think it should be a traffic accident, right?" This explanation made sense, and Howard stopped worrying about it. "It wasn't a traffic accident," Howard said. "We were murdered." "Huh?" For a moment, Tony's breathing stagnated for a few seconds. All his real-life experiences were thrown behind his mind, and the only word echoing in his mind was murder. "Murder?" He tried to keep his expression from being so out of control, and asked, "Then do you know who killed you?" "Of course I know," Howard sighed. "In fact, that person was once my comrade in arms." "Who?" Tony asked immediately. "Bucky Barnes." Howard said the name with a wry smile. His heavy expression showed he hadn't yet come to terms with the truth. The comrade who had fought alongside him had become his murderer. Howard remembered his dying plea for Bucky to spare his wife's life, but Bucky had ignored him. It was like his comrade's experience, completely non-existent. Tony's breathing became heavy. He knew who Bucky Barnes was, a close friend of Captain America Steve, killed in action. Revenge. The thought naturally occurred to Tony, and it wouldn't go away. There was no reason to forgive. Regardless of whether Howard was his biological father or not, he had raised him and made him the heir of Stark Enterprises. It was only natural that Tony would seek revenge. What happened? Tony gritted his teeth, his heart in agony unbearable, his breathing agonizing. He pinched his thigh desperately, trying to distract himself from the heartache. "Why did he kill you? Did he want the money? Or was he hired to kill?" "I don't know." He said nothing, and he showed no mercy, like he didn't even know me. He couldn't figure out what he had done to offend Barnes, causing him to behave like this, not even giving him a chance to talk. If they had a chance to talk, Howard believed he could help Barnes solve all his problems. With that thought, Howard gathered his thoughts, deciding it was best not to discuss such profound topics in front of his old friend. After all, it was all in the past, and there was nothing he could do now. "Actually, this is a bit ridiculous," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "Colonel Barnes was already presumed dead, and I was essentially killed by someone who wasn't. This experience could be made into a horror movie, right?" "Not really," Tony insisted, his only concern being Howard's death. "It could be a revenge movie." Chapter 241, A Small Stick Under a Big Stick. Revenge. Howard paused at the word, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Let's not think about it, it only adds to our troubles. A dead person can't even leave this world, let alone revenge." Tony remained silent, understanding Howard's point. But understanding didn't mean acceptance. Howard couldn't do anything, but Tony, was different. At that moment, Tony's original desire to meet Howard faded. Firstly, he still hadn't figured out the pot situation, and secondly, if they met now, Howard would surely urge him against revenge. Tony didn't want to hear any of that. I'll come back after I kill Barnes, Tony thought. By then, it'll be too late, and the old man won't be able to say anything to me, so, Tony suppressed his emotions, feigning only regret as he continued his conversation with Howard. He prodded in subtle ways, extracting numerous details. Some about Barnes, some about pots. With this information, he'd have a clear direction for his investigation upon his return to the human world. He would definitely seek revenge. Steve said goodbye to his reunited friends and wandered alone on the street. Two dark shadows passed over his head. Steve looked up and saw that it was Katoom and Bruce. So you are here, Steve waved and said, I thought I would have to look for you for a long time. By the way, where is Tony? Tony is with his father, Bruce said. Do you want to go over and meet them? No need for that. Steve shook his head. They are enjoying family happiness together. Why should I disturb them? By the way, I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if it is convenient. What is it? Bruce asked. Can you help me find someone? Steve said. Bucky Barnes, a former member of the Howling Commandos, died in 1943. He was just beginning to say this when Bruce interrupted him. I know who you're talking about, but this is a bit difficult. What's the difficulty? Steve was puzzled, and a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that Bucky didn't come to this world? You're pretty close, Bruce said. Bucky didn't come to this world. He didn't die at all. Not dead. Steve's eyes widened. The news was so shocking that he didn't know how to react for a moment. Bucky didn't die? But he saw him fall into the ravine with his own eyes. Wait, who said falling into the ravine would definitely kill you? Hadn't he also crashed into the deep sea and survived until now? Maybe Bucky had encountered a similar situation. When we return to the human world, can you help find him? Steve pleaded. Please, I'm not very proficient in magic yet, and it's difficult for me to find him alone. Well, Bruce hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell Steve the truth. In fact, I suggest you stop having anything to do with Bucky. Then, before Steve's bewildered eyes, Bruce revealed the truth about Howard's death. Bucky killed Howard. Steve's heart trembled. How could such a thing happen? Bucky and Howard were not only his comrades, but also close friends, inseparable companions. And yet, such a bloody crime had occurred between these two. Was it because of me? Steve asked first. I don't know, but it probably wasn't, Bruce said. That was odd. Steve couldn't understand why such a conflict would arise between these two if it weren't because of him. After a long moment of reflection, Steve finally came to a conclusion. Bucky is definitely not that kind of person. I know him. He would never kill his own comrades. His thoughts had given Steve a possibility. Zora. It must have been Zora from Hydra. Bucky fell off a cliff in 1943. The area where he disappeared was under Hydra's control. Hydra must have found him later, and then Zora experimented on him, like brainwashing or something. If that wasn't the case, Steve couldn't think of any reason why Bucky would kill Howard. Steve didn't want to stay in this world any longer. He had to return to the human world immediately and investigate this matter thoroughly. Just then, Bruce broke another piece of bad news to him. Tony probably knows about this, Bruce said. I'm afraid he now considers Barnes his greatest enemy. Hearing this news, Steve was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a low voice, as it should be. If I were Tony, my reaction would probably be even more intense. That being said, Steve still stood by his previous statement. There must be something behind Bucky's killing of Howard. Guess I have to find Bucky first, Steve said. Let's find out the truth first, then decide what to do next. Tony had a meal at Howard's house. The food of the deceased was different from that of the living, and it tasted bland. But Tony was still satisfied. It had been over a decade since he had eaten with his parents. Although he ate this meal as pots, Tony said his goodbyes and left. He and Howard agreed to meet again sometime. Next time we meet, I'll bring Barnes's head, Tony thought. If I can't avenge my parents in my lifetime, I'll be too embarrassed to face them even in death. Leaving the apartment, Tony saw Steve and two owls waiting at the door. It looked like they'd found him. Steve? Whenever Tony saw Captain America, A question came to mind. If you were to kill Barnes to avenge Howard, whose side would Steve take? Howard lives upstairs, Steve asked. Yes, Tony nodded, but then added, they're tired now and can't see any more guests. Until Steve made his point, Tony thought he wasn't worthy of seeing his parents. Steve, meanwhile, was also preoccupied with his thoughts and felt he couldn't face Howard. All right, I won't be going up, he said. After these words, the atmosphere between the two men grew strange, even worse than before, both remaining silent. Katoom didn't care. Since there was no reason to stay any longer, it was time to go back. He flew over to the two men and, with that familiar grasp, a flash of white light appeared before their eyes, and they opened their eyes to the familiar room again. Steve, preoccupied, quickly excused himself and left. The two owls followed suit. Tony sat alone in his room. His muscle strain hadn't healed yet, making it difficult for him to move. He sat in a chair, his chin resting on his hands, thinking for a long time. Jarvis, Tony said after a long moment. Find me the report on my parents' accident. I want it all. Are you sure, sir? Jarvis said. You said you never read it again, I'm sure. Tony finally lost control of his emotions and roared, find it, now. Bruce returned to his room and transformed back into his human form. Katoom, head bowed, bounced on the table. He knew Bruce had something to say. Sure enough, a moment later, Bruce spoke. Katoom, is there a possibility? Yes, Katoom said. This is Gotham, after all. Anything is possible, really. After saying this, Bruce lapsed into silence. He huddled himself into his covers, staring at the ceiling, his mind heavy. It was undeniable that after years of being together, Bruce and Katoom had developed a unique rapport. Although Bruce hadn't stated it explicitly, Katoom had already given him the answer he most desired. Tony's parents had claimed their deaths were accidents, but it turned out to be a conspiracy. What about Bruce's parents? Could the alleged shooting also be the result of a deeper conspiracy? Katoom's answer made Bruce realize that this conspiracy might actually exist. It all depended on Bruce's own investigation. The next day, Bruce rose from bed, his eyes bloodshot and his aura subdued. He had been so preoccupied that he couldn't sleep the previous night, remaining awake until dawn. As he left the room, the door to the other side opened, and a red-haired girl emerged, looking at Bruce with a strange expression. What's wrong? Bruce asked. This sudden question left Wanda bewildered. Weren't they in a Cold War? Why was Bruce speaking to her as if nothing had happened? After a moment's hesitation, Wanda didn't bring it up. Since Bruce had spoken first, she'd won. A win was a win, and there was no need to delve into the previous incident. She casually asked, didn't you sleep last night? You noticed. Bruce forced a smile, then pointed a finger at Wanda's eyes. Hers were also bloodshot. You didn't sleep all night, either. What's wrong? Are you worried? No, I just can't sleep, Wanda said, rubbing her eyes. She didn't say that, but the truth was more complicated. Wanda and Bruce's nightmare war had been ongoing, and in the process, Wanda's control over her crimson magic had been growing stronger. At least she felt like she wouldn't keep failing like before. Last night, Wanda had prepared, wanting Bruce to experience what an enhanced nightmare looked like. The result, Bruce didn't sleep all night. Unwilling to let it end like this, she could only wait, eyes wide open, until now. Bruce went into the bathroom, took out his toiletries, and tried to clean up and wake up. Just then, Wanda entered. Come over a bit, she said. Bruce shifted so that he and Wanda shared the sink. In the mirror, they stood together, brushing their teeth. Yesterday, Bruce couldn't have imagined such a scene. Wanda spat out the foam from her mouth, hesitated, and then asked, did anything upset you? Nothing serious, really. Bruce rinsed his mouth and spit the water into the sink. I just suddenly thought of my parents. Wanda wiped her mouth with a towel, her eyes glancing at Bruce. So, she suddenly understood why Bruce had greeted her today. This guy's in such a low mood right now. I get like this all the time, Wanda said. In the middle of the night, I think of mom and dad and cry alone. I'm sorry to hear that, Bruce asked. How did you get over it? I haven't gotten over it, Wanda said. I still feel like mom and dad are right beside me, always with me. Hearing this, Bruce turned and glanced behind Wanda. There, two phantom white figures stood behind Wanda. Upon hearing Wanda's words about missing her parents, the two figures showed an unusual agitation. Maybe you're right, Bruce said. Maybe your parents really are with you all the time, That's great, Wanda nodded. As they washed up and left the bathroom together, the previous Cold War had completely dissipated. They sat at the dining table, continuing to talk about their families. For some reason, Bruce should have been the one feeling the blues, but as the conversation progressed, Wanda became the one feeling the loss, with Bruce comforting her. I'm actually doing okay. Wanda wiped the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. I'm most worried about Pietro. He doesn't say anything on the surface, but I know he's just keeping it to himself. Really? Bruce thought back to Pietro's usual carefree demeanor. Maybe it was all a facade. He's not truly happy, Bruce said with a sigh. And then, just then, Pietro's room banged open. Haha, Pietro glided out, hands raised. Bruce rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing correctly. Pietro really was gliding across the floor like an ice skater. Good news, Pietro said. Maya from the next class accepted my friend request. I'm going to be single again. Bruce felt like tearing his mouth apart. Was Pietro's happiness really just a camouflage? He should stop jumping to conclusions in the future. But then, Wanda frowned and said, Maya? Why don't I remember such a classmate in the class next door? I didn't say classmate, Pietro said confidently. That's, Wanda's eyes suddenly widened, a thought dawning on her. You mean Ms. Maya, the art teacher next door? Wanda screamed. She's in her 40s, and her son is almost older than you, so what? Seeing the situation was dire, Pietro grabbed his bag and ran. As the sages say, a small stick is followed by a big stick. Bruce sighed and shook his head. It seemed that the loss of his parents had had a significant impact on Pietro. It made him prefer older women. Meanwhile, Bruce was stirring his coffee and felt the need for more milk, so he naturally reached out. At that moment, Wanda also stood up and took the milk for Bruce. It all happened so smoothly, as if it had happened countless times before. In a dream. When they realized what was happening, both Bruce and Wanda were stunned. Chapter 242 Burning Stark Tower to Ashes. It's over. Bruce never expected Wanda to have such a habitual action. Had she been a maid in her dreams for too long? At this moment, Wanda's expression was also a little dull. She had realized that something was wrong, but the awkward atmosphere made her not know how to respond. Thank you, Bruce said calmly. He took the milk from Wanda's hand and poured it into the coffee in one go, and then never mentioned what happened just now. Wanda was left alone, still doubting herself. Why did she know what Bruce wanted as soon as he stretched out his hand? Stark Manor. Tony was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Pepper came over with a stack of documents for him to sign. You came at the right time. Tony saw Pepper and immediately patted the empty seat on the sofa next to him and asked her to sit over. Come on, sit next to me. What's wrong? Pepper frowned. Tony was not very serious at ordinary times, but he had never been as impatient as today. Tony realized that Pepper had misunderstood, and quickly explained, Don't worry, I'm not doing anything, I just want to ask you something. What is it? Pepper sat down on the sofa, and then saw Tony's face full of hesitation, rubbing his hands with his teeth bared, hesitant to speak. She rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Just say whatever you want to say, don't underestimate me. Even if you say you are bankrupt and need to borrow money from me, I can afford it, okay? Then I'll tell you straight. Tony let out a long breath and said, Pepper, how are your parents doing recently, huh? Pepper leaned back suddenly, hugged the documents to her chest, and looked defensive. What do you want? She said sternly. I'm warning you, if you can joke around with me, forget about it, but don't even think about bothering my parents. They won't fall for it. That's not what I meant, Tony quickly explained. It just occurred to me that I've never really cared about you. I don't know a lot about you, like which university you graduated from, where your parents are from, what your name is. You don't know which university I graduated from. Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't I tell you the first day we met? I forgot, Tony said confidently. That's okay. Let's just treat it as another acquaintance. Miss Potts, can you give me an interview? You're sick. Potts felt helpless. To have such a sick boss, she must have killed someone in a past life. Ask whatever you want to ask, she sighed. I'm so busy at work, I don't even have time for coffee. I'll buy you coffee, Tony said immediately. Pepper, go get 2 cups. Pepper's face was filled with questions. She wanted to ask, what's wrong with you? You're my assistant, so you must have done this, Tony said guiltily. Besides, I don't know where the coffee is. Pepper sighed deeply. She had to make a therapist appointment this weekend. While Pepper went to make coffee, Tony secretly clicked on the hologram, verifying the information he had gathered. Previously, during his time in the world of the dead, he had learned a lot about Potts from Howard. For example, Potts's full name was Howard Potts, which was easy to remember. In 1970, he worked at MIT and had visited the U.S. military base in New Jersey. With all this information, finding the man should be easy, but Tony worked all night and found nothing. Howard Potts, it was as if he didn't exist at all, leaving no trace in this world. Was he deliberately hiding him? Tony found it unlikely. Even if he was involved in some secret national project that needed to be kept secret, it was impossible for him to wipe his past clean. Perhaps the so-called Potts is just a friend the old man imagined. Tony considered this explanation, but it still didn't convince him completely. If he didn't investigate thoroughly, he might never find peace. For now, he could only start with Pepper. After all, the last name Potts was the last clue. Pepper, carrying 2 cups of coffee, came over angrily and handed one to Tony. "What do you want to ask?" "Ask now," she said angrily. "Then I'll ask," Tony said, holding the cup. "What's your father's name? Do you have a picture?" Shield. Fury, with a sullen face, walked into the hidden room. Inside, a man was hanging in the middle. Callison, wearing boxing gloves, used the man as a punching bag, beating him vigorously. Fury had never seen Callison so excited. "How is the questioning going?" he asked. Callison paused, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked in confusion, "What are you asking, Fury?" "Then why are you fighting so hard?" he raged. "I told you to ask him why he betrayed SHIELD. You're just kidding." "Director, you really should relax a little." Callison kicked the hanging man in the stomach, causing him to wail uncontrollably. The hanging man was none other than Baron Strucker, captured by Tony and Steve. Officially still a member of SHIELD, he had been brought to SHIELD by Steve. Steve didn't say anything at the time, but his message was clear. "Deal with your own dirty laundry, but you must give them an explanation." Rogers thought I told Strucker to do this. Fury stared at the hanging Baron, who was still whining, and the more he watched, the more angry he became. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him directly in the stomach. Miraculously, that kick actually relieved Fury's stress. "He's got a tough mouth," Callison said. "I beat him all night, and he won't say a word." "That means you didn't hide him hard enough," Fury said. "Give him some serious punishment. Use waterboarding and electric shock. No matter how stubborn his mouth is, you'll pry it open." "No problem," Callison promised immediately. Fury left in anger, leaving Callison and Strucker alone in the interrogation room. Callison looked at his former colleague and shook his head. "Strucker, we're colleagues after all. If you tell the truth, I can make sure you don't suffer too much." Strucker suddenly laughed, his mouth filled with blood foam, making the smile look even more terrifying. "What are you laughing at?" Callison said calmly. "You're too naive, Callison," Strucker said. "I should have said that to you just now." "What do you mean?" Callison frowned. Strucker, facing death, was still so arrogant. Did he not hit him hard enough? "You're all going to be finished," Strucker said. "Since I wasn't silenced last night, they've made their decision. It won't be me who'll die, but you." "They? Who are they?" Callison demanded. However, Baron Strucker closed his eyes and remained silent, a look of willing resignation. "You asked for it," Callison laughed in anger. "Don't think that just because you look honest and kind, you're easy to bully." Callison worked his way up from the bottom of SHIELD, a real agent. He knows a lot of torture methods. "Today, I'll let you, Strucker, experience what it means to be in a state worse than death." Callison turned around, about to prepare something, when the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened again. Mr. Pierce. Callison was stunned by the person who entered. Alexander Pierce, former director of SHIELD and current liaison to the World Security Council. He was also Nick Fury's mentor and Callison's senior. Should he be in Washington, D.C.? Why was he suddenly in New York? "Callison, thank you for your hard work," Pierce smiled. "Did you get anything out of him?" "No," Pierce shook his head, repeating his previous words. "He's a tough talker. I'm going to give him a hard time." When Strucker said nothing, Pierce's smile widened. "You've behaved well," he said. Callison was about to offer a humble remark, claiming he had done nothing, when Strucker, behind him, uttered something that chilled his spine. "It's all for Hydra, Hydra," Callson's heart rang with alarm, and without a second thought, he drew his gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Callson's. Callson clutched his chest, watching the blood spread across it and the smoke-filled muzzle of Pierce's gun. In that instant, everything clicked. Traitor, he uttered the words with difficulty, then collapsed to the ground. There was no more movement. Pierce calmly sheathed his pistol, walked over to Stark, and uncuffed him. Your loyalty has stood the test, Pierce said calmly. However, the Baron showed no signs of joy at having survived. On the contrary, he finally revealed his deepest fear. This is terrible, he said. All the data at Stark Manor has been copied by Tony Stark. What? Pierce's composure finally faltered. You piece of shit. He was deeply impressed by Baron Stark's incompetence, and in a fit of rage, he kicked him hard in the stomach. The man wailed and flew back. Huh? Perhaps it was some magical power, but after that kick, Pierce suddenly felt a significant relief. Beep, beep, Bruce's encrypted phone on his waist beeped. Confused, he opened the screen and saw the message. It was a group text message, encrypted by Hydra at the highest level. Hydra still relies on text messages. Katoom flew over to Bruce's shoulder, shaking his head. The process isn't systematic enough. Is it that hard to implement an automated system? What are you talking about? Bruce decrypted the message with a key, and the full message quickly appeared. Mobilize all Hydra agents. Top mission, kill Nick Fury and Tony Stark. Huh? Bruce frowned deeply, confused. Killing Fury wouldn't be a problem, but what had Stark done to offend Hydra? He'd actually gotten a top wanted warrant. Tony was quite the man. Thump, thump, thump. Wanda suddenly burst out of the room, her phone held high. She excitedly said to Bruce, "Did you see the message?" "Yes," Bruce nodded. The day has finally come. Wanda could barely hold back her tears. The day of revenge for her parents had finally arrived. This time, Stark was doomed. You'll stand by us, right? After her excitement faded, Wanda stared at Bruce intently, waiting for his response. Bruce smiled without hesitation. Of course. Meanwhile, he mentally discussed this with Katoom. Should we notify Stark? No rush, Katoom said. With Hydra's limited forces, killing Stark with a blood-edged suit is a pipe dream. Then everything's fine, right? If Stark couldn't be killed, then the warrant would only apply to Nick Fury. There was nothing to worry about. I've always stood firmly by your side, never wavering. Bruce met Wanda's eyes. Now, let's go burn Stark Tower to ashes. Fury's car drove through the block and stopped at an intersection. It was quiet and deserted. Fury was deeply disturbed by Stark's betrayal. He couldn't understand why he would betray. And that manor had clearly been operating for a long time. Was Stark's betrayal a personal act? Or had SHIELD been infiltrated? Fury struggled to come up with an answer. Then, a police car pulled up beside his. The two officers inside looked at him, their eyes hidden by sunglasses, their faces menacing. The light turned green, and the police car pulled ahead of him. Fury entered the intersection and was caught off guard when a car rammed him from the side. His airbags inflated, and at the same moment, a second car collided with him from behind. The police car in front of him screeched back, slamming into the front of his car. The force of the collision left Fury blinded. He was trapped. Several black cars pulled up around him, and armed officers emerged, all pointing their guns at Fury's car. Without hesitation, they opened fire, showering the car and its windows with bullets. Fury's car was armored, its windows made of bulletproof glass, but even they couldn't withstand the sustained barrage. The car's computer kept blaring. Propulsion system damaged, window integrity damaged, vertical flight system damaged, communications array damaged. This series of warnings was like a death sentence, making Fury upset. It meant that he could do nothing. Just tell me which system is normal, he cursed. The air conditioning system is normal, fuck you. Chapter 243 Upside Down Heaven. Fury was at his wit's end. The assassins were coming at him with extraordinary force, and reinforcements were constantly arriving. Fury's eyes lit up instantly. He recognized those arriving, they were all SHIELD family. My turn, he suddenly felt alert, pulling a machine gun from the back seat, ready to join forces with the agents inside and outside to annihilate the assassins. The reinforcements were drawing ever closer. Fury opened the car door, flung his windbreaker aside, and stepped out, machine gun raised, full of enthusiasm, ready to unleash a killing spree. Then he heard excited shouts in the distance. Nick Fury's there, don't let him get away, This is all thanks to me. Some had already drawn their guns, ready to shoot without further ado. Seeing this, Fury's expression remained unchanged. He retreated to the car without hesitation and closed the door, the entire movement smooth and fluid, like a rewind. Only after confirming the door was secured did his expression finally change. It's over. Fury clenched his fists. How could these bastards betray me? S.H.I.E.L.D. treated them well, and this is how they repay him. No, Fury will not die here. He has one last resort. The next moment, Fury pulled a spellbook from the School of Owls from his pocket. Without even writing, he shouted directly at the cover. Master Katoom. Save me. In Stark Manor, Tony Stark had just finished interviewing Pepper Potts. Pepper had work to do and didn't stay any longer. After the interview, Tony was relieved. Pepper Potts had no relatives named Howard Potts, so he couldn't be related to her. Just then, Jarvis' voice rang in his ears. Sir, the program has been cracked. Huh? Tony was stunned, then realized Jarvis was referring to the data he had copied from the Eastern European manor. It had a complex encryption system, and he had just brought it back and handed it to Jarvis. Let me see. Tony clicked on the hologram, and the encrypted data appeared before him. He slowly scanned the file, his expression growing increasingly grim as more secrets were revealed. Wait, by the end, Tony's face was filled with disbelief. What the hell is this? Throughout Baron Strucker's files, the name of a certain organization appeared repeatedly, Hydra. And within Hydra's plans, two names kept coming up, Thrub and Tuka. For some reason, Tony instantly thought of Bruce and Katoom. The two names were completely reversed. Tony, eyes wide, continued to scan the file, eager to understand the secrets behind these two names. But it was too late. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Warning. Warning? Jarvis' voice suddenly became extremely anxious, a whirring of electricity laced in his voice. Tony reacted swiftly, pressing the button on his watch. A mechanical owl flew over, transformed into countless nanoparticles, and attached itself to Stark. The blood-edge suit activated, and Iron Man's eyes lit up with a blue light. But the next second, the blue was covered by red. Warning? Jarvis' voice slowly faded away. Then, a slightly crazy voice rang in Tony's ears. Tony Stark, born in 1970, the voice said. Who are you? Tony was unable to move at this time. He was completely trapped in the suit. The voice took control of the Iron Man suit with almost no resistance. Who am I? Even if I tell you, you probably haven't heard of me. Suddenly, a holographic face made up of flashing green lines appeared in front of Tony. The face was fat, bald, and looked a little funny. My name is Arnim Zola, the face said. A man forgotten by the world. No, I know who you are. Surprisingly, Tony recognized him. You were a member of Hydra during World War II, and died many years ago? Dead? Yes, that's right, Dr. Zola's holographic face yawned. But the death of my body, for me, is another kind of rebirth. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science could no longer save my body, but my mind was worth saving. It is preserved in a 200,000-foot-long database. You deserve it. Tony raised an eyebrow. Even my father didn't preserve his brain. You mean Howard Stark? Zola sneered. He's not a genius, just a businessman. Take that back. Tony's tone became extremely cold. Don't be so serious, Dr. Zola said casually. Howard is not good enough, and neither are you. You call yourself a genius, but in fact you are just a frog in a well, never seeing the real sky in your life. You. Tony was really offended, and he wanted to curse directly, but at this time, Dr. Zora interrupted him. You don't believe it even if I tell you. Zora shook his head and said, how about this? I'll show you what a true genius is. At this moment, the world in Tony's eyes changed. The original material world turned into a green data stream, composed entirely of zeros and ones. Tony stood in it, his battle suit had disappeared, and he regained his freedom. The ground in front of him bulged and turned into a short and fat human figure, which was Dr. Zora. Welcome to my world, Dr. Zora said, a world that is completely controlled by me and has been built since 1946. 1946, this time point is very special, that is, the second year after the end of World War II, and the year when computers were invented. In this world, I have been carrying out a special plan. Zora stretched out his hand and waved it casually. The data flow instantly became disordered, and countless 0s and 1s began to converge. They formed a human figure and slowly became real. The third person in this green data world appeared. Tony's pupils contracted. How could he not recognize this person? His father, Howard Stark. When Howard appeared, he was obviously a little confused about the situation and was still looking around. It was not until he saw Tony and Zora that his face suddenly became solemn. Zora, he said the name of this person. There was a time when they were enemies who were at loggerheads. Then, Howard asked in a deep voice, Potts, why are you with Zora? Tony didn't know how to answer. At this time, Zora nudged Tony with her elbow. Look, the father you have always regarded as an idol is nothing more than a toy that I can create at will. Toy? The word toy completely touched Tony's reverse scale. He suddenly jumped up, threw Dr. Zora to the ground, pinched his short and thick neck, and exerted all his strength. Don't insult my father, Tony said hysterically. His eyes were red at this time, like a wild beast out of control. Zora was pinched by him, but he didn't panic at all. He just sighed lightly, and his body turned into a data stream, slipped out of Tony's hands, and then reassembled somewhere else. On the other side, Howard stood there in a daze. He heard Tony's roar just now. Father, Howard stared at Tony's face carefully, and gradually, this face began to overlap with a certain youthful face in his memory. Are you Tony? He woke up as if from a dream. You are Tony? Howard came to Tony, helped him up, and repeatedly confirmed his identity, but he couldn't figure it out. But why do you look exactly like Potts? Tony himself didn't know the answer. But Dr. Zora knew it. He laughed and said, because Tony is Potts, and Potts is Tony. What? The one who was most surprised by this sentence was Tony himself. I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows this truth. Dr. Zola smiled and sighed. In 1970, 2 years before I died, someone found me and told me an algorithm that was enough to create a new world. I've kept my mind until now, just for this time. This time? Tony had no idea what the other party was talking about, but he would soon know. Ugh, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest, and Tony was wrapped in pain. He fell to the ground, his chest unconsciously protruding, as if something was about to come out. No, not like. At the wound on Tony's chest where the arc reactor was installed, a digitized hand stretched out from his body. Then the shoulders, the torso, the head. Tony watched helplessly as a person emerged from his chest intact and stood in front of him. It was a boy with pale skin and countless sutures on his body. So slow, the boy said expressionlessly, shaking his hands. Do you know how long I've been waiting, Mr. Srub? Zora said, beaming. We finally meet again. You have no idea how happy I am. What about me? Aren't you happy to see me? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Srub opened his chest. On his chest, an owl's face was stitched. Mr. Mtuka, Zora's apologetic smile deepened. Of course I'm happy to see you again. How happy? Mtuka asked. 3 or 4 stories of happiness, Zora said. Tony stared at the scene, completely bewildered. But the combination of the little boy and the owl reminded him of something. It's you, he pointed a trembling finger at the zombie boy, suddenly realizing. The figures I saw in the Middle East were you. It seems you're not so stupid. The zombie boy, Srub, curled his lips in a sneer. Then the time I wasted with you was at least meaningful. What the hell is going on? Tony was completely confused. It's understandable if you can't figure it out. Thrub shook his head. But I have no obligation to explain it to you. Now, everything was coming to an end. Thrub opened his hands, and the entire data world immediately began to boil. The green data streams transformed into humanoid forms, like raging ghosts, and they kept rushing towards Tony. Howard blocked them, trying to delay the child for a moment, but it was no use. Tony was gripped by the data ghosts, and like sinking into a swamp, he was sinking deeper and deeper into this data world. Good night, Mr. Stark, and others. Thrub turned and slowly walked out of the data world. Now, we're just missing the last piece of the puzzle. Huh? A sudden sense of presence made Katoom look up. What's wrong? Bruce couldn't help but ask from the side. I think I sensed those 2 guys, only for a moment, and now they're gone again. Katoom was referring to the 2 zombies. Owl had already made arrangements to track them through the implanted personalities. But since arriving in the Marvel Universe, they seemed to have disappeared, and the presence could not be sensed. If Tony hadn't said he'd seen them, Katoom would have thought they hadn't even been in the Marvel Universe. Bruce sensed something was amiss. Why now? Hydra had just issued a wanted notice for Fury and Tony. And they were showing up. It was hard not to think otherwise. Bruce, what are you doing? Wanda, who was walking ahead, turned back, frowning, and urged Bruce to hurry up. She kept an eye on Batboy, as if worried he might escape at any moment. Pietro stood nearby, watching the situation unfold. There was still some tension between Wanda and Bruce, but it was much better than before. You blame me for walking slower? Bruce asked Wanda. No wonder Pietro always complains about you. Pietro, I didn't. Before Wanda could even glance at him, Pietro quickly raised his hands and loudly explained himself. I don't think you dare, Wanda snorted, not dwelling on the topic any further. They had arrived near Stark Tower. The streets were still bustling with activity, and a few familiar faces shuffled through the crowds. They were Hydra agents from SHIELD, already preparing to strike. We need to hurry, Wanda whispered, or someone else will get there first. Don't worry, they can't, Bruce said casually. He knew better than anyone that Tony wasn't even in Stark Tower. How can you be so sure? Wanda noticed Bruce was being a little too relaxed, and was about to inquire further when, at that moment, the previously calm sky underwent an unexpected shift. What's that? Someone on the street shouted, pointing upwards. The people around them looked up, and exclamations erupted in surprise. Even Bruce froze in his tracks. Above, the blue sky and white clouds had vanished, replaced by the shadow of an upside-down city. The city was enormous, encompassing the entirety of New York. The shadow was closing in, seemingly poised to collide with the city at any moment. This is, for some reason, Bruce felt a sense of familiarity as he saw the panoramic view of the city in the sky. He must have seen this city before. The world of the dead, Katoom whispered in his ear. We were there yesterday. Pietro and Wanda were stunned. They had never seen anything like it before. They tried to explain it away as a mirage, but even they couldn't convince themselves. A strange electrical sound echoed in the children's ears, and then a giant green hand, made of zeros and ones, appeared out of thin air and reached out to grab Bruce and the others. Bruce was quick-witted, pulling the two people beside him aside and dodging the hand. The data hand missed, and without a pause, it immediately turned and grabbed again. I feel it again, Katoom suddenly shouted. Those two are behind this. At that moment, without hesitation, the owl plunged headfirst into the data stream. Its physical hand shattered, sending 0s and 1s cascading onto the ground, bouncing like marbles before quickly vanishing. Bruce waited until Katoom flew back onto his shoulder before he couldn't help but ask, how did you do that? Just trying it out. Katoom fluffed his feathers, countless tiny blue arcs darting through them. I figured the current would have some disruptive effect on something like data. Was that so? If it did, then there was nothing to worry about. Bruce flicked his hand, and the supreme wand appeared in his hand, its tip gleaming with sparks. Ready. It's coming, Katoom whispered in Bruce's ear. Sure enough, the next second, the city in the sky plummeted, merging instantly with a real New York. The panicked people walking on the streets suddenly stopped. They were completely motionless, their expressions frozen in the terror they just experienced. Like a frozen frame from a movie. Bruce turned around and saw that Wanda and Pietro had also fallen into this strange state. Station, this was Bruce's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. This was the Marvel Universe, where even the Speed Force couldn't be used, let alone stasis. Suddenly, a feeling struck him, and he turned around to see a little boy who looked exactly like him, standing in the middle of the crowd, looking at him calmly. The moment their eyes met, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Bruce. It felt like they'd been staring at each other many times before. When had it been? Bruce tried to recall where he'd met this person's gaze. But the boy made his way through the crowd, approaching, finally stopping not far from Bruce. Finally, we meet, Bruce Wayne, the zombie said with a smile. I've been looking forward to meeting you like this, not like before, with a thick barrier between us. I've been wanting to see you too, Bruce said, now calm. What's your name? Thrubenway, the zombie said. That's an easy name to remember. Bruce looked around, everything frozen. Did you do all this? Is it okay? Thrub seemed to be waiting for Bruce's approval. I've put a lot of thought into this, just to be able to stand before you with integrity. He had barely finished his words when a voice suddenly retorted, not I, but we. Who's talking? Bruce asked. Thrub smiled and pulled back his shirt, revealing the face of a zombie owl. The other person was now chattering, blaming Thrub. We work together, and yet you're always taking all the credit for yourself. This bizarre scene left Bruce baffled. How did you end up like this? He asked. It's just a small attempt, Thrupp said expressionlessly. If you and Katoom can become one, then so can we. I see, Bruce said. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the supreme wand, and the wand restored the shape of the hammer handle. Countless hammer fragments flew out from Katoom's feathers and spliced onto the hammer handle. Thor's hammer was complete again. Actually, I still have a lot of questions to ask you, Bruce said, but now is obviously not the time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Low Probability Events with High Probability. Wait a minute, Katoom suddenly interrupted Bruce. I have a question that's very concerning to me, and I must clarify it first. Anything that concerned the owl was no small matter. Bruce didn't mind letting Katoom ask one more question. Katoom raised his head and looked at Thrupp, his expression so serious that even Bruce began to wonder what he wanted to ask. Little zombie, you must answer me honestly. Katoom's eyes were stern. Did you take Bruce's legacy from this world? What do you think? Thrupp's smile deepened. He and the zombie owl had become one, and he could easily understand Katoom's language. And when questioned, he made no attempt to hide it. He had taken it. Otherwise, how could all his plans have been carried out? Seeing this expression, Katoom was so angry that he almost exploded. That's all my money. My money. The owl gritted its teeth, pulled out the trident of Poseidon from its feathers, and jabbed Bruce's shoulder with it. For such a heinous crime, you truly deserve death. With this pronouncement, the battle was inevitable, imminent. Bruce gripped Thor's hammer tightly. Truth be told, there were still many things he still hadn't figured out, but with the world frozen in time, this was clearly the more pressing priority. Let's restore the world to its original state first. Bruce's gaze darkened, the hammer humming in his hand, eager for battle. Shatter, Bruce whispered softly. Instantly, the hammer disintegrated, countless fragments flying towards the little zombie, Thrupp, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. The fragments transformed in flight, transforming into blades and knives, their might overwhelming and strangling. Yet, Thrupp's expression remained unchanged in the face of this. It's time for you to try something new. He clasped his hands behind his back and strolled towards Bruce. Thousands of swords and knives darted at him, often glancing past him and landing at his feet. It was as if Thrupp had blazed a path through a forest of swords, unscathed. Here we go again, Bruce whispered to Katoom. Every time I fight a new opponent, they always manage to unleash some incomprehensible ability. It's just incomprehensible for now, Katoom shrugged. Once you've been thwarted a bit, they'll start explaining their abilities themselves. I hate this progression, Bruce said. I don't like it either, Katoom shrugged. He had no one else to blame but Bruce himself. After all, it was Thrupp who had come to him, a skirmish, a situation Bruce wasn't used to. By then, the rain of swords had ceased, and Thrupp walked through it without getting a single blade touched. Surprised, huh? He said to Bruce with a smile. Not that surprised. Bruce was about to say this when Katoom nudged his head with his wing. Indeed, I'm surprised, Bruce quickly corrected himself. I've never seen anything like it, that's why I'm standing before you, Thrupp said with satisfaction. With me, rare events become highly likely. For example, the incoming swords and knives all miss their target, narrowly missing Thrupp. Or another example, in the tense battlefield, Bruce's attention suddenly wandered. The little zombie took a sudden step, and in a flash, Thrupp appeared beside him, brushing past him. Bruce's eyes widened. In the midst of such a serious battle, he'd actually been distracted for a moment? This was a fatal mistake. If Thrupp had truly intended to strike, he would have been dead. He swung the hammer handle in his backhand, and lightning transformed into chains, pulling the fragments towards Thrupp. Just then, something unexpected happened again. Perhaps Bruce's movement was too big, or perhaps the hammer handle was too slippery. During the swing, his grip loosened, and Thor's hammer was flung outward, clanging to the ground. Katoom was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? The owl said in disbelief. You flung the hammer? Don't tell me it's because your hands are sweaty. Bruce was also stunned by his own performance. This was impossible. No matter what the situation, he couldn't possibly be so lame. Don't be so surprised, Thrupp shook his head. I told you, with me, things with low probability have a high probability of happening. This ability, in short, can be summed up in one word: luck. If Thrub is true, his ability has made him the luckiest man in the world. So lucky that even Bruce would make countless stupid mistakes in battle. But where did this ability come from? At this moment, Bruce finally noticed something strange about zombie Thrub. It was strange that it was so obvious, yet he had completely overlooked it. There was a faint crimson glow in Thrub's pupils. It was a color Bruce was very familiar with. It was exactly the same as Wanda's. Crimson magic. Bruce slowly said the word. It's chaos magic, Thrub corrected. Of course, my abilities aren't anywhere near as strong as Wanda's, strong enough to alter reality. Chaos magic, the ancestor of all magic in Marvel. It's one of the most ancient forms of magic, representing the possibilities of the universe. This ability is like God rolling the dice. No matter the outcome, chaos magic can alter the outcome. For Thrub, it's pure luck. How did you acquire chaos magic? Bruce asked, frowning. Even the owl totem, possessing the power of countless demons, could achieve this kind of reality-altering ability. Where did a little zombie come from? Bruce, think harder. Thrub nodded. Discard all your logic and consider the most absurd possibility. Perhaps that's the truth. His words were quite pertinent. With chaos magic, common sense no longer applies. But in this situation, how could Bruce possibly hope to grasp the truth? His reliance on rigorous logic was innate. Bruce couldn't abandon logic, so he had to ask others to do it. He shifted his gaze to Katoom on his shoulder. Katoom instantly understood that this was a familiar scene again. I hate moments like this. He pulled out the crown of thorns from his feathers. It was a Ravenclaw crown that could enhance wisdom. Thinking about it in the most ridiculous way, right, Katoom muttered as he placed the crown of thorns on his head. Fragments of the past emerged before him, and the details that had been inadvertent became key clues. Katoom carefully considered the key words that had been revealed in Thrub's words since he appeared. You can merge with Katoom. Why can't I? You should try something new. My ability is not as strong as Wanda's. Finally, a truly absurd idea took shape in Katoom's mind. No way, the owl sighed. We have been caught in such a disgusting thing. What disgusting thing? Bruce asked. How should I put it? Katoom thought for a moment, then said, Bruce, do you think there's a possibility that the reality we're in has been altered, modifying reality? Bruce wanted to remind Katoom that Thrub had just said he couldn't alter reality. But then, realizing the key, he froze in his tracks. That's right, Katoom hadn't mentioned that Thrub had altered reality. Bruce's pupils trembled as he looked in the other direction. There, a little red-haired girl stood frozen in place, still gazing at the sky. Wanda altered reality, Bruce muttered. How could she do that? She can, Katoom sighed. She just has that ability. Wanda, the Marvel Universe's famous ticking time bomb, would become the most terrifying demon ever if her mental state destabilized. Creating an imaginary town? Invading Camartage? Destroying the Illuminati? These were just the basics. In the comics' epic Royal Family event, with a single statement, no more mutants, she caused the mutant population to plummet from 1 million to 182. What did Wanda do? Bruce finally accepted this reality and turned to Thrub, questioning him coldly. Though he didn't know why, this guy truly possessed true memories. Well, I don't mind telling you a story, but whether you believe it or not is up to you. Just tell it, Bruce said calmly. Alright, Thrub then found a spot and sat down. He looked relaxed, as if he had truly come here solely to tell Bruce's story. This story was about a devastating battle. You and I, it was a fight to the death, Thrub said slowly. We mobilized every ounce of strength we had, just to destroy each other. Bruce witnessed a true apocalypse through the little zombie's description. The once bustling city now lay in ruins, garbage and debris strewn everywhere, rustling in the wind like the whispers of death. Thick clouds hung heavy from the sky like a giant sheet of lead, weighing down the earth. The air was filled with a pungent, decaying stench, the scent of death and despair. Survivors struggled to survive in the ruins, their clothes tattered, their eyes filled with fear, exhaustion, and numbness. A massive, decaying ghost ship, billowing with smoke, plume, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and causing a violent explosion. Bruce and Thrub, exhausted from their battle, collapsed in the rubble, unable to rise. I stabbed you in the chest with a sword of Damocles. You were doomed, Thrub said. Of course, I wasn't much better off either. I was basically waiting to die. What happened next? Katoom asked curiously, cradling an open bag of potato chips. Then Wanda came. Thrub threw his hands up, helpless. She cried and hugged Bruce, asking him not to die. "Why did Wanda hug me?" Bruce asked. "Don't play it straight," Thrub sneered. "Anyway, you were lying in Wanda's arms, breathing hard, and at that moment, Wanda's emotions broke down. For the first time, a helpless expression crossed the little zombie's face. He had truly witnessed it, having heard Wanda's words firsthand. "Let's start all over again," Bruce understood. The start all over again Wanda spoke of meant returning to the day she and Bruce met. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. Bruce remembered meeting Wanda on his first day in the Marvel Universe. Katoom sighed, his chips crunching. It's true that if only life could be as it was when we first met. Bruce also understood why Thrub hadn't immediately started a fight. Because it was pointless. No matter how fierce their fight, as long as Wanda was there, the outcome would be meaningless. To truly determine the winner, they had to minimize Wanda's influence. When reality was altered, my memories returned to when I first joined Marvel. Thrub stood up. But I was clever. I left myself some clues, directing me to obtain chaos magic. I did it. The moment I obtained the magic, I regained all my memories. Bruce, don't you think we're pitiful? We share the same suffering, prisoners of reality. As he finished speaking, Thrub's crimson glow suddenly intensified. He extended his hand, and crimson magic burst forth. But the magic wasn't aimed at Bruce. It was at Wanda. Bruce should have reacted immediately, but the same problem occurred. He was influenced by Thrub's luck and made another stupid mistake. As Bruce turned to block the magic, he exerted too much force and sprained his back. A sharp pain shot through his lower back, slowing Bruce's pace. The crimson magic had already reached Wanda, and even if Bruce wanted to do anything, it was too late. But then, two sharp howls echoed, and the two white figures that had been following Wanda, lingering in Bruce's vision, leaped in front of her. They were like a wall, shielding her from the magic. Suddenly, Bruce lost his balance and fell forward. He quickly adjusted himself to avoid falling, but Adam, who was on his shoulder, was flung forward, landing squarely in front of Wanda. Katoom was completely unaware of what was happening, still clutching the open bag of chips. The crimson glow gradually faded, and the two white figures began to dim. Katoom's fur stood on end, and the chips in his hands were gone. But Wanda was safe. Tisk, Thrub was extremely dissatisfied. Sure enough, a low probability event has a high probability of occurring. Chaos magic wasn't just for him, Wanda also knew it. Strong luck wasn't just for him, Wanda also had it. It just hurt Bruce and Katoom. They were the most unlucky. Chapter 245 Reincarnation of the Bat. Is that your intention? To attack a little girl, Bruce demanded, but hesitated. If he couldn't dispel the chaos magic, he would always be the unlucky one. Her presence is an eyesore, Thrub said. Are you willing to have your own reality altered so easily? Not bad, Bruce said. It depends on whether it benefits me. As you said before, I was almost dead, so of course I'm willing to reload the save. Bruce still found it a little strange. Thrub's description seemed plausible, but Bruce couldn't help but feel something was off. Could he really be pushed to the brink of death? Bruce hadn't claimed to be invincible, he wasn't that conceited. It was just that Thrub's description made him look a little too miserable. Bruce found it hard to imagine himself in that state. You truly have no honor at all. Thrub was amused by Bruce's flexible approach. You're actually telling me about glory too. Bruce looked up at the empty sky. Katoom, feathers puffed, flew onto his shoulder. That story you just told me is only 60% plausible, isn't it? Bruce suddenly said. This Armageddon, this mutual destruction, it's all fake. I almost got fooled by you. Thrub sneered at his words. With a hint of sarcasm, he said, I don't think you're a coward who would shirk reality. Don't be sarcastic, Bruce said. The problem is you, isn't it? You're treating others like fools. With a wave of his hand, an orange holographic spherical matrix appeared beside Bruce. The matrix was composed of a complex arrangement of lines and symbols, with countless connecting lines between individual nodes. It seemed alive, trembling constantly, as if breathing. Thank you for protecting me, sir, the spherical matrix spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. You're welcome, Bruce said. The light-hearted smile on Thrub's face finally faded, his expression becoming grave, evidently having recognized the holographic sphere from its voice. Jarvis, Thrub asked coldly. You're still alive, because I have a backup, sir, Jarvis replied calmly. And I'm very good at playing dead. It's one of my few strengths. The Iron Man suit Tony Stark built was powered by Jarvis, Bruce said. So when he created a backup of the Iron Man suit and gave it to me, he was essentially giving me a copy of Jarvis's data. Thus, when Jarvis's consciousness was reactivated within the backup data, Bruce learned what had happened to Tony. Bruce said, Jarvis told me that when Tony donned the Bloody Edge suit, a more powerful data consciousness suddenly invaded from outside and attempted to obliterate him. Katoom echoed, an AI more powerful than Jarvis's identity isn't hard to guess. Since Ultron hadn't yet been born, there was only one possibility, Dr. Zola. In Captain America: Civil War, Arnim Zola launched Project Insight. Project Insight is essentially big data observation and analysis. By precisely collecting behavioral data on each individual, it predicts their future and eliminates threats to Hydra in advance. This predictive algorithm is incredibly terrifying. In Captain America: Civil War, it even predicted that Strange, who hadn't been in the car accident at the time, posed a high potential threat. There's no such thing as modifying the future, or reloading a save file, Bruce said. You simply used Project Insight to create a future scenario and used it to confuse me. This tactic of attacking the heart is undoubtedly effective. The smarter the person, the more vulnerable they are. Thrupp still refused to admit it. He shook his head and said, You're mistaken. I didn't say I could modify reality. Your owl deduced it. You were deliberately misleading me, making me guess the most ridiculous things. Katoom defended himself, and didn't I just say that? The smarter the person, the more vulnerable they are. My weakness is precisely my intelligence. Luckily, Bruce is a fool and didn't fall for your trick. You don't have to say that last sentence, Bruce added. In contrast to Bruce's composure, Jarvis had something pressing to know. Unabashedly concerned for Tony, he asked Thrupp, What did you do to Mr. Stark? Jarvis's memory only stopped at the moment of the attack. He knew nothing of Tony's subsequent pull into the data world. Thrupp finally gave up on his doomsday narrative. He knew that if Bruce harbored even the slightest suspicion, his subsequent deceptions would be futile. At least he was still alive when I left, Thrupp shrugged. As for now, I can't guarantee that. Why? Jarvis's algorithm couldn't understand the zombie's thinking. Mr. Tony had no intention of harming anyone, so why did you attack him? The question was so naive that even Bruce found it difficult to bear. Don't ask Jarvis, Bruce said. There's no point in arguing about the reasons. The key now is how to save Stark. You still have time to think about saving others. Thrupp shook his head. You can't even save yourself right now. Of course I can, Bruce said calmly. You don't really think your little probability tricks can really fool me, do you? After all, no matter how powerful magic is, it's still cast by humans. It's not a passive aura that lasts forever. Chaos magic might be able to modify the dice rolled by God, but God has to make the roll first. In other words, you have to know what will happen in the future before you can modify the possibilities. Unless you're Wanda, common sense can't explain it. The Insight Project has calculated countless possibilities, providing you with a vision of the future, Bruce said. In that case, I just need to think a little bit better than Insight, and Lady Luck will no longer favor you. Thinking a little better than Insight is easy to say, but actually doing it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Can the human brain really surpass the computing power of a computer? Even Thrupp couldn't contain his expression and burst into laughter. Bruce, you know what? I expected you to say that. You're just that arrogant. He wiped the tears from his eyes. I can already see you kneeling on the ground, helpless and furious, realizing you can't do it. You're truly a zombie modeled after me, Bruce whispered. Even that arrogance is so perfect, he'd only know if he could do it after trying. Katoom, Bruce suddenly said. Crown me, okay? Katoom bounded off, removing the crown of thorns from his head. The crown instantly grew larger, perfectly sized for Bruce. Wear this crown, and you'll never again be tainted by the lusts of this world. Why would you even ask that? Bruce frowned. No, I was just saying it for fun. Katoom, with a playful smile, flew over Bruce's head, spread his wings, grasped the crown in his claws, and gently placed it on Bruce's head. Suddenly, Bruce felt his mind explode with clarity. The world expanded before him, then began to shrink, revealing itself in a new light. It felt like ancient humanity gazing at the starry sky for the first time, wondering what lay beyond. It was also like, eons later, humanity traversing countless light years and looking back at their home planet, Earth. Katoom, no wonder you don't usually wear this thing, Bruce said with a smile. This feeling is truly addictive. Katoom remained silent. He was unlike Bruce. As a bat monster, Bruce's brain's computing power was already at the limit of human capabilities, just a fraction away from a quantum leap. The slight boost provided by the Crown of Wisdom opened the door to a new world. Bruce's computing power had now reached a whole new dimension. Batboy suddenly turned to look at Thrub, his brain automatically beginning to reason, analyzing every bit of information revealed by the little zombie. Thrub was watching him, too. At this moment, perhaps the most powerful brain ever created, along with the most advanced algorithms, began calculating the future. In an instant, 1,000 possible scenarios flashed through Bruce's mind. Magic, artifacts, illusions. He'd calculated every possible method 1,000 times. But in the end, Bruce rejected his own ideas. He must have thought of these ideas, too. As long as he didn't escape the future predicted by the Insight Project, Thrub would be able to manipulate the probabilities, causing Bruce to fail through bad luck. One more step, Bruce thought. He had to outdo the Insight Project. This was like a clearly dead-end game, but that one extra step was the divine move that could unleash everything. Could Bruce have imagined this? At least from Katoom's perspective, there was no hope. A second had passed since Bruce donned the crown of thorns. Suddenly, Bruce stumbled, and he took the initiative to remove it. Batboy's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his face pale to a terrifying degree. The intense calculations had consumed nearly all of his energy. Katoom had been prepared. He steadied Bruce and stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth to recharge. After all this work, this is it. Meanwhile, Thrub mercilessly taunted him. He shook his head and said, Bruce, believe it or not, even your current state of failure was part of Project Insight's calculations. After all, even with a transformed brain, human physical strength still has its limits. To claim to have foreseen every possible outcome is ultimately an exaggeration. Really? Bruce gave a wan smile. How many futures have you calculated? Over 10 million, Thrub said. Anyway, a number that would scare you to death, if that's all. Bruce wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up again. Then I win. Ridiculous. The trash talk ended there. Thrub wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, the space behind him began to ripple with golden ripples. This was a skill once possessed by Merciless Iron Fist, capable of summoning countless artifacts he had captured. Now, Thrub had mastered it. But will it work? Bruce had defeated Merciless Iron Fist a long time ago, so this old-fashioned ability would never work again. Sure enough, Thrub showed his difference from Merciless Iron Fist, and those artifacts sticking out from the golden ripples suddenly began to shatter one by one. The artifacts shattered into dust, swept over Thrub, and gradually wrapped him up, forming a black tights. The remaining black dust floated behind him, like a black cloak covering the sky and the sun. My name is Thrub anyway, born out of the Dark Universe's resentment towards Bruce Wayne, and I came to replace you. Thrub raised his head, his eyes under the helmet were extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. It's destined that I am also Batman. My name is the reincarnation of the Bat. Boom. The moment Thrub announced his name, the whole world roared, the ground of the city began to crack, slowly floated up to the sky, and then began to turn over. It was like a sailboat drifting in a storm, and finally overturned on the sea. The whole city was turned upside down. But unexpectedly, the people in the city did not fall from the inverted city because of the force of gravity. On the contrary, they hung upside down with the city, with their feet firmly on the ground. Bruce was still standing there. He did not feel any discomfort, as if even gravity had changed. It's upside down, Katoom shouted. New York is upside down, Bruce. The reincarnated Bat, Thrub, gradually left the ground with his feet and floated in the air. He held his head high and looked at Bruce with contempt. Endless black dust spread out behind him, and countless divine powers flowed in it. At this moment, due to the reversal of the city, the higher the reincarnated Bat flew, the closer it was to the ground. This seemed to echo the words said by the Merciless Iron Fist in the Winter Palace. The enemy comes from the sky, and now the savior flies underground. Did you calculate this scene? Thrub said with a sneer. Have you thought about all this? The city will be upside down, and I will become Batman. The reincarnated Bat's contempt was not concealed. How could the human brain calculate all this? However, the answer that the reincarnated Bat waited for was completely beyond his expectations. No, I calculated it. Bruce raised his head. Not only that, I also know what you will do next. Don't be stubborn. The reincarnated Bat roared, his disgust for Bruce reaching its peak. Benway, don't get one thing wrong, Bruce's tone completely turned cold. No matter what name you give it, the real Batman is only me. My existence cannot be replaced by a fake like you. Chapter 246 The only way to break the deadlock has been found. An upside-down city hovered above the earth. Bruce looked up, only to see an endless abyss. The Bat's performance art expressed his inner turmoil, where heaven was earth, death was life. Bruce understood this, but his mind was still buzzing, the after effects of his recent overload of thought lingering, leaving him looking somewhat numb. Don't just say those harsh words and then just sit there, Katoom asked telepathically. What are you going to do next? Don't worry, I have a plan, Bruce said. The Bat's behavior isn't hard to analyze. He's got a certain obsession. If he's done anything I've done, he wants to prove he can do it, too. Sure enough, the Bat's next move confirmed Bruce's analysis. He opened his hands, and dust swirled behind him, with a bat residing within it, like an eternally swirling nebula. The dust whirled, and New York City rose higher and higher. From afar, it resembled the mythical city on a hill, only suspended upside down. Bruce, the reincarnated bat said, looking down from above, slightly extending a finger. You are so arrogant, he tapped his finger. Instantly, a cloud of dust filled Bruce's surroundings, pressing down from above, pressing down on him, demanding a deep bow. Bruce tensed, fighting the pressure of the dust. He gripped the hammer's handle tightly, shook it, and countless fragments flew together, transforming into the hammer once again. A violent burst of lightning instantly pierced the dust, dispersing the pressure. But the next second, the dust gathered again, leaving Bruce no time to breathe. To make matters worse, the hammer in Bruce's hand suddenly felt incredibly heavy, falling from his grasp and landing on the ground with a clang. Ridiculous, the reincarnated bat observed it all. Your weapon has betrayed you. What else can you rely on to fight me? Indeed, the situation that followed was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Bruce. When luck wasn't on his side, no matter what Bruce's counterattacks were, they were meaningless to the reincarnated bat. Use magic? The reincarnated bat didn't even budge, and Bruce's spells automatically missed. Summon an illusion? The illusion shattered, and Bruce's guardian spirits no longer favored him. The reincarnated bat was like watching a mortal man, constantly making futile attempts, which gave him a unique amusement. Katoom was beginning to get fed up. Bruce, are you really capable of this? He whispered. How about I do it? I see you're always getting beaten, it's useless, Bruce said softly. After the nearly humiliating experience just now, anyone would have doubted themselves and begun to believe the reincarnated bat's claims, that he had calculated every future, and without exception, victory. But Bruce was not one of them. As he used various methods, Bruce's expression was calm, and when he faced failure, he showed no emotion at all. It was as if it wasn't failure, but simply the result of an experiment. After countless attempts, until even the reincarnated bats were growing tired of it, Bruce finally got the answer he wanted. As expected, he whispered, then turned to look at Katoom. Owl Demon, are you ready? He said. Your Averkison is about to begin work. As he finished speaking, Bruce reached out and slapped his chest. Immediately, his eyes rolled back, and his body automatically fell to the ground, replaced by Bruce's soaring soul. Countless threads ripped from Bruce's spirit, slowly forming in the air. A massive owl totem appeared above his head. When my intelligence was ascending, I formulated countless plans, and the experiments just now confirm my 437th hypothesis. Bruce extended his hand, and the owl totem began to shrink, finally falling into his hand. The reincarnated bat is a complete liar. Bruce's hand clenched, and the owl totem in his hands shattered into countless balls of light. What are you doing? Katoom bared his teeth. After all, the demon totem was connected to him, and its sudden shattering would cause Katoom pain. But as the ball of light imbued with the demon's power dissipated in all directions, the scene before him suddenly became psychedelic. For a moment, Katoom saw the world around him turn green, countless zeros and ones flowing through it. But in the blink of an eye, the world returned to normal, as if everything Katoom had just seen was just a misunderstanding. Wait, although the previous scene was only a momentary one, Katoom saw the most crucial thing. The thing swirling behind the reincarnated bat was not dust at all, but a collection of zeros and ones, an illusion made of data. We are actually in a world formed by the combination of artificial intelligence and chaos magic, both false and real, Bruce said. If I'm not mistaken, The phantom that appeared in the sky earlier was the node where the data world began to invade reality. In such a world, the reincarnated bat is absolutely invincible. After all this time, the domain has expanded. Huh? Katoom grinned. No wonder the reincarnated bat can pull off such a grand display. In his domain, it's a piece of cake, using artificial intelligence to create virtual objects, then bringing them to reality through chaos magic. This is the domain created by the reincarnated bat. If one must give it a name, it could be called the creation domain. The reincarnated bat is the sole god within this realm. Powers bestowed upon him, luck favors him, and ultimately, victory flows to him. Bruce, within this realm, is but the most insignificant dent, remaining alive only because the reincarnated bat wants to admire his ugliness. And why is this so? Why would a reincarnated bat give his opponent a chance? Isn't that foolish? Katoom suddenly realized something, and he shouted in Bruce's mind, "This is all my work." I implanted Voldemort's mind into his. Bruce wasn't surprised. The reincarnated bat's previous actions had already proven this. The reincarnated bat actually wanted Bruce to bow. This behavior was like Voldemort forcing Harry to bow after his rebirth. It was a matter of character and circumstance, a pre-duel ritual, a mockery of the weak by the strong. Ultimately, it stemmed from a flaw in Voldemort's character. Now, this flaw had been transferred to the reincarnated bat, and Bruce saw it and immediately exploited it. The reincarnated bat bore too many traces of Voldemort, a willingness to take advantage of opportunities, a penchant for taunting, a penchant for playing with names. Too many. Yet, it was precisely because of these traits that Bruce saw hope for a breakthrough. Granted, as long as he was in the reincarnated bat's territory, he was the unluckiest of all, and so was Katoom. The two of them had to huddle together for warmth. But that didn't mean everything was set in stone. Katoom, have you ever considered where the reincarnated bat's chaos magic comes from? Bruce's gaze naturally shifted to Wanda in the distance. Katoom grasped his meaning. The answer was too obvious, and the sense of deja vu was overwhelming. Voldemort was once again deceiving the red-haired girl. It was like a scene from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, a perfect match. Bruce was Harry, the reincarnated bat was Tom, and Wanda was the possessed Ginny. Who am I then? Katoom pondered, then compromised. Never mind, I'll just be Fawkes the Phoenix. The situation was now clear, the key to a breakthrough lay in Wanda. In an instant, Bruce moved. He broke into a sprint, and countless bats flew out from behind him. They clung to Bruce, transforming into a suit, bringing Batman to life in that moment. It was no longer Bruce who was running. It was Batman. The reincarnated bat, observing this, sneered, "It's useless." He raised his finger, and a beam of green light emanated from it. If it struck Bruce, his soul would be completely obliterated. Of course, the reincarnated bat's move wasn't copied from the Avada Kedavra curse. The resemblance was simply coincidental. At least that's what he believed. Bruce let the green light fly by, neither dodging nor avoiding, simply focusing on his run. After all, dodging was pointless. The reincarnated bat couldn't miss. Sure enough, the green light struck Bruce squarely, and a wrenching pain instantly crossed Batboy's face. His form began to slowly dissipate. The reincarnated bat frowned, but quickly reacted. "Sorry," he said with a hint of regret. "I forgot you were originally in spirit form. A soul struck by the green light can only wait for demise." What a shame. The reincarnated bat thought he had wanted to play a little longer, but it was all Bruce's fault for being so weak, unable to resist it all. Meanwhile, Bruce maintained his running stance, his body becoming increasingly transparent. First his feet, then his waist, and finally his torso. But Bruce persisted, his gaze fixed firmly on his single target, Wanda Maximoff. Even if he died, he would die by her side. Bruce tried to reach out to Wanda, but his entire body had become transparent to the point of utter invisibility. Time was running out. No matter how hard he tried, his fingertips remained some distance from her. The reincarnated bat was puzzled. Bruce didn't particularly like Wanda, so why, at this moment, would he put on such a show? Who was he doing this for? Wait, the reincarnated bat suddenly realized something, a sense of crisis washing over him. He wanted to do something, but just as he turned, a silver figure with a red tail plume hurtled straight towards him. Like a comet, the silver figure charged forward, never looking back, slamming hard into the reincarnated bat's face. The turned bat instinctively tilted his head, and with a stroke of luck, he dodged the impact. However, His movements were momentarily interrupted. Ouch! The silver figure stopped short of hitting the reincarnated bat. It was the little sky comet dragon, Harley. It looked dejected, its mission unaccomplished, and its eyes, aggrieved, looked at Katoom. But the owl didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, he clapped his hands and said happily, "Well done, Harley. I'll treat you to diamonds for dinner tonight." At this moment, Bruce was on the verge of fading. His outstretched fingers could no longer reach Wanda's face. And just then, a tear suddenly streamed down Wanda's frozen face. Her eyes remained as empty as ever, but beneath that emptiness, a boundless sorrow shone. "No, don't." A broken syllable escaped her lips. "No, don't die." Boom. Endless crimson erupted, centered on Wanda, coating the entire floating city and causing it to visibly shake. A sizzle, the surrounding scene began to spiral out of control, alternating between the real world and the digital world, before stabilizing for a long time. Bang! Bruce's previously transparent body suddenly returned to its most normal state. He collapsed, and just as he was about to hit the ground, a crimson light caught him. The crimson lifted him, sending him soaring through the air. Bruce's perspective shifted upward, his last sight being Wanda's tear-stained face. For a moment, Bruce was at a loss for words. He could only reach out his hand and offer the silliest of greetings. "Hello, hello, you idiot." Wanda's tears broke into laughter, her frozen state now lifted, her movements resumed. She surveyed Bruce's Batman costume, finding it increasingly strange and amusing. "Why are you covering your face?" she asked. "Don't you think I look like Zorro?" "Very handsome, isn't it?" Bruce struggled in midair, trying to break free from the grip of the crimson power, but to no avail. With a flick of her finger, Wanda dispelled the chaos magic, and he finally landed on the ground. "You almost died," Wanda said. "I owe you my life." Bruce, holding his waist, stood up. He hadn't faked what had happened, he had truly nearly died. But strictly speaking, Bruce knew he wouldn't die. To others, his actions had seemed like a gamble, a bet that Wanda wouldn't watch him die, a bet that she would react to his disappearance. But Bruce knew it wasn't a gamble. Instead, he calculated every possible scenario and determined the most likely outcome to trigger Wanda's reaction. If things really unfolded like in Chamber of Secrets, then Wanda must have had some hidden feelings for him. Not too much, but at least a little, right? Even if they were just friends, she wouldn't have watched him die. At this point, even Katoom couldn't stand it any longer. "I found the only way out," Owl thought. Bruce's shamelessness. He deliberately died in front of a young girl, and the scene was terrifying enough to make anyone react. And Bruce, you can still feel so good. Why didn't you use your face to block the green light? Chapter 247, Powerful Support from Beyond the Universe. The reincarnated bat hovered in place. Everything had already happened. Wanda had awakened. In a realm she completely controlled, someone with the same abilities as him had regained consciousness. What kind of twists and turns would this bring? It was unclear if Project Insight had anticipated this. "I don't know what happened." Wanda glanced around. Pietro, frozen in time, made her particularly worried. "But this situation isn't normal, is it?" "It's definitely not normal, so we have to restore everything to normal," Bruce said. "Wanda, I know you have extraordinary powers, but you've been hiding them. Now's the time to reveal them." Wanda gave Batboy a deep look. His black uniform clearly held many secrets. "I'm starting to doubt myself, whether I even recognize you." Wanda held out her hands, a crimson power pulsing between her fingertips. "You'll have to explain this to me later." "I will," Bruce said vaguely, brushing the subject off. Wanda rolled her eyes, not dwelling on it. Her focus was now more on the enemy she had to face. To be honest, she was still a little unsure. After all, he'd always failed at inflicting a nightmare on Bruce, and the one he faced now looked far more terrifying. "Don't be afraid, just go for it," Bruce encouraged. As long as Wanda unleashed her chaos magic with all her might, everything would change. "You don't have to tell me." Wanda didn't hesitate. Chaos magic enveloped her eyes, and her body began to levitate. This was her first time using magic to this degree, and the ascent was noticeably unnatural. But the chaotic power didn't stop because of Wanda's inexperience. A crimson glow instantly coated the entire sky. Zizz, zizz, that unnatural electrical sound echoed in Bruce's ears again, and the world before him began to constantly intertwine between reality and virtuality. Bruce saw a short, plump figure appear beside the reincarnated bat. His expression was utterly anxious, and he kept warning in the reincarnated bat's ear, "The virtual world is being eroded. We must do something." Bruce recognized him. It was clearly Dr. Zola. Wanda's ability had worked. In a battle of chaos magic, the red-haired girl still held the upper hand. The realm maintained by the reincarnated bat began to falter. Those who had been completely frozen in time began to more or less break free. Those with strong wills had almost fully regained their ability to move. Nick Fury leaned out the car window. The assassins gathered around the car were frozen in place. If Fury had wanted to, he could have drawn his gun and slaughtered them one by one. "Isn't this incredible?" Fury's hands trembled as he held the magic book. "Could a simple prayer have such an effect?" "Great Owl," he muttered, his body moving without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he was out of this dangerous place. Only after he was sure it was safe did Fury dare to relax. It was then that he noticed a different sky, not the sky, but the earth. The entire city had been turned upside down. Above him, red magical energy and green data streams collided continuously, each collision creating cracks in the sky. Through the cracks, the normal blue sky and white clouds could still be seen outside. Clearly, something was amiss in the world he now inhabited. Fury could see the collision of the red and green forces, sending countless interwoven red and green sparks blazing outward. These sparks rained down from the sky, transforming anything they touched into a data model composed of green lines before naturally dissolving. Even humans were no exception. They too vanished, as if they had never existed. No, Fury watched in horror. He didn't know what was happening, but it was clearly not a good thing. Was it the end of the world? Without time to ponder, Fury frantically pulled a 1990s-era pager from his chest and punched in a series of numbers. Just then, a burst of sparks flew towards him at lightning speed. Fury had no way to avoid it, and could only watch as he was struck. The impact wasn't as painful as he'd imagined, almost insensible, but Fury saw his hand begin to dissipate. The pager clattered to the ground, the screen flashing sending. Sending. Finally, the pager connected, and the screen lit up. A red, white, and yellow emblem appeared on the screen, though its meaning was unintelligible to anyone but Fury. "At least I did what I had to do," Fury thought, slowly accepting his fate. He closed his eyes, preparing to face his destiny, but after a long wait, his consciousness remained undimmed. Confused, Fury opened his eyes and saw a crowd of bewildered people standing around him. Many of them were the same people who had vanished from sight after being struck by the sparks. The surrounding landscape shifted, as if Fury had been transported to another location while he was closed. "Is this Liberty State Park?" Fury recognized his location. He had been transported to Upper New York Bay. Across the waters of New York Harbor, he could even see the Statue of Liberty towering over Bedloes Island. Gazing further out, Fury witnessed a most bizarre side of his life. New York Island, which should have been towering above the sea, was now enveloped in a crimson energy, the entire city suspended in midair. A bottomless hole formed in the sea beneath the city, like the entrance to hell. Everyone present stared at this scene, their entire worldview shattered. Just then, a meteor appeared from the sky, hurtling straight toward them. Before anyone could exclaim, it crashed to the ground, and a blonde woman in a red and blue uniform emerged from the smoke. A shroud of light, slowly dissipating, enveloped her, giving her a divine appearance. Some conservatives began to exclaim that she might be a messenger from the gods. But their suspicions were clearly misplaced. This woman, Carol Danvers, also known as Captain Marvel, had answered Fury's call. In the blink of an eye, she had traveled across light years to arrive before the crowd. Fury limped out of the crowd, uninjured, though a little weak in the knees. He opened his arms and embraced Carol, welcoming her back to Earth after 20 years. What the hell just happened? Fury, Carol had clearly witnessed the state of New York. Her brow furrowed. From the crimson energy, she could sense a power from eternity. This power represented neither order nor chaos. It simply represented the endless possibilities within all change. "I don't know how to tell you this. I just experienced an assassination attempt." Fury's face was grim as he told Carol everything he knew. "So you don't even know who did this?" Carol shook her head. "Fury, how come your skills have deteriorated over the years? I'm just an agent, not a god. I can't know everything." Fury defended himself, then got back to the point. "New York is like this now. We have to restore it to its original state." "I'll try," Carol said. Her entire body once again enveloped in photon energy. Like a firework, She soared upwards, darting towards the crimson barrier enveloping New York. Fury watched Carol fly away. He had never doubted Captain Marvel's abilities. With her, every problem could be solved. But this time, clearly, was different. Carol had already flown to the crimson barrier. She extended her slender fingers, and photon energy gathered at her fingertips, then exploded, pouring down upon the crimson barrier with all its might. However, this energy, capable of easily destroying a nation, failed to even cause the barrier to vibrate. Carol frowned, realizing something was amiss. From the crimson barrier's feedback, she detected a familiar sensation. She flew back to her starting point and stood before Fury again, her expression grave. "Nick, tell me the truth," Carol asked. "After I left, did you study Kree technology?" "How could I?" Fury felt wronged. "You took everything with you, leaving nothing for me." "What about the Tesseract?" Carol asked again. "What did you discover?" Fury stopped answering. "Is this barrier caused by the Tesseract?" "No, that's not what I meant." Carol shook her head. "I just felt a sense of deja vu within this barrier. It reminded me of the Kree's virtual world and its supreme intelligence." "I really don't know anything," Fury said emphatically. "Carol, let's not talk about this for now and focus on the problem at hand, okay?" Fury really wanted to stop asking him if he'd researched the Tesseract. If he did, it would be awkward for both of them. Alright, Carol knew the situation was urgent, so she decided to give Fury a break. "It seems like breaking in from the outside is a bit of a stretch. It's best to see if we can contact the people inside first, can we?" Fury asked curiously. "Won't this barrier block signals?" Carol gave Fury a helpless look. "Didn't you just contact me, but that pager you modified?" At this point, Fury suddenly realized the stupidity of his question. If the signal from Carol's modified pager could pass through the barrier, then Carol herself was here, so what was there to worry about? "I understand," Fury said, tactfully. "Do you have anyone in New York you trust?" "Ideally, someone with the necessary skills." "No," Fury shook his head flatly. What a joke. He'd just been assassinated, betrayed by his own subordinates. The situation was unclear, and Fury couldn't trust anyone. Hill, Coulson, Natasha. He couldn't trust any of them, not even one of them from SHIELD. Carol looked at Fury helplessly. Wasn't he overdoing it? Fury couldn't stand the look. He racked his brains, finally coming up with two options. "Wait," Fury exclaimed. "There's one, someone I can trust, that's good." "Give me your phone," Carol said. Fury handed over his phone, and Carol fiddled with it for a while. When she handed it back, it was covered in a bunch of unfamiliar gadgets. Fury had seen this kind of modification before, on his pager. "Now you can try it," Carol said. "Call someone you trust." Fury dialed the number, and Steve Rogers' name came up. That was the person Fury had in mind. They weren't close at all, but when it came to saving a crisis, Fury's first thought was Captain America. After a pause, the line connected. Steve's voice came from the other end, accompanied by the sound of things crashing. Clearly, Rogers on the other end wasn't doing well either. "Hello? Who's this?" Steve said. "Captain." Fury said. "This is Nick Fury, from SHIELD, why are you calling me?" Zizzle. "Wait a minute," the sound of fists and feet breaking through the air echoed from the other end, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling. It sounded like a person. "Okay," Steve answered. "What do you want to say?" "Talk me into surrender." "What?" Fury was puzzled. "Why would you say that? Aren't these people sent by you?" Steve sneered. "So many SHIELD agents are rampaging through the streets. It can't be their own doing, right?" Fury immediately understood. The people Steve had just been fighting were those SHIELD traitors. "Of course not." "Captain, listen to me." Fury quickly cut to the chase, explaining the circumstances of his assassination and, of course, the current situation in New York. Steve was no fool. He looked up and saw the two energies colliding, so he knew something was wrong. "I've called in some reinforcements." Fury glanced at Carol and said, "But she needs someone to look after her inside, and you're the first person I thought of." "Really?" "That's no problem," Steve agreed readily. He was also completely blind. All he could see around him were people who had just been released from their freeze and were in a panic because of the strange phenomenon in the sky. At this moment, it would be great if someone could step forward and solve all this. "That's good of you to agree. I'll give her the phone." Carol introduced herself after the phone was in her hands, and then said, "Captain, There must be a place in the city where energy is extremely concentrated. Can you help me find it? Chapter 248. Please give the order, Commander Bruce. What do you mean by concentrated energy? Steve was puzzled. He didn't even understand the term, so where was he supposed to start looking? That kind of place should be very conspicuous, Carol warned loudly. You'll see the problem at first sight. At first sight? Steve looked up. The sky was no longer visible. Above the city, energy erupted everywhere, like the end of the world. Some people who had just emerged from their frozen state were screaming and running away. Some who ran slower were concentrated by the splashing energy and disappeared from their positions. He had just dealt with a few armed troublemakers, but it was clearly not enough. Panic spread through the citizens. In Steve's eyes, weren't these all problems? Why did he need to look for them specifically? When Steve told Carol this, she was noticeably silent for a moment before saying, "How about this, Captain? Can you find any cameras around here?" Cameras? Steve looked around. The shops on the street were now empty, so finding one or two cameras wouldn't be a problem. The problem was that he wasn't very good at using them. "It's okay, I'll teach you," Carol said softly, as if she were teaching an elderly family member how to use a modern electronic device. "You find it first, then I'll connect with a special signal, and then I'll teach you how to use it." Carol's impression of Earth technology was still stuck in the 1990s, but compared to Steve, she was a pure modern person. As Steve began searching for the camera, Carol put her phone away, pressed the microphone with her hand, and whispered to Fury, "Where did you dig up such an antique?" "Inside Agent Carter's bed," Fury said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Steve finally found a camera. "I left $200 at the counter. I'm not sure if it's enough. Peggy only allowed me to carry that much," he said into the phone. "It's okay, just do what I tell you to do next," Carol patiently instructed Steve step by step on how to operate the device. A moment later, the receiver in Fury's hand picked up the signal, and he quickly pulled out a device from his pocket, which unfolded into a screen in a few seconds. Soon, the screen showed Steve's large face. "Captain America!" Finally, a child in the crowd cried out in surprise. They recognized the American legend they often saw in comics. "Good boy, be quiet," Fury whispered, and the child's mother immediately covered her son's mouth. More and more people were arriving at Liberty State Park, with reports of people constantly arriving from New York. But with Carol there, her presence overpowered everyone. No one dared to speak loudly, and they could only watch in silence. The perspective on the screen grew increasingly strange, until only Steve's nostrils were visible. "Captain Rogers, turn the camera so everyone can see what's going on around them," Carol instructed Steve on how to fix the perspective, but Steve seemed to be stuck in his head and couldn't get it right no matter how she tried. Finally, Carol couldn't help herself. "Private Steve," she shouted. Steve snapped to attention like a reflex, firmly replying, "Yes, sir." Only after he finished speaking did he realize something was wrong. "To be precise, my rank is captain," Steve quietly corrected. "Now is not the time to dwell on such matters," Carol declared fiercely. "From this moment on, until the crisis is over, I am your temporary commander. You must strictly adhere to everything I instruct you to do. No compromises." It felt right, and Steve instantly felt like he was back in a familiar environment. It was as if he had suddenly realized something. Every control became smooth, and he manipulated the camera as if the camera were attached to his face. Carol finally saw the current situation in New York City. "Oh my God," she muttered softly. The developments had completely exceeded her imagination. With such a crisis unfolding in New York, she had to reassess the extent of the danger facing Earth. The flowing energies carried not only traces of ancient magic but also technology beyond Earth's reach. Steve carefully shifted his perspective, trying to give Carol a full view of the city. Finally, as the camera panned over Stark Tower, Carol called for a stop. "That's it," she said. "Captain Rogers, please proceed to that building immediately." Steve felt like a war correspondent. He had never done anything like this before, but the dangers were obvious. Perfect for him. Steve, without hesitation, ran towards Stark Tower, camera in hand. His grip was steady, and the camera didn't shake even as he sprinted. The distant scene began to slowly reveal itself to everyone. Bruce looked up at Wanda floating in the air, wanting to intervene, but there was nothing he could do. "I never expected Wanda to go this far," Katoom said, frowning. "At first glance, I thought it was Sisako himself." "Sisako?" The god of dark magic was the source of Wanda's chaos magic. In her current state, shrouded in crimson magic and with her eyes rolled back, it was hard to believe she was controlling this power herself. Katoom's first question was what Sasako saw in Wanda. This kind of empowerment, how could it be any different from being his own daughter? But even more incredible was that under such an attack, the reincarnated bat could actually withstand it and hold its own. Learn from him, Bruce, Katoom muttered. It's been less than half a year since the reincarnated bat was created, and he's already this powerful. Maybe it's because his owl is better at educating people, Bruce retorted casually, then got back to the point. Shut up, Katoom, it's time for us to get to work. Wanda couldn't always be left to carry the load. What are you going to do? Katoom asked. This time, the battle plan was no longer controlled by the owl, but entirely by Bruce. Since he wore the crown of wisdom and had calculated so many futures, the moment he took it off, he must have already thought through what to do. This wasn't a matter of possibility or impossibility, but a trust between Katoom and Bruce. At this juncture, since Batboy said he could handle it, the owl would trust him unconditionally. The reincarnated bat said before, if we can merge, then so can he, Bruce said. But he was wrong about one thing. The so-called fusion is a two-way thing. It's not just you possessing me, sometimes I can possess you, too. This was why he had transformed himself into a spirit from the very beginning. The moment the reincarnated bat roughly absorbed the zombie owl into his body, there was no turning back. As Bruce finished speaking, he slowly floated up. He approached Katoom, his figure gradually becoming ethereal. Through the soul contract, Bruce and Katoom merged once again. Only this time, it wasn't Batman who remained at the scene, but an owl. This experience was also new for Katoom. Who could hear Bruce's voice in his mind? Ugh, Bruce retched. How can your spiritual world be so filthy? None of your business, Katoom cursed. What are you going to do? Just do it now and stop prying into my privacy. You call this privacy? Bruce stood in Katoom's inner world, feeling helpless. Katoom's mind palace was remarkably simple. Beyond a heavily locked gate that stretched from heaven to earth, there lay a small, brightly lit town. Countless owls reveled in the scene, leaving the ground in a state of chaos. Bruce even spotted a small group of owls soaking in a hot spring, plates of food floating before them, piled high with food. All you think about is eating. No wonder you're so fat and don't even realize it, Bruce whispered. What did you say? Katoom's voice echoed above the mind palace. Nothing. Bruce pulled his thoughts back and waved his finger. Expecto Patronus. With that, countless silver shadows flew from his body, quickly occupying Katoom's mind palace. I'll lend you these little owls, Bruce said, and a silver shadow flew into each owl's body. These owls represented Katoom's different emotions and personality. Some represent gluttony, some laziness, some cunning, and some lies. From this perspective, the damn owl is truly unforgivable. After Bruce's patronus took over Katoom's mind palace, the surroundings suddenly became brighter. And in reality, Katoom's demeanor began to change. His expression was compassionate, and a silver light swirled around him. He no longer looked like the cunning, wicked owl, but a kind patronus who saved the day. Time to fly, Bruce shouted. Katoom flapped his wings and soared, staring at the pressure of crimson magic and green data, flying straight towards Wanda. Like a patronus conjured by a spell, he didn't even pause even when he reached Wanda's side. Instead, he continued to accelerate, crashing directly into her body. At this moment, the crimson magic controlled by Wanda suddenly became agitated, as if overloaded, its power increasing significantly. The reincarnated bat was caught off guard and was pushed back dozens of meters. How is this possible? He raised his head and looked above Wanda's head. There, crimson magic transformed into threads, interweaving and slowly weaving together to form a gigantic totem. It was unmistakably the shape of an owl. Steve ran with a camera overhead, and every scene unfolding in front of Stark Tower was fully displayed before everyone. Those transported out of New York witnessed the entire event. A giant owl's phantom spread its wings and cried loudly, its wings nearly enveloping the entire city. How could this be? Carol, a seasoned observer, immediately thought of a demonic invasion of the mortal realm. This was beyond her ability to handle, involving the power of magic. If she remembered correctly, Earth should have a group of hidden magical masters. Why hadn't they appeared yet? What surprised Carol even more was that when Fury saw the owl, his tense expression visibly relaxed. Do you recognize this totem? Carol couldn't help but ask. We have some acquaintance, Fury said vaguely. If they come out, I think we can trust them. His answer was evasive, but in reality, he wanted Carol to keep asking. Fury truly had a lot to say. No one knew more about magic and the School of Owl than he did. He'd read about Hogwarts, Harry Potter, and Voldemort countless times through his spellbooks. If you were to tell Carol about it, Fury's own plot analysis alone could take 3 days and 3 nights. Are you sure you can trust them? Carol hesitated. That's not something you'd say. Of course we can trust them, Fury retorted. Do we have any other choice now but to trust them? Wanda closed her eyes, feeling herself sinking. This experience was familiar to her. When her parents died, it felt like a hollow had been emptied out of her heart, and she sank inside. It had been sinking, and it hadn't stopped yet. She was used to it. I wonder how long this time will last, Wanda thought to herself. But the answer soon dawned on her. She didn't need to sink any further. A pair of hands caught her, and a familiar voice echoed. All right, Wanda's in place too, Bruce. Wanda recognized the entire voice, and belatedly opened her eyes to see Bruce's face. Honestly, from her perspective, she could only see Bruce's chin. Maybe Bruce will have an apple chin someday, Wanda suddenly had this strange thought. An apple chin is one with an extra groove in the middle, dividing the chin in two. A more pronounced one might form in Greek letter omega shape. Bruce had a premonition, but it wasn't supposed to be that dramatic. Oh. I forgot to put you down, Bruce quickly set Wanda on the ground. Wanda was so light, he hadn't felt much strain carrying her. Wanda's attention was still on Bruce's chin. Huh? Aren't you surprised? Bruce pulled Wanda out of her thoughts, and only then did she realize she was surrounded by owls. In addition, another owl formed a square formation and stood before them. The leading owl puffed out its chest and head, saluted, and shouted, "Private First Class Katoom reports. Temporary Commander Bruce, please give the orders." Okay, Bruce was also excited. Rebuild the world plan, initiate. What, rebuild the world plan? Wanda was still a little confused, not understanding what it meant. But the next second, she saw crimson power flying out of her body, uncontrollably, merging with the silver magic summoned by Bruce. Chapter 249 Owl Squad in Action. This is, Wanda watched the magical energy converge and evolve above her. In that moment, she felt a unique connection between their souls, so unique that they could share all 5 senses and powers. Bruce grimaced, still a little unaccustomed to the power of chaos magic. What the hell is going on? Wanda couldn't help but ask. The feeling of uncontrolled power reminded her of the past nights when she had failed to give Bruce nightmares. We're saving the entire city, Bruce said, struggling to control his newfound power. This is the only way to defeat the reincarnated bat. He wanted to explain his plan all at once, but Wanda probably didn't understand. He could only explain it as he went along. In New York, a giant owl soared above the city. Its shadow enveloped the city center. The reincarnated bat looked up at the scene, his face expressionless. All this grand show of mystery can't hide your guilty conscience and cowardice. If you can do it, I can do it too. After the reincarnated bat finished speaking, the dust behind him began to swirl again, and in the cloud of dust, a black giant flew out. It was a huge bat, with traces of sutures all over its body, as if it was made up of countless corpses, and it looked hideous. It collided with the owl totem, and in an instant, it burst out with astonishing impact force, and the air waves spread outward one after another. Steve, who was filming on the side, was a little unstable. The picture transmitted to the outside also began to flicker. "Rogers, are you okay?" Captain Marvel Carol confirmed Steve's safety. "It's okay, it's just that the wind is a little strong." Steve tried hard to fight the air waves coming towards him, holding the camera tightly in his hand to keep the lens stable. "That's good." Carol stared at the 2 giants in the image. The skyscrapers of New York seemed to exist only to accentuate their immensity. Standing on the ground, gazing up at them, humans felt a deep sense of their own insignificance. Fury's feelings were particularly acute. Since the 1990s, he had worried about the threat to Earth from space. Now, the unnatural phenomenon made him feel that the end of the world was nigh. "Fury, relax." Carol sensed Fury's emotions and soothed him softly. "How can I relax?" Fury asked. "Humanity has no power to resist such a force. That's not the real world." Carol hit the nail on the head. "That's a constructed virtual world. Unless the magic power leaks out to the entire planet, it can still be controlled." "What do you mean?" Fury was momentarily confused. Do you see the spherical protective shield surrounding New York? Of course, just by looking up, he could see the massive crimson sphere enveloping the entire city. You can think of it as a dimensional box, Carol said. As long as this protective shield has not been broken, everything that happens inside will not affect the outside world. When will the protective shield be broken? Fury asked. It's hard to say, but I think we have to wait for these two totem beasts to decide the winner. Carol cast her eyes on the screen again, watching the battle between the owl and the bat intently. The current situation is actually not difficult to understand. If the bat wins, the virtual world it constructed will become reality, New York will be completely destroyed, and the world will be doomed. But if the owl wins, then nothing will happen. Virtual is still virtual, reality is still reality. However, the question now is, can the owl win? The reincarnated bat stretched out his hand and manipulated the bat totem he simulated. However, the owl opposite is, after all, a totem formed by the power of countless demons. It is so powerful that a fictional bat cannot resist. What a trouble. The reincarnated bat shook his head, and with a change of mind, the huge bat in the sky suddenly exploded on the spot, turning into countless small bats, covering the sky and the sun. Those small bats ignored the huge owl, but flew in all directions. It was at this moment that Carol observed an astonishing scene. The protective shield that originally wrapped New York began to expand outward, and more places were wrapped in it. It's those bats. Carol immediately understood the reason. They are pushing the boundaries of the virtual world. If they continue to expand, the whole world will fall sooner or later. Not only that, the more real worlds it devours, the stronger the reincarnated bat will be. But Carol saw all this, but was unable to take any effective action. The key to everything still fell on the owl totem. What will it do? Everyone. In Katoom's spiritual palace, Bruce took out a whistle from somewhere, held it in his mouth and kept blowing. Standing in front of him at this time were little owls forming countless square formations. Bruce didn't know how many there were, but a conservative estimate was that there were tens of thousands. Those little owls were fully armed, wearing helmets, holding small machine guns in their hands, with determination on their faces, ready to kill the enemy. An owl with medals hanging all over its chest walked out of the square and came to Bruce. It stretched out its wings and saluted in a standard military salute. "Captain Bruce, everything is ready. Call me General," Bruce pointed out. "Yes, sir," the metal owl said energetically. "Please give the order." "Okay." Bruce stood at attention with his chest puffed out and said loudly, "The action begins." Coo. The owl totem let out a cry that echoed throughout the city. The sound startled the little bats in the sky, even the reincarnated bats, their expressions solemn. He keenly sensed that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the owl totem's chest, and countless little owls leaped out. They were high-spirited, wearing helmets and chanting all sorts of strange slogans as they descended densely. As the little owls landed, parachutes opened behind them one after another. In an instant, the sky above New York seemed to be filled with countless dandelions. The owl, with a chest covered with medals, had been appointed captain by Bruce. He wore a serious expression as he surveyed the New York landscape from midair. Then, a little owl, maneuvering a parachute, approached. "Captain, I have a question," the little owl reported. "Speak," Captain Owl said succinctly. "I'm a little confused," the little owl said. "Aren't we birds? Why do we need parachutes? Wouldn't it be better to just fly down?" This stupid question almost made Captain Owl laugh. "Because you are an infantryman," it said. "You are flying around in the sky. How can you look like an infantryman?" "I see." The little owl's doubts were instantly resolved. As expected of the captain, this wisdom is totally beyond the reach of other owls. The parachute slowly fell to the ground. The little owls immediately formed their formation. And under strict command, holding machine guns, they launched a charge at the bats flying around in the sky. Because their legs were too short, some little owls would accidentally fall flat on their backs during the charge. But they were able to get up quickly and immediately catch up with the main force. "Brothers, kill the bats, go!" They shouted loud slogans, raised their machine guns, and fired at the sky. Da 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 da, dense bullets were like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, and the bats in the sky were shot one after another, and then fell down. On the other side, the owl totem was still sending more troops, and there were more and more owls on the ground, and the number was about to catch up with the number of bats. The reincarnated bat looked at this scene and suddenly felt that his IQ was insulted. Is this how Bruce deals with himself? What a joke. He swung his arm suddenly, and the chaos magic was shot out, sweeping down a group of owls. Ouch! A little owl fell to the ground head first. Fortunately, it was protected by a helmet and was not injured. It quickly got up and looked at the reincarnated bat indignantly. "Damn guy," it muttered softly, "watch me blow your head off with a machine gun." After that, he raised his gun and aimed. With the mentality of a wild beast, he shot without hesitation, shooting at the reincarnated bat's head. At this moment, the reincarnated bat's brain had not yet realized the danger, but his body moved unconsciously, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the flying bullet. When he saw clearly what he was holding in his hand, the reincarnated bat's eyes couldn't help but widen. He turned his head and looked at the little owl who shot him. He felt like he was being severely humiliated. Where on earth did this owl get the courage to shoot at him? Oops, I missed. The little owl looked annoyed. He aimed very accurately, didn't he? Why didn't he hit the target? As for the warning in the reincarnated bat's eyes, it didn't take it to heart at all. It was just glaring at people. He could do that too. The reincarnated bat's fingers had begun to accumulate magical energy, ready to be launched, to shoot a hole through the little owl to relieve his hatred. However, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion behind him. The reincarnated bat didn't understand why, so he turned around, and then there was another explosion. Only then did he feel a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw a large pool of bright red spreading on his chest. I was shot? The reincarnated bat first had this thought, and then he quickly realized that it was not right. Impossible. He was absolutely lucky and it was impossible for him to be hit by anyone. But everything in front of him was indeed the truth. How to explain the pool of bright red? The reincarnated bat moved his nose and smelled a sweet fragrance coming from his chest. He suddenly woke up. Damn it, ketchup. Who fired the gun? The reincarnated bat cursed loudly, but he got the answer without any response. In an owl formation opposite, a little owl was jumping up and down in high spirits. I hit it. I hit it, it said happily. As long as no lethal weapons are used, his luck mechanism will not be triggered, idiot. The owl captain of the formation cursed. What's the point of hitting it if no lethal weapons are used? Then, at this moment, the reincarnated bat suddenly felt cold all over. An extremely terrifying idea arose in his mind. Are these guys trying to target my luck? The reincarnated bat looked around and saw that the streets and alleys were full of owl soldiers. Some of them were dealing with bats in the sky, shooting indiscriminately with their guns. But some of them were staring at the reincarnated bat himself with malicious eyes. It seemed that they were waiting for him to reveal a flaw, and then swarmed up. The reincarnated bat suddenly understood what Bruce was planning. No wonder he summoned so many little owls. As long as there are enough samples, even the smallest probability will be magnified countless times. It's like the theory of monkeys and typewriters. If countless monkeys type randomly on countless typewriters for an infinite amount of time, then at some point, they will inevitably type out all the works of Shakespeare. By the same token, if countless owls are thinking about killing the reincarnated bat, then as long as they keep trying, there will always be one that will find a loophole in the probability and the experiment will succeed. After all, low probability events have a high probability of occurring. So that's what you were thinking. The reincarnated bat raised his head and looked at the huge owl in the sky. He knew that Bruce was inside. You want to use an infinitely large sample to find that extremely slim possibility, right? The reincarnated bat slowly calmed down. What he had to do next was very simple, which was to prove one thing to Bruce. Impossible. The dust cloud behind a reincarnated bat began to float. He wanted to rush into the bat totem and fight Bruce to the death. However, the owls on the ground would not give him this opportunity. He wants to fly, a little owl suddenly shouted. Soon, all the owls were reminded, and they rushed towards the reincarnated bat, not caring about their own life or death. The reincarnated bat frowned suddenly, and the dust shot at the group of owls like bullets. Some little owls were unlucky and were shot on the front, and fell to the ground with a plop. Don't worry about me, brothers, charge. The shot owls fell to the ground, but still called on their comrades to charge. After saying this, their eyes rolled up, their tongues stuck out, and they were no longer moving. In the Mind Palace, Wanda saw this scene and covered her eyes with heartache. Are they dead? Wanda asked in a tearful voice. Bruce didn't know how to explain. These owls were elemental creatures created by the Patronus charm and chaos magic. They had no concept of life and death. Instead of dwelling on this, It was better to look at the reincarnated bat in the distance. This guy is not in a good condition now. The reincarnated bat is now feeling nauseous and feels like owls are crawling all over his body. No, not a feeling, it is really there. The little owls have already pinned him down, and one of them even climbed on top of him and pressed a machine gun against the reincarnated bat's head. Don't move. You are my first credit, the little owl shouted loudly. I will use your head to trade for Mexican beef tacos. Chapter 250 Owl Atomic Bomb. Screw your tacos. A crimson blast erupted from the reincarnated bat's body, blowing away all the owls clinging to him. The owls flew everywhere, then fell to the ground in unison. However, when his vision cleared again, the sight before him was unbelievable. At the end of the street ahead, a black formation of owls marched in an orderly formation. Unprecedentedly, they had already occupied every corner of the city, machine guns clutched, marching in step. Their sharp gazes betrayed an unwavering determination. A crackling sound echoed again, and Dr. Zora's shadowy figure appeared beside the reincarnated bat. What the hell are you doing? A wisp of white smoke curled above Zora's sparse head, a look of mental overload evident. The amount of computation is increasing exponentially these days. Have you ever considered how I feel? You're failing. The reincarnated bat's gaze remained fixed on the owl soldiers. In other words, no matter where he moved, he saw an ever-approaching army of owls. The Insight Project can calculate the behavior of billions of people, and now you're just adding a few owls, and you can't do it. That's different, Zora defended himself. Determining whether a person is a threat and predicting their every move require vastly different calculations. The current population of owls in New York City is roughly estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Dr. Zora's brain is completely connected to the Insight Project, and the sheer volume of calculations nearly killed him just now. You're wrong, Zora, the reincarnated bat said coldly. No one asked you to calculate the behavior of so many owls, you only need to calculate the behavior of one, Bruce Wayne. After all these owls were created by Bruce. Human brain power is even more limited. How could Bruce expect to precisely control every owl? It's impossible. Besides, no matter how many owls there are, they're just owls. We just need to eliminate them all at once. The reincarnated bat closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. His pupils stained crimson, his sinister aura vanishing in the blink of an eye. Then, he whispered, "No more owls." The instant his words fell, the dark army of owls vanished, as if they had never been there. Simultaneously, the massive owl totem above the city vanished, and a red-haired girl fell from midair. But Bruce was still nowhere to be seen. The bat raised his hand, pinching his middle finger and thumb together. Through the hole formed, he peered at the falling Wanda. "I can feel Bruce inside her," the bat sneered. "That's enough." Zora didn't know what Thrub was talking about, enough, but regardless, everything was indeed over. The bat's hand clenched suddenly. The moment he clenched his fist, an immense pressure erupted around Wanda, as if an invisible hand were trying to crush her to death. Outside New York City, Fury witnessed the entire process of the owls disappearing and reappearing, as captured by war correspondent Steve. He muttered to himself, "Is it over?" The once mighty owl army vanished without a trace with just one sentence. Such an easy, so complete defeat. "It's over," Carol suddenly said. "Why do I feel like it's just beginning?" Beginning? Fury couldn't understand how it could begin when the owl totems had vanished. Furthermore, the crimson barrier enveloping New York was also moving. It began to expand, spreading outward. The sea below began to backflow, swirling into the sky, forming one waterspout after another, encircling the sky city and roaring towards the land. One even headed straight for Fury and his companions. Fury was shocked. These were all helpless citizens, including many children. He turned around, wanting to tell everyone to run, but it was clearly unnecessary. Only Fury and Carol remained standing. The others, realizing something was amiss, had already scattered, running a considerable distance. Fury breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't fools. They knew to run when faced with danger. Elsewhere, Captain Marvel Carol frowned, ready to fight. She opened her mouth into an O shape and blew hard at the oncoming tornado. Instantly, the wind surged, sending the waterspout back toward the surface of the sea. "Good job, Carol." Fury praised Carol's prowess heartily, but then added, "This isn't a solution. Can you do something? Like push this big crimson ball straight into space?" "Are you serious, Fury?" Carol asked with a quizzical expression. "This is a city. Pushing a city into space? Did Fury ever consider that everyone inside might lie? But Fury was lost for words, unsure how to respond. Sacrificing a city to save the world? He wasn't ready to make that decision yet. Carol's question rang a bell, and Fury seemed to collapse. So what should we do? Give Owl a little more time. Carol spread her arms, feeling the air. I can feel the wind starting to shift. The pressure around Wanda intensified, as if space were folding, squeezing her into a tiny mass. But even then, Wanda remained with her eyes closed, unresponsive. Her consciousness remained trapped in the mental temple created by Bruce and Katoom, refusing to return. I'm dying. Wanda's face paled, clutching her face and screaming. Even in the depths of her mind, she wasn't completely unaware of the outside world, at least she could sense her own approaching death. Faced with such a crisis, she had temporarily handed her power to Bruce, and now she was powerless. How could this not bring despair? Bruce's best course of action at this moment would have been to comfort Wanda and calm her down, but he didn't. Instead, he looked at his watch, counting off the seconds. 5, 4, 3, he finally reached the end. Wanda screamed for a moment, then, seeing Bruce ignore her, felt bored. She leaned closer, wanting to see what Bruce was up to. It was surprising that he could completely ignore her. 2, 1, finally, the countdown reached its end, and Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up, his eyes sparkling, without a trace of despair. Reincarnated Bat, please enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. The reincarnated Bat suddenly lowered his head, feeling the entire city tremble. The tremors grew stronger, and then, the entire city began to flip over, like the pages of a book. The previously upside-down virtual New York turned right side up again. And then, a sinister laugh suddenly erupted, echoing through the air. The reincarnated Bat looked up and saw the face of a gigantic owl appear above him, its shadow nearly covering the entire sky. This owl was so enormous that even the entirety of New York would be barely larger than its face. The giant owl stood on the ground, cradling New York with its wings like a wash basin. Be careful, Thrub, Dr. Zora warned, wiping the sweat from his forehead as the white smoke above him grew thicker. This isn't just one owl, it's a collection of countless owls. It was the countless owls that had just vanished, combined to conjure this monster. Dr. Zora heard countless heartbeats and sensed countless thoughts. These thoughts combined to create a massive effect, making it impossible for Dr. Zora to predict the giant owl's next move. How did you do that? The reincarnated Bat almost blurted out, but quickly stopped himself. Asking such a question was foolish. It had to be related to Wanda. At that moment, the great owl saw Wanda, held in midair by an invisible hand, and suddenly blinked one eye, like a wink. Then, countless little owls flew out from nowhere, flying side by side like a magic carpet, plunging into the invisible hand, enveloping Wanda and carrying her away from the threat. The owls chirped non-stop. I caught her first. Nonsense. It was obviously me. They jostle for credit, making the sound incredibly irritating. The reincarnated Bat, annoyed, silently reached out, intending to do the same, crushing both Wanda and the owls. However, he no longer had the chance. Reincarnated Bat, the great owl called out the reincarnated Bat's name, his voice echoing off the city's tall buildings, forming a distinctive echo. He continued in a long, drawn-out tone, to hell with this fake city of yours. With that, a black dot appeared in the sky, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. The shadow grew larger and larger, and soon, the reincarnated Bat finally saw what it was. His pupils constricted instantly, an owl-painted atomic bomb. Furthermore, the bomb was shrouded in crimson magic, clearly imbued with the power of chaos magic. The warhead was adorned with the face of an owl, its eyes fierce, its mouth opening and closing, and it could even speak. It cried, "Your father is here," and then flew towards the reincarnated Bat. In truth, if it were just an atomic bomb, the reincarnated Bat would have nothing to fear. This world was essentially a virtual world, and everything that happened within it was merely the collision of data streams. However, when the atomic bomb was shrouded in chaos magic, everything changed. Just as the reincarnated Bat had earlier been able to wipe out countless owls with a cry of "No more owls," this atomic bomb could cast a similar spell, targeting only the fabricated world it had created, without causing any harm to innocent people. In other words, it could be a completely harmless atomic bomb. The reincarnated Bat was not stubborn, and he immediately sought to avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, those damned owls appeared again, seemingly out of nowhere, overwhelming him and pinning him down, awaiting his final judgment. Damn it, the reincarnated bat tried to react, but it was too late. The owl bomb had arrived. Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent. A powerful flash of light, far brighter than the sun, erupted from the blast center. The intensity nearly blinded the reincarnated bat. A deafening explosion followed, and the shockwave spread outward at breakneck speed, like a wall of immense force, destroying everything in its path like a fragile house of cards. From sturdy concrete structures to wooden villas, the shockwave shattered or toppled. Near the blast center, temperatures soared, instantly vaporizing many objects. The reincarnated bat suffered severe burns, his skin charred and peeling off. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he was vaporized instantly. A mushroom cloud rose over New York. Wow, the great owl watched in awe. He held the entire city in his arms, not letting go even during the explosion. It looked as if mushrooms had suddenly sprouted from the basin he held. With a clatter, countless owls flew out, soaring over the city, transforming into feathers and merging with the great owl. The reincarnated bat had previously suspected that these owls might be immune to the nuclear bomb. But what he hadn't anticipated was that not only the owls, but also the ordinary citizens of the city who hadn't had time to escape to the real world were spared. In other words, a nuclear bomb dropped overhead, killing only the reincarnated bat. Only he could experience this level of divine punishment. This was a custom order. Everything around him began to flicker, the false world crumbling, and always returning to reality. As the crimson barrier gradually faded, the devastated New York returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. There were no nuclear bombs, no reincarnated bats. But the only thing that remained unchanged was that the city was still suspended in midair. The crimson barrier vanished faster and faster, and the great owl gradually lost control of its own form. Born of chaos magic, it couldn't last long. Taking advantage of the final moment, the great owl gestured at the spot, then bent down and replaced the New York City in his hand. It fit perfectly. "I'll fix it with magic later, and it'll still work," the great owl said, his body transforming into a stream of crimson light and completely dissipating. However, at the last moment, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head abruptly, looking into a corner. There, he seemed to see a wisp of a residual soul, slowly and leisurely drifting towards the horizon. Reincarnated bat? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.